Zhao Hai shook her head, her face filled with regret. Why can't we live peacefully? Why must we fight to the death? I really can't understand what those people are thinking in their heads. She seemed to be criticizing those who do not appreciate a good life and are always willing to risk their lives in violence. Wang uncle wrapped his arm around her shoulder, smiling to comfort her. Don't worry, no matter how big the issue is, we will handle it. You all just need to focus on doing your jobs at home, without having to worry about anything. Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa, everyone gathered around in the living room. Zhang Yi began organizing tasks. Tuan Xuan will be responsible for the information system of Tianhai City. With this, we can grasp the activities in different areas of Tianhai City at any time. Yang Xin nodded. Yes, Zhang Yi brother. In addition, I can also try to infiltrate the network systems of other cities. Zhang Yi stared at her in surprise. You can do that too. Yang Xin smiled and nodded. In the past, it wasn't necessary, as our main opponents were in Tianhai City. But now, the forces threatening our safety have become organizations from other cities. He said, doing this is also very necessary, besides the network of Baoxu City, which I dare not casually interfere with. The networks of other cities, except for their internal networks, pose no real difficulty for me to breach. Although we are currently in the apocalyptic era, the network system has not completely collapsed. At present, there are still 6 major areas that are superpowers at the national level maintaining the national security infrastructure, and most forces cannot separate themselves from communication devices and central control systems. Therefore, they must rely on the network, and there will be vulnerabilities that Yang Xin can exploit. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Then you should try to infiltrate the network of Daisy. I want to obtain information about their combat capabilities and ideally details about the abilities of the mutants. Yang Xin smiled. Leave this to me. Then, Zhang Yi looked towards Lu Qiran. Qiran, recently you've come into contact with many things in Baoxu City, such as that black training suit and the building materials. Make sure to absorb it well, and your urgent mission is to replicate that type of armor. Zhang Yi was very fond of the training uniform in the arena. The first time he saw clothing that could enhance the basic physical capabilities of an individual through the outfit itself. It seemed similar to a type of exoskeleton for humans. He had also seen such items online. Zhang Yi saw it for the first time that technology for an external skeleton of humans could be developed to the level of clothing. If we have this, the overall strength of our group will be greatly enhanced. Even those girls who are not good at combat will have a higher guarantee for their lives. Lu Qiran mischievously teased. Military outfit, understood. Zhang Yi then looked over at Yang Mai. Your work still needs to continue. Reserve as much food with special abilities as possible. Yang Mai obediently nodded. I know I haven't been slack lately. Zhang Yi nodded in approval. That's right. After that, he arranged the defensive tasks for others without anything special, just reminding them to always be prepared for battle. Everyone else was ready. Now, everyone go rest first, get into the best condition, prepare to welcome the new battle. Everyone chores loudly. The next day, when Zhang Yi was sleeping, the alarm sounded. Intruder alert, intruder alert. Zhang Yi saw through the camera that 2 armored black snowmobiles had stopped there. He exclaimed, "It really is urgent." The first vehicle was close to their hideout. Immediately, the AI system in the hideout alerted Zhang Yi. He realized these were people from another city because he had never seen this emblem before. Zhang Yi quickly changed into his combat gear and stepped out of the room. He smiled confidently and said, "Well, I will meet you all and see which power of Day City wants to make a chicken for slaughter." Liang Yu and Wang Uncle also dressed neatly and arrived in front of Zhang Yi's room. "Let's go. We will check it out," Liang Yu said. They are very cautious. They've stopped the vehicle 200 meters away from the hideout. Looking at their clothing, they don't seem like locals, Liang Yu added. As Zhang Yi hurried down, he said, "I know, they must be from Daisy." Wang Uncle frowned. Are they here to declare war? Zhang Yi laughed and turned to look at Wang Uncle. Declare war? Do you think anyone who intends to fight would announce it beforehand? Wang Uncle, so what are they here for? Zhang Yi smiled knowingly. They are probably here to intimidate us, to make us surrender without a fight. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Wang Uncle and Liang Yu's expressions revealed something strange. They came here to persuade us to surrender. Wan Uncle said, now I understand this theory makes a lot of sense. After all, no matter how severely Tian High City is ravaged, there is still some extraordinary power and armed capability left. If a real confrontation occurs, pushing them to the brink, no one will be able to return unscathed. He said, a few months ago, Zhang Yi and the others could still fight off tags during a comprehensive attack from multiple bases. Now Zhang Yi's capabilities have undergone a qualitative change, even being able to deal with Yuan Kong Yi, so who can be sure they can fight off tags? I'm afraid even the strongest in Baoxu City wouldn't dare. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a smile. Let's go, we'll go over and take a look. Zhang Yi and the others descended the stairs, while the others in the hideout waited for them to come down. Zhang Yi said to them, what are you looking at? It's nothing. Everyone just handle your own business. The cat jumped onto Zhang Yu's shoulder. Zhang Yu stroked its smooth fur. As long as Wan Uncle and Lian Yu are with me, that's enough. Coming here is just a bunch of minions. Why should we show them any respect? On the contrary, it will only frighten them. Zhang Yi slowly extended his arms forward. Manipulating space, an invisible, intangible round shield appeared before everyone, perfectly blocking all directions around them. Zhang Yi currently had 3 ways to use his defenses from the spatial door. The spatial door had the largest defensive range, the strongest defense, but could not be moved. The spatial manipulation had a smaller range, average defensive strength, but could be used flexibly, making it suitable for close combat defense. Double gate, the smallest defensive range, but can form a comprehensive defense with no blind spots. Due to its spherical nature distorting the space gate, it results in the weakest defensive force. He needs to choose a method depending on the situation. Zhang Yi turned to Yu Zhu and Liang Yu and said, let's go. Zhang Yi and his 2 teammates walked down the stairs of the shelter. He reminded everyone to be careful. The 3 of them slowly headed toward the 2 vehicles. On one of the vehicles, 10 fully armed soldiers were also cautiously staring at Zhang Yi. Seeing Zhang Yi and the others approaching, a muscular thorny vine ability user slowly said, they're here. Another one looked at Zhang Yi, exhaling heavily, and said, quickly deliver the message to them, then we can go back. Don't waste time here. In the back row, another one chuckled. It's rare for us to come here. No need to rush, right? This place will be our territory in the future. Another one smirked and said, then I hope they know their place. They chatted idly, not paying any attention to Zhang Yi and the others, as they all believed that Tian High City had long been crushed, with the remaining strength unable to contend against the 3 major organizations in Day City. Zhang Yi and the others approached them. Zhang Yi asked, who are you, and why are you here? The man with the goatee squinted and looked at Zhang Yi. You are Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. That's right. He smiled, took out a leather envelope from his bag, and said, we come from Day City, as envoys of the 3 major forces there. Our 3 leaders have a letter for you, and we hope you'll take a good look at it. He handed the envelope to Zhang Yi, but not before reminding him. By the way, it also contains contact information. After you understand everything, please send an email to this address. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious as he reached out to accept the letter from the man with the goatee. You've worked hard. Then he casually placed the letter into his spatial ability, and it suddenly vanished from his hands, surprising the man with the goatee and his companions, who quickly realized this was a spatial ability. Several ability users from Day City who witnessed this scene exclaimed, wow, he has a rare spatial ability. How amazing. However, the smirks on their faces clearly showed they did not think much of Zhang Yi. The man with the goatee spoke to Zhang Yi. We will give you 1 day to make your decision. In other words, from now on, there are only 19 hours left. After all, we have to account for the time it took us to get here. Zhang Yi did not say a word, and the man touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Then goodbye. I wish you good luck. The others with special abilities also laughed along as they got into the car, then started the engine and drove away on the snow, rumbling loudly. Vu Dai Thuk's face showed some dissatisfaction as he approached Zhang Yi and asked, why didn't you kill them? These people are too arrogant. Zhang Yi calmly replied, I'm not interested in these kids, and besides, if we act recklessly, the enemy will just be alerted to us. Let's see what they have to say first. Zhang Yi waited for these guys to leave before turning back towards the hiding place. Wan Uncle took a deep breath, looking at Zhang Yi's back with deep respect in his eyes, then said to Liang Yu, "He's only just over 20 years old, yet he can remain so calm and show such restraint when facing a situation. It's really rare." Liang Yu teased, "Isn't there a saying that goes like this? A dog kept doesn't bark." Zhang Yu's voice echoed from a distance. "Don't think that just because I'm far away, I can't hear what you say." Liang Yu was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. I wasn't talking behind your back." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrow and turned to look at her as she approached, saying it directly in front of me is even more excessive. Liang Yu's face turned red. Clearly she was praising him, saying he has matured. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. "I'll take that as a compliment, considering you're still a teacher. Your way of praising people is quite special. I almost forgot you're a teacher." Zhang Yi returned to his hideout and immediately called Chu Zhang Yi to accompany him to the treatment room. "Zhang Yi, once you're done with your meal, come with me to the infirmary. I have something I need your help to check." Zhang Yi nodded in response. "Okay." In the infirmary, Zhang Yi instructed Zhang Yi to first inspect the envelope, confirming its safety before opening it. "You must be cautious. Even powerful ability users can easily meet their end." After a moment of examination, Chu Zhang Yi confirmed that the envelope posed no issues. Zhang Yi carefully used tweezers to take out the envelope, then cautiously extracted the document contained within. Inside was just a single sheet of paper, a handwritten letter addressed to Zhang Yi. He placed the letter on the table, donned a tactical helmet, and leaned down to read. The content of the letter was quite detailed, and Zhang Yi read it intently. The city of Tianhai has currently undergone a devastating war, resulting in a sharp decline in its population, and some major local forces are unable to defend themselves. Our Day City, as friendly neighbors, is willing to adhere to humanitarian principles to come here for defense, hoping that you will not refuse. After finishing reading the contents of the letter, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a profound smile. The things written inside are very simple. Zhang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter, the laughter growing louder. He stated a seemingly reasonable explanation. "These people are really interesting. If I'm not mistaken, they have probably worked in the unit before." Hearing Zhang Yi's laughter, Zhou Qi and others curiously approached, asking him what had happened. Zhang Yi allowed everyone to see the contents of that letter. "I must say, these people are really clever. If they use this tactic, later on, even if the Jiangnan district wants to criticize them, they will still have reasons to respond." After reading the letter, everyone's expressions were very strange. They felt quite nauseous, clearly wanting to come to Tianhai City to seize territory and plunder resources. Yet they used the banner of humanitarianism to support defense. Isn't this wanting to have both ways? Zhou Qi asked Zhang Yi. "So what are you going to do?" Zhang Yi looked at her and said, "Let's show everyone first." Look, Zhang Yi went to another room, then also told everyone about the content of the letter. After seeing the content of the letter, Uncle Vu could not suppress his anger and exclaimed, "This is really too despicable." Lu Qiran was still young and didn't understand much about this kind of thing. He just felt extremely dissatisfied and said, "They just blatantly plunder. That's better than being a land grabber. There's no need to be horrible to us. Is that disgusting?" Everyone looked at each other, smiled, and shook their heads reluctantly. With this kind of trick, a girl like Lu Qiran who has never experienced life certainly cannot understand. Chu Zhongyi explained to her. There are things that everyone understands clearly, but on the surface, they still have to act a bit. For example, what they say is only to support defense. If they already support defense, it can't be done in vain, right? We need to have a military base. We need to provide them with essential living supplies. Lu Qiran's eyes widened. If we don't give them, won't they still come and rob us? How will we explain then? Zhou Qi laughed. At that time, they will say that we were unreasonable first. Their people had no choice but to take action. At most, they will rob the supplies, just apologize, and that's it. If we can't stand it, if we attack them, then they will fight with us honestly, even saying they are defending themselves. They believed that they could completely swallow the city of Tianhai. All they needed to do was quickly resolve everything. At that time, they would use the excuse to explain the situation to Jiangnan District. When the dust settled, Jiangnan District would be busy dealing with the issue of wandering martial artists in Linhai City and would only be able to turn a blind eye, tacitly acknowledging their management rights over the city of Tianhai. After hearing this, Lu Qiran turned red with anger. Aren't they clearly bandits yet they can still be seen as good people? Instead, we are the ones portrayed as the villains. Zhang Yi added, initially it was just an excuse. Whoever wins has their words validated. They will give Jiangnan District a way out, so they don't lose face after the newly formed alliance of abilities. Jiangnan District can only tacitly agree to this situation. You don't need to worry about it, it's just basic rhetorical art. Understanding simply means that the three major organizations in Day City demanded Zhang Yi and the others to surrender unconditionally. This way, they could still retain some space for survival and supplies. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi, her gaze sharp as a knife, equally furious at the unscrupulous power of the superhumans in Day City. Zhang Yi, fight them. Everyone was indignant, and Uncle Wu also said, that's right, let's fight. Hechu's fat face clearly showed anger as he clenched his fists in rage. Let's make them taste pain. These shameless scums look down on us. We must teach them a lesson. Zhang Yi nodded. Of course, I will fight them, but the problem is how to fight. The three major mutant forces in Day City are likely not much weaker than the big organizations from the previous base. If we refuse their proposal, they will definitely realize our intention is to fight to the end. They will certainly prepare for that, so it's better to make them let their guard down and pretend to agree with their proposal. Yang Xin smiled and replied, I understand, brother. You want to make them complacent and lure them into our trap, right? Zhang Yi nodded appreciatively. Yang Xin always understands my thoughts. Zhang Yi continued, to achieve victory at the least cost. This is what we need to do. Uncle Wang asked Zhang Yi, what should we do? You just arrange it. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, and then replied, called Xiao Hong Lian and the others here. Right now, everyone is on the same side, and this matter needs their participation. The mutants from the three major forces combined are quite numerous. We definitely need to hold a meeting regarding the battle plan. In fact, Zhang Yi had long had a rough sketch in his mind. After the conflict with Day City occurred, he had always thought of ways to eliminate those guys. In his mind, he had at least 3 options. But the current situation was what he desired most. He would lay out his plans and let these arrogant ones fall into the trap. Not long after, Xiao Honglan, Xing Tian, and Chen Jingguan all arrived at Zhang Yi's hideout. This was their first time stepping into Zhang Yi's sanctuary. Upon seeing this magnificent house and feeling the heavenly living environment inside, they were extremely in awe. Zhang Yi welcomed them in the living room, warmly inviting them to sit down. Sit down, don't be so polite. Then, Zhang Yi poured tea for them. Xiao Hong Lion seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly asked, Zhang Yi, is it true that the mutants in Day City have made any moves? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingguan and Xing Tian also set down their teacups, their expressions tense. Zhang Yi glanced at them. You guessed correctly, it is indeed related to them. He recounted the news about the 3 major forces in Day City sending letters. After hearing this, the expressions of all 3 were a mix of astonishment and anger. Right now, they were completely incapable of standing against the 3 major forces in Day City. Chen Jingguan swallowed hard, his voice pleading as he spoke to Zhang Yi. Boss, you won't abandon us, will you? Xiao Hong Lion called him boss, feeling a bit shy, and said, Boss, you have to help our team make a decision, right? Zhang Yi, hearing Xiao Hong Lion call him boss for the first time, felt somewhat unaccustomed. He looked at Xiao Hong Lian. This woman was truly straightforward, changing her form of address so quickly at a critical moment. He slowly sipped a cup of hot tea. I've thought of a way to resolve this issue. There isn't much for you all to do. You just need to cooperate with my actions. Right now, given the strength of these 3 major base organizations, their role in this action will only be to cooperate. Zhang Yi outlined his plan. The first thing we need to do is make the other side slack off. We must make them lower their guard. We'll pretend to compromise and first lure them to Tianhai City. As for the next steps, I will inform everyone when the time comes. In short, For now, just prepare for defensive measures and go along with my act. Zhang Yi didn't reveal too much about the plan to them. Having just brought 3 base organizations under his wing, Zhang Yi couldn't guarantee their loyalty, so he maintained some reservations. After hearing this, the 3 forces expressed their determination to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Xiao Hong Lion nodded. I understand now. Xing Tian replied, Don't worry, my acting skills are excellent. However, they still appeared worried, continually confirming with Zhang Yi whether he would protect them if anything happened. Zhang Yi could understand their feelings, so he made many verbal promises to reassure them. Right now, these 3 bases were like a stone-throwing match. Even a slight chance of self-defense would make them hold tightly, as if grasping a lifebuoy. On the side of the 3 forces in Daisei, after sending a letter to Zhang Yi, they were waiting for his response. However, it didn't really matter whether Zhang Yi would reply or not. They had already gathered all their soldiers, and were ready to move out to seize the main resource points in Tianhai City. Not long after, they received a response email from Zhang Yi. Since the email account they provided for Zhang Yi was shared among the 3 forces, they all could see the email that Zhang Yi sent. Dear 3 forces in Day City, today I received your letter. From the content of the letter, it is clear that you are plotting against the territory and resources of our Tianhai City. On behalf of the major forces in Tianhai City, I firmly oppose this action. We have the capability to protect our homeland, and do not need the intervention of external forces. I hope you can restrain yourselves and not act recklessly. The letter stated, If not, we will report this matter to the headquarters of the Jiangnan region and let them decide. If you can be good friends and good neighbors, we can share a part of the resources as a token from Zhangyi Province, Tianhai City. After reading this email, the faces of those present all revealed clear signs of amusement. Haha, Zhang Yi wrote this email. I'm about to die from laughing. Clearly terrified on the inside, but still trying to act tough. Do you really think you can scare us using the Jiangnan region? The lines filled with fear yet pretending to be strong in the email are simply hilarious. Ken Liangyu's contempt for Zhang Yi grew stronger. He said, A guy like this, just a few more threats, and he'll have to yield. Chen Liangyu and Gu Hong Dai's reactions after reading the email were no different from Chen Liangyu's. Gu Hong Dai laughed as if he were about to give birth, doubling over repeatedly, and only after a long while could he straighten up. Ha! This younger brother is truly adorable. It's decided, after we conquer Tianhai City, I'll make this boy my little brother, just to tell me jokes. I'm about to die laughing. My mood is really good today. This younger brother is just so delightful. Gu Hong Dai laughed until she was nearly doubled over. But in her eyes, there was a flicker of darkness. It's best not to make me lose face. The 3 immediately began exchanging words in the conference room. Chen Liangyu then spoke up. Don't just focus on cuteness. If he doesn't know his place, we will take action. Gu Hong Dai added, I think we don't need to rush. If we can't win, let's try not to fight. Looking at his attitude, he seems very fearful. We can intimidate him a few more times. Gu Hong Dai's gaze carried a hint of deep meaning. It has been many days since the apocalypse started, and now those who are still alive don't want to die. Chen Liangyu agreed. I also think we can talk to him further. Besides, there's a possibility he might be putting on an act, right? Chen Liangyu was extremely cautious. He wouldn't hastily conclude that Zhang Yi was weak and ineffective based on just one email. Someone like that couldn't dominate Tianhai City on his own. They truly had very little information about Tianhai City, and they didn't even know Zhang Yi's remarkable exploits. Sun Jianming raised a finger and said, Shen Liangyu, you are being too overly cautious. Whether he is pretending or not, the fact that Tianhai City is originally weak is undeniable. As long as our army crosses over, it can be easily wiped out. Chen Liangyu replied reluctantly, It's not that simple. We should talk to Zhang Yu one more time. If we can resolve it amicably. No one wants to pay the price in blood. Gu Hong Dai heard Chen Liangyu's words. She looked at her fingernails and said calmly, then continued to talk to him further. Force him to obediently hand over his territory and resources. Maybe we will spare his life. People who only have hope to live will not want to seek death, nor should we force them into a dead end. Chen Liangyu and Gu Hong Dai both said so. Chen Liangyu had no other choice. Okay, it's okay to talk to him some more. but let him know that we don't have much patience and don't have time to argue with him here. The three people reached a consensus and decided to continue talking with Zhang Yi. But while they were chatting back and forth on Zhang Yi's side, Yang Xin managed to break into their organization's network firewall. Got it. Not every power has strong cybersecurity systems, she said. Tianhai City is one of Nation H's most developed information technology cities. Previously, some bases also had some good programmers working. Day City next door, because its talent attraction effect is weaker than Tianhai City. Good characters are relatively scarce. Yang Xin breached their network firewall, just like passing through a wall woven with cobwebs, without encountering any difficulty. The computer is reporting. During the data collection process, please wait. Swan mumbled, hold the joystick. Hold the joystick. Immediately, she brought information about the three major forces in Day City to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa in the living room, a laptop resting on his lap. Beside him was Yang Xin, who was summarizing the information she had gathered. Based on the available information, the scale of all three forces is not small, although they are not as powerful as the top 5 forces in Tianhai City at their peak. The difference is not substantial. After all, the population of Day City has more than 8 million people, and resources are fairly abundant. They have the space to develop their strength. Zhang Yi's fingers glided over the keyboard and mouse, flipping through each page of the report detailing the combat capabilities of the three forces. The most interesting aspect was that they not only had internal information, but also individual profiles of the other two forces. This allowed Zhang Yi to gain a lot. After all, no one would clearly outline the strengths and weaknesses of their leaders in their own data repositories. Chen Liangyu, who possesses enhancement abilities, has a power called Dark Power, which has the effect of penetrating armor and seeing through objects. Once in close combat, even wearing heavy armor, he could injure others. Zhang Yi murmured. No wonder Chen Jingguan was beaten to a pulp by him. He was able to negate the opponent's external defense and attack directly to the internal organs, completely suppressing his opponent. I told you that Chen Jingguan is not useless like that, but if he is restrained, there's nothing he can do. Yang Xin was surprised when she heard Zhang Yi speak, and exclaimed, "What?" Zhang Yi pointed at the computer screen and repeated for her understanding. Chen Liangyu possesses a power enhancement ability called Dark Power. Hearing Zhang Yi's explanation, Yang Xin couldn't hide her astonishment. She was not a supernatural being, so hearing this made her truly shocked. Zhang Yi continued, Gu Hongdai, who has a spiritual ability. Her power is called Blushing Kiss, which can enchant the mind, turning people into her complete wooden puppets. And that is a kind of love that comes from deep within the heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, it truly is a perverse skill. Zhang Yi involuntarily inhaled deeply. This ability is indeed bizarre. Even though she knew she had been ensnared, the opponent could not escape due to love, and would still be immersed in it. Zhang Yi remembered that Gu Hongdai had the most subordinates, and her strong control ability could enable her to acquire a large number of followers, making her a weaker version of Yuan Kong Yi. Zhuan Xuan pointed at the screen. Oh, it also notes the weaknesses of her abilities here. The use of the Blushing Kiss had a range limitation of 100 meters, and the closer the distance, the stronger the effect would be. Zhang Yi looked at Xuan, noticing her flushed face, and curiously asked, "What's going on?" She quickly turned her head away, not knowing how to explain. Zhang Yi seemed to understand and didn't ask further, focusing on the main matter. If the first kiss is successful, even a person with black-level abilities will lose their rationality. Amazing! This Gu Hongdai used to be a professional technician. Right. Hearing this, Xuan asked again, what does it mean to be a professional technician? Ah, the big question mark appeared in your head, doesn't it? Zhang Yi cleared his throat a few times, then turned to another direction. It's okay, let's check the news about Chen Liangyu. He said, Chen Liangyu is a beast-type mutant, and his ability is called Jaguar. He can run at a speed close to the speed of sound, and his fierce hunter instincts make him exceptionally skilled at hunting. Zhang Yi carefully examined the abilities of each of them. The three leaders of the three major powers are all Delta-level mutants. Their abilities are quite monstrous. But no matter how monstrous those abilities are, there will always be weaknesses. Therefore, Zhang Yi always remains cautious, never underestimating any enemy. After reading the introduction to the abilities of each mutant within the three powers, he had a preliminary assessment of each individual's strength. He murmured, "The combined strength of them is indeed formidable. I wonder what their arsenal is like." He continued to scroll through the keyboard to check the information on weapons. As for the weapons and equipment, there is nothing terrifying. In fact, they are far inferior to the Taishan base. They surely can't bring along many heavy weaponry when they come to attack Tianhai City. Zhang Yi calculated carefully, not overlooking any details. This way, I can weaken at least 2 out of 1 of their strength. At that moment, his email notification pinged. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. He knew that the response from Day City had arrived. He reached out and clicked on the email to read, and within less than a minute, he finished going through its contents. It was still a series of deceitful words, showcasing their hardened stance. Tianhai City is a crucial city on the southeastern coast. Absolutely no mistakes can occur. This is not merely an issue for a few of your forces. It is a matter concerning the entire Jiangnan region, and indeed, the whole nation of Age. Therefore, it is essential for the 3 major forces of our Daisy to cooperate in defense. I hope you will prioritize the common interests. If you deliberately oppose this, we will have no choice but to adopt tougher measures. Should any conflict or casualties arise at that point, it would not be pleasant. I hope that you will consider this carefully. Lastly, we have already set out and look forward to seeing you soon in Tianhai City. After reading the email, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, a subtle smirk spreading across his lips. It was indeed a delightful guise. He stretched to loosen his muscles, then reached for the keyboard, typing while muttering to himself, "It's time to begin a real performance." He drafted an email and hit send. His sole purpose in sending this email was to lay a trap, making the people of Day City underestimate their strength. If he surrendered outright, it would only provoke suspicion among those in Day City. The content of the email read, "You can coordinate your defense, which is fine. In fact, our defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, so we can designate a portion of our territory for you. However, you must not touch our current base." After sending the message, Zhang Yi calmly drank water and waited for their move. He wanted to hear what their plans were. The other email was quickly sent to the leader of the 3 days forces. Seeing this email, they chuckled inside. Zhang Yi's actions showed that they could not fight against Day C. He even agreed to cede land, enough to show how weak and afraid of war he was. Today cut this land, tomorrow cut another land. Soon the 3 great forces will be able to swallow the entire city of Tianhai. One person in the group thought to himself, by then, even Zhang Yi and the 3 base organizations, they will all be gone. After all, the things they hold in their hands are the core resources, supplies, weapons, and even mutants. The 3 leaders of the 3 great powers gathered together to discuss. Shen Liangyu spoke up. Now that he's changed his tune, can we take Tianhai City without spending a single soldier? How should I put it? Gu Hongdai replied, "What are you waiting for? This cannot be delayed. Let's quickly lead our troops. First take over some of their important resource areas, then slowly annex gradually." Shen Liangyu paused for a moment, and then said, "It's not good. They still have some troops left. I think we should force them to surrender their weapons, so we can be completely stable." Gu Hongdai smiled and said, "Chen Liangyu, you are too hasty. If we force them to surrender their weapons, they might fight back fiercely. Although we are not afraid of their soldiers, a battle would still deplete our forces, which isn't ideal. After all, although the number of surviving mutants is limited, they are still elite elements. We don't need to push them into a corner." Chen Liangyu furrowed his brow and replied, "I just think they won't willingly give up their land and resources to us. Only when they have completely lost their ability to resist will I feel at ease." Shen Liangyu continued with a tone of self-satisfaction. "Of course, they will not be willing. But right now, the power is right in front of them. Whether they want to or not, they have to accept it." Gu Hongdai advised, "It's better to leave them a way out. The city of Tianhai is so vast. If we allocate them a barren area to live in, it would be sufficient." Chen Liangyu thought for a moment and said, "I think that wouldn't be a bad approach either." On Zhang Yi's side, he had also informed everyone about this news. Uncle Vutuk was furious and cursed. "Damn it." Zhang Yi, however, remained calm and said, "I will inform Xing Tian Bao to prepare for action." A few days later, In the freezing cold with snow falling and a strong west wind blowing, a convoy carrying mutants from Day City entered the borders of Tianhai City. Chen Liangyu and the others had made up their minds. The first step was to strike towards the Xishan area. From Day City to the Xishan area, one must pass through this place. For without satellite navigation, people often choose a prominent landmark as their reference point. The convoy from Day City thundered towards the Sanki Pagoda, consisting of a total of 50 battle tanks, 800 elite warriors, and 72 mutants from the three major forces. 80% of Day City's combat strength had been mobilized to this location. Xishan was the stronghold of Zhang Yi. They intended to garrison at Xishan, threaten Zhang Yi, and force him to surrender. In the middle of the convoy, on a tank that was entirely painted white, Sun Jianming, Chen Liangyu, and Gu Hongdai were examining a map and beginning to discuss where they would drive the local forces, like Zhang Yi, after seizing the city of Tianhai. Gu Hongdai spoke confidently. All our elite forces, with their absolute strength, make every scheme and trick merely a child's play. This cannot be delayed, otherwise, when the Jiangman region finds out, we may encounter trouble. By the time they reach Tianhai, relying on their strong military power, they can easily suppress Zhang Yi and the others, forcing them to surrender their territory and resources. Chen Liangyu cautiously replied, "All right, but we must be wary of their counterattack. Although they believe their strength is completely superior, it is still unnecessary to take risks." But there is one thing they could never have anticipated. Every conversation of theirs was clearly heard by Yang Xin-Chen. As a result, Zhang Yi was aware of their plans. At this moment in the hideout, Zhang Yi slowly stood up from the sofa, his cold gaze fixed on the three leaders of the three bases who were preparing to take action. Chen Liangyu pointed with his index finger at Zhao Yu on the map. "The Zhao Yu port will belong to me. We will use this ship for our convoy." Gu Hongdai slowly pointed towards Yangshen. "I will take the oil refinery of Yangshen." Chen Liangyu, with a cold expression, also pointed at the steel mill of the Qingpo base. "The steel mill belongs to me." Chen Liangyu's gaze suddenly flashed with curiosity, and he said, "I just remembered that guy Zhang Yi. Where is his territory? But it doesn't matter. After all, he will have to yield to us eventually." Chen Liangyu and Gu Hongdai exchanged looks, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. They both wanted to know more about Zhang Yi, but no one knew much about him. Although no one said anything out loud, everyone tacitly understood that Zhang Yi was the leader of the most powerful force in Tianhai City at present. The area he occupied must also be the best. However, after the apocalypse, information between regions had been disrupted. Previously, they were too busy fighting for territory within their own cities to have the energy to care about other cities. Chen Liangyu suddenly smiled and said, "When the time comes, we will call that guy with the last name John to come over and let him lead us to see it. After all, by then, he will have to hand that place over to us." "That makes sense." Gu Hongdai and Chen Liangyu both nodded. The smile on their faces implied that all the powers in Tianhai City were already in their hands. At that moment, Gu Hongdai happened to glance at a tall figure outside the window. She turned her head and saw a white tower rising high in the distance, its peak covered in white snow, looking very quiet and mysterious. Gu Hongdai murmured, "Sanki Pagoda. The distance to seize Tianhai City is not far from here." Immediately after, she turned back to continue discussing the land distribution plan with Chen Liangyu. The night was silent. If it had been daytime, she might have seen a dark figure on the tower's summit. As the convoy passed by Sanki Pagoda, Zhang Yi stood atop the tower, coldly observing everything below. In his heart, he silently calculated the distance between himself and the convoy. When the convoy was only 500 meters away from Sanki Pagoda, he could clearly see them through his tactical scope. He slowly opened his right hand, and a dark spark suddenly appeared in his palm, dancing like a dark lightning bolt. Condensing the void, the dark spatial power rapidly expanded, dancing erratically like lightning, almost losing control. Zhang Yi clenched his fist, enveloping that dark void power, extending it into a nearly 2-meter-long void spear. After absorbing the remaining source of space, Zhang Yi had awakened his strongest ultimate move, condensing the void, shattering the black ink. This was the first time he used it to attack an enemy. Zhang Yi, feeling the wind rise, coldly gazed at the convoy passing by, activating the precise sniper skill, locking onto the center of the convoy. Then, he lifted the void spear, aimed at the target, and threw it with great force. With a whoosh, it penetrated the void. Immediately, the long black spear disappeared from Zhang Yi's sight, shooting towards the convoy in Day City, aided by the endless night. The world remained silent, with snowflakes gently falling. But a second later, centered around the ability user convoy of Day City, a massive sphere of darkness appeared on the ground. The dark sphere enveloped an area spanning thousands of square meters, utterly silent, as if it had always existed at that spot. Most of the vehicles in the convoy were covered, with fewer than 10 vehicles outside its range. Even those vehicles behind that were not engulfed vanished without a sound when they crashed into the dark sphere. The driver of the car behind hurriedly slammed on the brakes, seeing a gigantic chasm suddenly appear before him, his eyes revealing a look of sheer terror. He felt the threat of death. What is this? They stopped the car, not daring to move forward, their gazes filled with shock and fear. The scene was chaotic, and they still did not know what had happened to them. But soon after, that dark sphere vanished. Everything was swallowed up, leaving nothing behind, only a massive, smooth, hemispherical pit on the ground. Some of them got out of the car to assess the situation and gasped in horror. Just like that, there's no people, no cars, not even a speck of dust left behind. The terrifying sight before them made even seasoned warriors shudder in fear, cold sweat pouring down as their faces turned pale with horror. A terrifying ability caused someone to collapse to the ground, as if seeing a demon, releasing a loud cry of awe, and then frantically running away in the opposite direction. In the sky above the Sanki Pagoda, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly fixed upon the horizon of white snow, where a dark figure was running away frantically, but he paid no mind to it, casually using his communication device to say, "Net closure." He paused for less than a second, then added, "Leave no survivors." In the distance, on the snow-covered field, the superhumans of Tanhai City appeared from various directions. The superhumans from the 3 major bases, and Zhang Yi's group guarded one direction. Chen Jingguan raised his gun high and ordered his subordinates, "Kill, follow the leader's command and eliminate them all, leaving no one behind." Upon hearing the order, all the superhumans charged towards the few remaining vehicles from Day City. At this moment, the convoy was in complete chaos. A massive sphere of darkness suddenly emerged, engulfing nearly the entire convoy. On the few vehicles that had not been swallowed, the superhumans from Day City hurriedly tried to contact those who had been consumed. But unfortunately, they received no response. This time, Zhang Yi spared no one alive. He simply would not allow anyone to spread their power outside. Zhang Yi's complexion was slightly pale at this moment. For him, using the spatial spear was incredibly taxing. He had to immediately consume a large amount of superfood to replenish his energy. After that, he took a step forward, using 2 spatial doors to traverse through the void to the area consumed by the nothingness. Almost everything had been completely devoured. But deep down in the concave area, there lay a battered body face down. His face was no longer recognizable, as his entire body was soaked in blood and his flesh was barely intact. Yet he had survived the ultimate move of Zhang Yi. Clearly, he was an incredibly powerful enhancement system master, possibly one of the 3 leaders of Day City, Chen Liangyu, a Delta-level strongman of the enhancement system. Zhang Yi slowly stepped forward, his right hand drawing forth a sword forged from adamantium. "Don't play dead anymore. Can you really fool me?" Spear of Destruction was a new skill Zhang Yi had acquired after absorbing the incomplete essence of Yuan Kongye. Compared to Divine Power, the Spear of Destruction had a greater casting range and wider coverage area, compensating for Zhang Yi's shortcomings in wide-area attack capabilities and insufficient long-range attack intensity. However, it might not be able to kill Delta-level mutants or beastmen in one blow, like Chen Liangyu for instance. Zhang Yi carefully gripped the sword, raising his left hand with a spatial shield prepared for defense in front of him, taking one step at a time towards Chen Liangyu. Zhang Yi had not intended to strike, but once he made a move, he would adhere to the principle of, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But since you have offended me, I will eradicate the root." Today, not a single mutant from days entering Tianhai City would survive. Chen Liangyu's battered body convulsed on the ground. For Chen Liangyu, Zhang Yu's cautious demeanor seemed somewhat unnecessary. Just moments ago, he had relied on instinct to unleash all of his strength, barely avoiding being completely crushed like others under the might of the void. But every bone in his body was nearly shattered, and his internal organs were injured so severely that he could not even stand up on his own. Chen Liangyu was extremely terrified, and at the same time, he felt hazy standing at the brink of life and death. All those mixed emotions turned into anger. Chen Liangyu was furious with Zhang Ye. Why are you so strong yet pretend to be weak? If you had told us sooner, would we have dared to come here to cause trouble for you? Chen Liangyu struggled to lift his neck, glaring at Zhang Yi with a vicious look. In the final moments of his life, he let out a roar of rage from his throat. Why? Zhang Yi halted his steps 100 meters away from him, then casually opened a spatial gate, raising the sword in his right hand as if he were about to adjust the angle for his strike. Zhang Yi spoke calmly. What kind of reason is there? A single strike through the invisible gate pierced through Chen Liangyu's head. It's simply because you are too weak. Zhang Yi quickly absorbed the essence of Chen Liangyu. Zhang Yi stretched and said casually, "All right, let's see them next. I should rest well." Up until this moment, the Day City mutant invasion of Tanhai had been annihilated by 8 tenths along the way, including 2 Delta-level mutant leaders. Zhang Yi showed no emotions. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to his plans. When high-level mutants faced low-level mutants, the gap in strength was indeed overwhelmingly vast. His current feeling was just like when Bian Junwu first arrived in Tianhai. Even though they were both at the black level, he could easily overpower others. From another direction, a figure was desperately running through the snow, charging into a massive snowstorm. It was Chen Liangyu, one of the 3 leaders of the major powers in Day City, a beast-type esper whose transformed form was a pelican. Driven by the instincts of a predator, the moment Zhang Yi condensed the void, he sensed instantaneously that his life was in danger. Just a second later, he had already sprinted out of the range of the spear of destruction. Chen Liangyu turned his head to look back at the immense, dark space, feeling a deep-seated fear rising from the depths of his heart. He trembled and muttered, "Is this really a black-level mutant? Even the captain of the investigation team from Baoxu City would probably only reach this level. What kind of monster have we provoked? We must run away immediately, otherwise I will surely die." Chen Liangyu no longer cared about anything else. When faced with the threat of life and death, he was willing to abandon everything. However, while fleeing, a huge wall of fire suddenly blocked his path. Flames erupted into the sky, engulfing everything around him, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol. Chen Liangyu cried out in fear. It's him being forced back by the flames. He had no choice but to stop. He looked up and saw 2 mutants in front of him. One was a woman entirely covered in magma talismans, her eyes cold as blades, holding a massive bottle of liquor, gazing at him. Behind her stood a somewhat effeminate man, squinting and smiling. It was none other than the leader Yang Shen, Xiao Hong Lian, along with her deputy Zhu King Ting, who had been waiting here for a long time. Xiao Hong Lian spoke confidently, "I have been waiting for you." Zhang Yi did not pursue the remaining survivors, as the terrified children no longer needed him to expend any effort. Having absorbed the essence of Chen Liangyu, he returned to sit beneath the Sanqi Pagoda, taking out a chair to rest while awaiting news from the others. Half an hour later, everyone arrived one by one, each holding varying amounts of severed heads. They were all covered in frozen red snow, which was the blood that had congealed into ice. On their faces, smiles blossomed. This was because the enemies sent by the Day sect were all elites. Among them were quite a few anomalies. After killing them, and with Zhang Yi's permission, the anomalies from Tianhai City absorbed their essences. Except for some anomalies that Zhang Yi had obliterated into ashes, the others had provided a significant amount of energy to the anomalies of Tianhai City, especially to the cat and Liang Yu. In this battle, they had killed the most enemies and reaped the largest rewards. Xiao Hong Lion held her head high, approached Zhang Yi, and placed the severed head of Chen Liangyu at his feet. This was the leader of one of the 3 major forces in Day City, Chen Liangyu. Xiao Hong Lion's face clearly showed pride. After all, the elimination of the leader of a faction is an incredibly rare achievement in the entire Jiangnan region. But in front of Zhang Yi, Her attitude became even more respectful, a submission that stemmed from the depths of her heart. Previously, she might have felt a bit reluctant, yet after tonight, that sentiment had completely vanished, because everyone had witnessed Zhang Yi's strength with their own eyes. He was a being they could never hope to reach. Zhang Yi turned to Liang Yu and said, "Take stock and see if it matches what Xuan said." Liang Yu couldn't help but reply, "That might be a bit difficult, as most of the people have been chopped into pieces by you, and it's hard to tell what shape they were in." Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "That's true." Immediately after, his expression grew serious. "But tonight, no one is allowed to be negligent or lazy. I have already stated that no mutant from Day City is to be allowed to survive. Furthermore, everything that happened tonight must not be disclosed to anyone outside. Even if someone from Balaksu City asks, just tell them to come find me. Do you all understand?" His strength and abilities would likely be revealed sooner or later, but the longer it took, the better. For with each passing day, he had another opportunity to strike and take down the opponent by leveraging the information gap. He thought, moreover, if his true strength is exposed too early, he will be targeted by the Jiangnan district. Chen Jingguan was the first to step forward, responding frankly, "Yes, any request from the leader, we at the Chaowu base will absolutely adhere to, and will never violate." Xing Tian quickly added, "I feel the same way." Xiao Hong Lian, seeing others grabbing the opportunity, was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "What more is there to say? I am completely devoted to the leader now. Anyone who dares not listen to the leader, I, Xiao Hong Lian, will be the first not to spare him." After she finished speaking, everyone present looked at her oddly. At that moment, Xiao Hong Lian realized that in her heated moment, she had said something easily misunderstood. Zhang Yi was also somewhat speechless. She cleared her throat, implying that Zhang Yi should wave his hand. "Enough, everyone knows your intention. Explaining further at this time will only complicate things." Zhang Yi ordered all team members to eliminate all intruders, ensuring that they completely wiped out the enemies daring to attack Tanhai City, preventing them from having the opportunity to spread Zhang Yi's true strength everywhere and causing him more trouble. Xing Tian asked, "If the Jiangnan district inquires about us, how should we respond?" Zhang Yi replied with a light smile. "What else could we say? Just state that under the joint efforts of all the forces in Tianhai City, the invading enemy has been completely eradicated." Xing Tian scratched his head. "I'm worried they will be suspicious. Given our actual strength, there's no way we could have won so easily." Zhang Yi shook his head and said, "These matters don't need to be explained in too much detail to them. We are the victims. There's no issue with our legitimate self-defense. When the Jiangnan district established the Superpower Association, they publicly declared this. Furthermore, we have a letter they sent, which can prove that they were the ones who struck first. Why should the victim have to explain anything? As for why we managed to win so easily, the answer is even simpler. On the battlefield, situations can change rapidly, anything can happen, and we can leave them to guess. After all, the attention of the Jiangnan district is currently focused entirely on Linhai City, and they have no time to pay attention to the situation here. Zhang Yi is not afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. The group under his command immediately went to calm through the surrounding area, in case any enemies had managed to escape. In fact, this action is purely precautionary and holds little real significance, because the mutants from Day City had all been taken down by Zhang Yi. With just one move, the remaining ones were terrified to the core, as several mutants from Tianhai City diligently eliminated them. In the end, Zhang Yunai instructed Kexubio to use snow to fill up the gigantic hole he had created, and the scene quickly returned to normal. On the pristine white snow, there were no traces of blood left, as if nothing had ever happened. Kexubio and several others respectfully nodded in obedience to Zhang Yu's command. Just as the battle in Tianhai City ended, not far away in Linhai City, an even fiercer and more intense battle was beginning. This battle was being unified and commanded by the Military Operations Command Center in the Jiangnan region. At this moment, inside a shopping mall, members of the Eclipse team were in a warehouse enjoying food. Lying near the wide-open door were two corpses. The soup was still steaming but quickly grew cold. These two were a couple. After the apocalypse, they had occupied this warehouse and survived until now. Initially, they thought they could survive forever, waiting for the apocalypse to come to an end. But unexpectedly, they ultimately found themselves beneath the foreigner's blade. A short-haired man named Jin spoke up. "We've killed so many people here. The ones sent by the Jiangnan district to hunt us down are almost here. Captain, what do you plan to do? If we keep fighting them, we'll be in great danger." A man in a gray baseball cap and a fitted gray wool coat was selecting items from a shelf, finding a can of beef. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With just a slight exertion of his right hand, a fireball instantly erupted, melting the layer of ice on the can's surface. With a pop, the heated can was crushed in his hand, the lid sprang open. But instead of eating it himself, he turned and handed it to a girl in thick white sandals behind him. Then he tossed cans to the others in the house. The man in the baseball cap was the boss of the Eclipse team members, named Hal Inen Kyoma. Hearing this, he merely chuckled softly. His smile always gave others a sense of allure. He pointed his hand toward Jin Guji, a confident and arrogant gesture, and said, "Let them come. If we don't show the Eclipse team members strength, how will they willingly cooperate? Unlike us." Jin Gu grimaced in disdain. "You're always like this, fond of taking risks. Even with Kyoma around, the feeling of walking on a tightrope isn't particularly pleasant." Kyoma chuckled mischievously as he walked over to the witch Sanada in their group, then sat down on a cardboard box and said, "But right now, this is the most beneficial approach for us, isn't it? Don't worry, the Jiangnan region can't mobilize all their forces to deal with us. As far as I know, they have their own troubles to deal with, enough to leave them breathless. As long as we teach them a lesson they won't forget, making them realize we're not easy to provoke, we'll have a chance to negotiate." Kyoma smirked and held up his hand, forming a small L shape with his thumb and index finger. "Just a little gentle shock is all that's needed." Jin Gu pushed up his glasses, feeling helpless in the face of Kyoma's adventurous spirit. He glanced over at Kyoma, who was quietly eating canned beef, and said, "Kyoma, let's start the divination for today." But Sanada paid no attention to what he said. Kyoma smiled, reaching out to pat her head. "Let's get started." Sanada obediently nodded. She placed the can of beef down on her lap, wearing gloves, revealing a pair of exceptionally fair hands, and then slowly bringing her right hand to her temples. In the next moment, she actually drew from her mind a rolled-up piece of paper. This scene caused all those present to widen their eyes. Even the young man cooking nearby was incredibly excited. "It's here. It's here. I love watching Sanada predict fortunes." Sanada spread the scroll out on the ground, and then pulled out from her person a vial of red liquid. Perhaps due to her body temperature, this liquid did not freeze. She opened the cap, and a faint pungent smell wafted through the air. Sanada's right hand paused in midair. A strange force began to gather in her palm, eventually transforming into a delicate brush. Sanada's expression became solemn, her eyes gaining a layer of mist. She dipped the brush into the red liquid, then quickly took the brush to write on rolled-up paper. After a moment, the long parchment suddenly filled with red characters, an eerie aura emanating from these red letters. Once she finished the fortune-telling, Sanada put the brush away. However, after completing these actions, she seemed a bit weakened. Some people hurried over to check the fortune, while others pretended to be nonchalant. Yet their eyes couldn't help but glance in this direction. Kyoma raised the scroll again, then examined it carefully. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The corners of his mouth curled more and more. "They are coming, and there are many more people," he said, his expression filled with confidence. Jundu's face was filled with disdain, and he clicked his tongue. Some people had calm faces, others looked very excited. Kyoma raised his head to look at everyone, and began to assign tasks one by one. "Takazawa and Gasai, you two go to the southeast. Taku, you go to the west. The people there suit you very well," Kyoma ordered. They nodded to receive the order and immediately took their weapons and left the warehouse. Taku had a lazy look on his face, didn't say anything, just quietly carried his long sword and left. Kyoma muttered, "You go east. Today your luck is there." A black man as big as a 2 meters tall bear, holding a guitar case in his hand, also went out. Kyoma based on the divination in Sanada's scroll to assign tasks to his subordinates. Soon, more than half of the people in the room were empty. The short-haired high school student named Nishi Monjido was completely indifferent to these things, just smiling and cooking his meal. Kyoma approached him, then knelt down and took a silver spoon from his chest, scooping a spoonful into his mouth. Immediately, a look of enjoyment spread across his face. Truly a wonderful flavor. He said, "I can finally eat my fill." It was unclear whether his words referred to the food or the upcoming battle. In Linhai City, although those in the Jiangnan district headquarters had not yet arrived, they closely tracked the positions of the Eclipse team members using satellite positioning. On the operations side, Minister Tu Yun Lai personally took charge of command. However, though he was said to be in command, in reality, he was more of an observer. The Jiangnan Special Abilities Alliance had just been established, and currently, the various external special forces within the city were not entirely following their orders. According to intelligence from the operations department, 10 special forces had formed a siege from all directions. The civilian population began to close in from the southeast. The force from this direction was the Pangjialu organization from Hetuan City. This time, he brought along 20 elites, among whom 6 were extraordinary special ability users. The remaining members were skilled marksmen, scouts, and demolition experts. When executing their operations, the 10 forces had previously made an agreement. They would encircle and eliminate the Eclipse team members from different directions. For the organization from Nationen, no one is allowed to be negligent. After all, this is the powerful organization that has annihilated all forces of a city. The mutant organization Hetuan cautiously moved forward through the snow and rain. The captain of the city's mutant team, Hetuan, maintained communication at all times with other forces through the communication device. "I am Peng Jiaoluo. We are getting close to the designated area," he announced through the device. On the other end, the voices of others quickly came through. "We have also reached the outskirts of the designated area. We will arrive shortly, in 3 minutes." "Good. After everyone arrives at the predetermined location, we will tighten our encirclement. And we must not be complacent or underestimate the enemy. Avoid acting recklessly," Peng Jiaolu ordered. "Huh. Does that even need to be said? Those who have managed to survive until now are hardly reckless, right?" he added, his tone full of confidence. Peng Jiaolu hung up the phone, not rushing to enter the target area yet. Just when he intended to order the scouts to reconnoiter the surrounding terrain first, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a man slowly approaching from within the city, walking down the street. The man had slightly long hair and was dressed in solid black combat gear. He was taken aback. "Is he coming alone?" Peng Jiaolu was somewhat astonished and felt a bit tense inside. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle, staying alert for any potential ambush nearby. "Be careful, don't act rashly. Let's see what he wants to do first," he commanded. At the same time, he reported through the communication channel. "This is Peng Jiaoluo. We have encountered the enemy, and there's only one of him." On the other end, a somewhat surprised voice responded. "Only one? Didn't they have a dozen people?" "Be cautious. The others may be lurking somewhere, watching to see what he intends to do," the voice warned. Just as Peng Jiaolu was about to continue speaking, a sudden burst of ear-piercing electric noise rang in his ears, vibrating so intensely that it hurt. Peng Jiaolu frowned, ready to curse, but then noticed that the man had stopped a few hundred meters away from them. The man casually tucked his left hand into his pants pocket, with a cold expression as he looked in their direction. His right hand then retrieved the coin, placing it between his thumb and forefinger. A surge of white electricity suddenly erupted from his body. That coin, like a supercharged bullet from an electromagnetic cannon, pierced through space, hurtling towards the people of Hetuan City. The lightning strike was too fast, and no one expected him to suddenly take action. Immediately, one of the mutants was hit by the first bullet, his chest pierced through. A large charred hole was exposed on his chest, eyes wide open in disbelief, and then his head lolled to the side as he died lifelessly. Peng Jiaolu was shocked and exclaimed, "He's alone, yet he dares to take the initiative to attack." He was completely unprepared. Clearly, they are the hunters, and the other party is the prey. But why does the prey dare to actively strike back at the hunters? The hot blood in Peng Jiaolu surged instantly. That damn bastard! Kill him! No matter how good-tempered Peng Jiaolu was, he could not endure watching the other party kill his subordinate right before his eyes. He let out a roar, and suddenly his entire body began to swell, golden light enveloping him. His muscles bulged, his tall figure grew, and in an instant, he transformed into a 5-meter-tall golden statue. That was Peng Jiaolu, from the Hetuan City Brigade. Although they were caught off guard, they clearly had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, with Peng Jielu at the level of a great powerhouse standing guard, there was naturally no fear in facing Takizawa Takashi, who was alone. Peng Jielu and the others were very confident because the advantage lay in their hands. At this moment, each member of the team was unlocking their supernatural abilities, aiming to take down Takizawa Takashi. However, from a distance, a melodious tune suddenly rang out. This sound was powerful and somewhat reminiscent of a flute, spreading through the concrete buildings of the city and reaching the group of supernatural beings in Hetuan City. Soon after, the scene before everyone began to transform in strange and distorted ways. The light became chaotic, resembling countless colorful butterflies fluttering in front of them. The entire space seemed to warp. Their minds felt dizzy, losing control, even unsure of where their limbs were. Peng Jielu shouted loudly, "It's the ability of a psychic-type supernatural being." He covered his ears and yelled, reminding the other supernatural beings to cover their ears quickly. However, just as the music played, Takizawa Takashi raised both hands. Between his fingers, 8 coins were tightly gripped, aimed straight at the opponents. The electromagnetic cannon was immediately activated. Silver arcs of lightning wildly appeared in the sky. Each stream of electricity shot out from the coins, creating 8 blinding streaks of light like silver lightning bolts rushing directly towards Peng Jielu. The conflict in the area of Peng Jielu has attracted the attention of 9 other forces. They are communicating with each other through various channels, including Lai Tianlong from Yunju City. Unfortunately for the mutants in Hetuan City, they were attacked unexpectedly. It seems that someone is trying to break through from their position. One person on the communication channel posed the question, should we go there to support them? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and silent. After a while, someone else spoke up, how about we go take a look at the situation? However, this question also received no response. The rewards for this mission are exceptionally generous. The one who achieves the greatest merit even has the opportunity to be entrusted with the leadership of the entire Linhai city. However, the rewards are limited, while the number of participating forces has risen to 10, making competition fierce. If the group of Peng Jielu were to fight to the death with Eclipsing Moon, depleting the forces of both sides, it would be good news for the remaining factions. Nevertheless, there are still individuals with different thoughts. The army under the command of Li Tianlong in Yunju City is still waiting for orders on the spot, hesitating about when to go and support Peng Jielu. Suddenly, a storm arose in the sky. Li Tianlong looked up, his eyes filled with alertness, and saw a hazy figure slowly descending from a tall building where his team was hiding. He shouted, "Who is there?" The silver light from the sword flashed in the air, illuminating the dark room, where everyone was hiding. Tsukamoto Nobunaga dashed through the crowd, swift as lightning, killing 5 people before anyone could react. Li Tianlong stood dazed, unable to help but exclaim inwardly, "What is going on?" He was astonished not by the strength of the fighter, but by his actions. It seemed that Nobunaga knew exactly where they were hiding. However, they clearly had satellite support from the Jiangnan headquarters, with accurate intelligence that was superior to their opponents. Yet in the end, they had been discovered first by the enemy. Before Lai Tianlong could recover from his shock, Tsukamoto Nobunaga charged straight toward him. Not only his team but within just a few minutes, nearly all the other mutant factions were also unexpectedly attacked by Eclipsing Moon. They had been hiding so carefully, just waiting for a signal to launch a simultaneous attack. But it was as if their every move had been seen through by the enemy, leaving them completely reactive. At the command center of the Jiangnan headquarters, the sharp eyes of Tu Yunlai, resembling those of an eagle, were intently watching the screen. Through the communication devices carried by the 10 mutant organizations, he was able to monitor all the unfolding events. Even he did not expect that they would be ambushed so suddenly. How could it come to this? Have we inadvertently leaked information? Tu Yunlai quickly dismissed that thought. He asserted, "It's impossible. Only our main headquarters can accurately determine the location of each faction." His gaze swept across the entire command center, glancing over each staff member present. After a moment of consideration, he shook his head again, once more rejecting that idea. The security level of the command center was guaranteed at the highest level. Every piece of information sent from here was tightly controlled. No one could breach the security system to relay information to the enemy. He deduced, then it's highly likely that this is some kind of ability, a detection power that can cover such a large area. Tu Yunlai's eyes became even sharper. He sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly complex and unpredictable. The sudden turn of events caught all factions off guard. Initially, the 10 factions fell into chaos due to the ambush, resulting in a loss of some combat strength. However, being powerful figures, they quickly stabilized their positions. Especially when they discovered that the attackers were not the entire members of Eclipsing Moon, but only 1 or 2 individuals, they began to feel more at ease. In the eastern part of the city, the team from Bacheng, led by Lei Guquan, was facing a strange opponent. It was a man dressed in a suit, with a muscular build like a bear, holding a case containing a violin. Lei Guquan frowned, thinking to himself, is he the only one? Could these Neon country people be lacking in their senses? Don't they see that we have over 50 people from 2 forces here? With just one person, it's like he is seeking death. Not wanting to waste time, Lei Guquan decisively ordered, kill. There was no possibility for negotiation between the 2 sides, and moreover, Lei Guquan did not understand what the opponent was saying. Immediately, 10 sharpshooters were deployed. They use high-energy bullets specially designed for superhumans, which have been specifically authorized by the Jiangnan District Headquarters, all aimed directly at the man, Daku Yanin. However, as the bullets flew towards him, Daku Yanin showed no intention of dodging. He simply smiled quietly, then slowly removed his suit and opened the violin case. Thud, thud. The bullets hit his body, tearing his clothes but failing to penetrate his skin. Daku Yanin's body, with skin as tough as stainless steel, stood there like an unbeatable machine. A powerful muscular layer, honed to the point of resembling dark steel, was clearly visible inside. Meng Shucheng calmly commented, so it turns out to be an enhancer mutant. He continued to explain, high-energy rounds have a much greater destructive power than armor-piercing bullets. Even mutants can die if hit by such bullets. However, among the different types of mutants, enhancer types are truly monsters. Their abilities are not extravagant. They focus on augmenting the basic capabilities of the body. Because it is a physical mutation, their bodies reach a level comparable to that of a tank or even a fortress. They have the ability to become immune to ammunition and even small firearms. Lei Guquan glanced at Meng Shucheng. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. What's there to be afraid about enhancer mutants? Meng Shucheng also smiled back, his voice full of confidence. There's truly no need to worry. Both understood the reason for that confidence. They were also enhancer mutants with overwhelming strength, coupled with the support of a team of 50 elite subordinates. They were certain they could not be defeated by just one opponent. Soon after, both Meng Shucheng and Lei Guquan activated their enhancement abilities. A vague black light enveloped Meng Shucheng's whole body. In particular, his long hair quickly spread, like a living membrane, even enveloping his body, creating an image that was both powerful and terrifying. Each black strand of Meng Shucheng's hair gleamed coldly, sharper than even the finest blades, capable of cutting gold and slicing through jade with ease. Meanwhile, Lei Guquan pulled 2 heavy black iron staffs from behind his back. The staffs served both as personal weapons and defensive tools, ready to launch an attack at any moment. At that moment, Daku Yanin opened the violin case, revealing a peculiar weapon, a spear with a unique design. When fully assembled, the spear stretched over 3 meters long, its flat spearhead resembling a finely sharpened blade. Gripping the spear tightly, Daku Yanin's cold gaze swept over the group of mutants from both sides. He mumbled something in Neon country. The prophecy of Sanada Mai is indeed very accurate. Without hesitation, Lei Guquan shouted out an order. Advance! Kill him! Dozens of mutants immediately charged towards Daku Yanin, encircling him from all sides. Various powers began to manifest, radiating from their bodies, creating a scene of chaos. At the same time, Lei Guquan and Meng Shucheng, both skilled sharpshooters, relentlessly bombarded Daku Yanin from afar, attacking him without pause. However, in the face of the relentless assault, Daku Yanin merely swung the finely crafted spear in his hand with indifference. A sudden whirlwind erupted, swirling fiercely around his entire body. When the tempest subsided, Daku Yanin's form had completely transformed. He had turned into a gigantic demonic beast over 3 meters tall, completely covered in thick, long fur. Lai Gokong stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not expected his opponent to be a beast-type mutant of mythic level, taking on the fearsome form of a demonic beast Zhao Hu. Deku Yanin, the owner of the Beastman power with the strength of the mythical demonic beast Zhao Hu, stood there with an imposing presence. In his hand was a sharp spear forged from refined steel. His cold eyes swept across all the mutants around him, like a predator observing its prey. Aware that Lai Gokong and Meng Shu-chang were attacking from the front and the back, he merely executed a simple horizontal slash, using himself as the center and rotating. A flash of blue blade light illuminated the air, creating a stunning yet lethal arc. In that moment, two Delta-class enhanced mutants were cleaved in two, their upper and lower bodies separated, falling to the ground amidst the horror of their comrades. In the world of mutants, when there is an absolute discrepancy in rank, sheer numbers cannot compensate for strength. Lai Gokong and Meng Shu-chang, the leaders of two major factions, despite having trained their bodies thousands of times, could not withstand Deku Yanin's slash. More accurately, they didn't even have time to react to the assault. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were sliced in half, a horrifying and unbelievable sight. There is nothing in the world that cannot be broken, only speed that cannot be surpassed. This saying was entirely true in that situation. Only when the bodies of Lai Gokong and Meng Shu-chang fell to the ground did those around realize what had happened. The space filled with the agonizing moans of the two leaders. The manner in which Deku Yanin executed this act was even more painful and brutal than killing them outright. The mutants of the enhancement system, with their fierce vitality, do not immediately die even when cut in half in the freezing weather. But death is merely a matter of time, and now is the moment for Deku Yanin to torture them. Dozens of mutants and elite soldiers encircling him are so terrified they freeze in place, their courage to attack fading away in an instant. Some turn to flee, screaming in panic, "Help! Help!" The remaining ones exclaim in disbelief, "It can't be! Two Delta-level mutants with immense power couldn't withstand a single strike. What the hell is going on?" But Deku Yanin has no intention of stopping. His voice rings out cold and ruthless. "Since you've come this far, don't expect to leave. Today will be your funeral." After saying that, he lunges forward like a raging torrent, the gigantic blacksmith's axe in his hand swinging up, slaughtering with ease as if a hot knife cutting through butter. His unmatched strength, when facing mutants of black level and below, leads them completely unable to resist, even when clad in battle gear. The scene of unilateral carnage unfolds as he crushes everything. Bodies fall without a trace of resistance, blood staining the ground red. This horrifying spectacle is closely monitored by Tu Yun Lai, observing from the command center, who watches the whole scene unfold on the screens. All personnel at the center cannot hide their terror. The joint army of the two forces outside the city, which was considered a powerful force, is being slaughtered by Deku Yanin from Mikwok as easily as chopping vegetables and meat. Tu Yun Lai's gaze grew increasingly serious as he murmured his analysis. At the very least, they must reach the level of elite members of the investigation team, or even above the vice captain. This group of monsters is indeed not ordinary. It's no surprise they can wreak havoc in Guangdong, leaving the Cloud Departure Organization powerless to act against them. For Deku Yanin, the battle unfolded quickly and efficiently. In the end, more than 50 people were left with no survivors. Those who came here were the finest from various forces outside the city, with nearly half being anomalous beings. After killing them, Deku Yanin comfortably consumed their inherent anomaly. Although he had reached this level, absorbing lower-ranked anomalous beings would no longer significantly enhance his power. But the sheer quantity could compensate somewhat for the lack of quality. He said with satisfaction, "What a delightful feast." The corners of Deku Yanin's mouth curved into a smile filled with contentment as he wondered whether the Jiangman district could send a little more quality food his way. Tu Yun Lai stared intently at Deku Yanin's face, unable to shake the feeling of worry in his heart. Jiangnan was about to confront a group from the Neon country that was not an easy opponent. Tu Yun Lai ordered his subordinates, "Switch the screen to Peng Jielu." His subordinate replied, "Yes." Soon, the screen shifted to the scene of Peng Jielu. Tu Yun Lai muttered to himself, "Peng Jielu is 1 against 2. I wonder if he can gather any useful information." On He Tuan's side, Peng Jialu's team was facing Takezawa Takafumi and Agasuma Nanako. A team of 20 superhumans was up against a duo wielding super electromagnetic cannons and mysterious sound waves. But the outcome of the battle was leaning entirely in favor of the opponents. Takezawa Takafumi quickly killed 3 people and continually unleashed electromagnetic blasts toward Peng Jialu's group. Peng Jialu had recognized the presence of Agasuma Nanako. He noted, "The guy in the corner is using sound techniques to disrupt my mind, so I have to deal with him first." However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Agasuma Nanako was hiding behind a snow mound, using the 8-hole flute in his hand to attack with sound waves. As the others were about to counterattack Takezawa Takafumi, they suddenly felt strange changes occurring in their bodies. It felt like they were drowning, as if a liquid force was surging within their organs. Peng Jialu exclaimed in astonishment. This kind of ethereal sound attack can penetrate defenses, invade the body, and is not merely a simple illusionary assault. Peng Jialu also sensed the power of this force, and hastily utilized his abilities to protect his body. He had to endure the ethereal sound attack from Agasuma Nanako, while Takezawa Takafumi was still watching them from not far away. Peng Jialu refused to sit and wait for death. His indestructible diamond body was a powerful ability that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Agasuma Nanako's techniques were not enough to kill him. He realized that Takezawa Takafumi's abilities were primarily for long-range combat, so he needed to get closer. As long as he quickly killed Takezawa Takafumi, the power of the figure lurking in the shadows would no longer be too terrifying. The golden body of Peng Jialu emitted a dazzling light. The power surged forth, and he charged rapidly toward Takezawa Takafumi. Takezawa Takafumi frowned as the electromagnetic cannon in his hand continuously unleashed attacks aimed at Peng Jialu. Peng Jialu did not dodge. He deliberately chose to use his body to withstand the blows in order to quickly close the distance with Takezawa Takafumi. A golden light enveloped Peng Jialu's entire body, and the coins, imbued with power like cannonballs, rained down upon him, causing his muscles to cave in. Subsequently, his flesh was crushed, and the coins embedded deeply within his body. Takezawa Takafumi was somewhat surprised and remarked, "So it turns out that this does not penetrate his defense. He has some skill." Relying on his strong physical power, Peng Jialu managed to hold firm against those coins. The wounds on his body were merely superficial. A moment later, Peng Jialu charged towards Takezawa Takafumi. His radiant golden fist, filled with all his strength, struck directly at Takezawa Takafumi's head. Takezawa Takafumi's pupils constricted as electric currents enveloped his arms, quickly shielding his head for protection. With a deafening crash, the blow sent Takezawa Takafumi flying hundreds of meters away. Agasuma Nanako also recognized the strength of Peng Jialu. The sound of the 8-hole flute in the air grew more intense, supporting his teammates. Very quickly, Peng Jialu sensed something was swirling and screaming through the air, attacking his body. That was Agasuma Nanako's ability. Kamitachi, a type of mythical creature from Nation MB, manifested as a whirlwind and attack humans with crescent-like claws. It could use ethereal sounds to instill panic in its opponents, and could also employ sound resonance to directly assault the internal organs, causing them to explode from within. Despite possessing an invulnerable diamond body, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, the strength of Peng Jialu was formidable and could be likened to a war chariot. Yet, his internal organs remained vulnerable. Peng Jialu was concentrating all of his energy on attacking Takezawa Takafumi, but was unable to fend off the assault of Kamitachi. A small groan escaped him, and the corner of his mouth glimmered with blood. But at that moment, no one could come to his aid. In a very short time, all of his subordinates had been killed by these two individuals, and Peng Jialu was also obliterated. When the power disparity is too great, the actual number no longer matters in the battle between the mutants. In the city of Hetuan, Peng Jialu, with his indestructible diamond-like body, ultimately perished under the assault of 2 members of Eclipsing Moon. Takezawa Takafumi emerged from the cloud of dust, one of his arms completely broken. He felt a bit astonished, as the opponent before him was clearly tougher to deal with than he had imagined. Agasuma Nanako looked at him and said, "That was close. If it weren't for my help, you would have had a tough time taking down this big guy. So, why don't you leave him to me?" Takezawa Takafumi replied, his voice displeased. Hemph. If it were one-on-one, I could absolutely defeat him. It's just that his support is too overwhelming, causing me to waste quite a bit of energy. Akasuma Nanako narrowed her eyes and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Come on. His abilities specifically counter yours, while I'm the one who counters his very existence. So this time, I'm the main force. Takezawa's face was difficult to look at, but he was powerless and could not refute. Hemph. Next time, the essence of the next person will be mine. In fact, that was indeed the case. If his abilities were suppressed, he could only unleash half of his power. Akasuma Nanako, indifferent to his expression, continued forward, absorbing the essence of Peng Jielu. At the command center in Baoxu City, the scenes on the screen disappeared one by one, leaving only the images of snowflakes drifting lightly. As the combat time prolonged, the equipment used to observe the real-time situation was gradually destroyed. Tu Yunlai did not see any battlefield where they had the upper hand. On the contrary, in under 5 minutes of combat, 3 factions were completely wiped out. Tu Yunlai remained calm, watching everything unfold without saying a word. Meanwhile, the staff at the command center quickly utilized the remaining footage to record all information about the Eclipsing Moon members, then compiled it into a document. An hour later, the final force lost communication. An observation staff member turned to report this news to Tu Yunlai. Report, all 10 mutant task teams of the entire military have been wiped out. The transmission device has received the information from Eclipsing Moon. Tu Yunlai coldly said, I understand. Although he did not display any emotions on his face, the fluctuation in his eyes could not be concealed. He ordered, immediately compile all the documents. I will report to Zhu Shuai. The staff member responded, yes. In the shopping center, Hal and Yoma only ate a little before walking to the window, hands in his pockets, peacefully gazing down at the city before him. He murmured, this is the land of wealth and stability from the mainland, where our predecessors fell so that those who follow could rise, wanting to obtain it. Linhai City in the Jiang Nation H district was not particularly large, but in terms of prosperity, it was quite decent for Hao and Yoma coming to Xu Dongjing. This place held a unique allure, that sense of solidity from the continent. The people of Niam country had a deep-seated awareness of caution for centuries. The instability of the island nation made them always dream of becoming a nation on the mainland. After the apocalypse arrived, the fear of being an isolated island amidst the vast ocean became even more severe, to the extent that extreme factions like theirs, with radical ideologies, wanted to land on the mainland, aiming to develop and grow stronger. Eclipsing Moon was the most extreme pioneering unit among them. The door suddenly swung open, and one by one, the members of the mission team returned. Some appeared quite relaxed, while others bore minor wounds. Deku Yanjin still wore his suit, casually sitting on the sofa, his expression indifferent showing just how easy this mission was for him. The faces of the Eclipsing Moon members were lit with smiles as they recounted their opponents, and how they dealt with them. Nanako excitedly bragged, I'm telling you, this mission was really a piece of cake. If I hadn't been here, you might not have finished it. Kizawa, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, Nanako. At that moment, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from outside the door. Something slammed against the door. Everyone turned their eyes toward the source of the noise, and saw Nobunaga lazily pushing the door open, his long sword hanging at his side. However, his right hand was dragging along a person covered in red fluid. Chinyuji frowned upon seeing the person and asked, Is this the prisoner you captured? Tsukamoto Nobunaga replied, focusing only on killing isn't enough. We're up against a formidable force. If we can gather some information about them, that would be excellent. Nobunaga leaned down to look at the leader of the force in Wenju City, Li Tianlong. This guy is the ringleader. He must know quite a bit of information. Right. At that moment, Li Tianlong suddenly widened his eyes in anger, using all his strength to shout, You mixed-blood Japanese. Go ahead and kill me, I won't say a word. Nobunaga frowned, not understanding what Li Tianlong was saying. Nobunaga asked, Do any of you understand what he's saying? The short-haired high school student, Nae, who previously stayed at the mall, chuckled and said, The combat uniform comes with a translation system. Nobunaga replied, I don't like wearing that. It will affect my draw speed. Nae shrugged helplessly. How about I do it then? He stood up and walked in front of the exhausted Li Tianlong, his voice still resolute. "Don't even think about it. I won't say anything." Li Tianlong glared at Nai, speaking in the fiercest tone he could muster at that moment. Yet it appeared weak beyond belief. Nai smiled kindly as he approached him without any irritation. "It's all right. You will tell me." Li Tianlong sneered. "Haha, don't dream." But Li Tianlong's voice suddenly stopped as Nai had placed both hands on either side of his head. Li Tianlong's eyes rolled back and his whole body became sluggish. An ethereal pair of hands reached out from Nai's chest and then plunged forcefully into Li Tianlong's skull. Hao-Yuan Kiyoma was outside smoking, and when he walked in, he saw Li Tianlong's body collapsing to the ground. The man had lost consciousness. Nai smiled brightly and adjusted his glasses. "Boss, I have gathered all the information about them. This time, we really did cause quite a commotion." The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turned into madness, his expression excited like a teenager who had accomplished something earth-shattering. "The entire Jiangnan area is now encircling us. Oh, how they wish to kill us. I never expected we would escape to this place and still create such a big stir." Jinuji looked at him with disdain. "This is nothing to be happy about. It just brings us unnecessary trouble." Jinuji continued. "If we really anger them, and they use all their strength to deal with us, then even if Yumi is here, it will be difficult for us to retreat completely." Ni made a face at Jinuji and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Jinuji. I just confirmed this." A strange light was reflected in his glasses. The two top combat investigation teams among the 6 teams of the Jiangnan Major Region. Now only 2 teams remained at headquarters, and 1 team had just lost a captain. Now is our best chance. Hao-Yuan Kiyoma heard Nisi's words. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He put his hands in his pockets and said, "Tell everyone the story of the memory you discovered." Nai, a person with mental powers, known as Enlightenment Ghost, can explore the memories of others. When talking about the main issue, he was very serious. Currently, the Jiangnan area still has 13 cities guarded by a large mutant organization, of which their headquarters is Baoxu City. He told everyone the important memories he had discovered in Li Tianlong's mind. After listening, Hao-Yuan Kiyoma sat on a cardboard box, his eyes dark. He is relying on this information to plan his battle. Hao-Yuan Kiyoma emphasized, "The ones attacking us are the forces of the 12 outer towers. These guys are not a major threat to us, but the real danger lies with the official forces in Baoxu City. For now, Baoxu City cannot take action, and looking at the fact that they dispatched troops from the outer city to deal with us proves that they also do not want to lose their elite army." Jinuji asked, "What you mean is that there is still room for negotiation?" "Right." Hao-Yuan Kiyoma nodded. "Perhaps it wasn't possible before, but now it is." He spread his arms wide, laughing joyfully. "We have shown them our strength. Now we have the right to negotiate with them." Jinuji replied, "But I think they won't easily meet our demands. After all, their true elite army has not yet been deployed." He pushed up his glasses, his expression serious. "This time, only the vanguard has been sent. Their purpose is to test our strength. Next time, it might be 6 of their investigating teams." Hearing this, Nobunaga slowly shifted his gaze towards Jinuji and Hao-Yuan. The others also withdrew their smiles. Jinuji continued, "After all, this is a special tactical force of the Grand District, and their strength is completely incomparable to these people. Who knows? It might turn into a fierce battle." The smile on Hao-Yuan Kiyoma's face did not fade. "Isn't that an inevitable experience? If we want to claim this land and take the first step toward annexation, we must go through a fierce battle." He even seemed a bit proud. That individual discovered a new world and died in battle against the locals. But his discovery changed the course of the entire world, bringing immense wealth to the country. As pioneers, we will also be recorded in history. Hao-Yuan Kiyoma passionately delivered his speech. His confident and refreshing voice carried a powerful, inspiring strength. The others were also stirred by his enthusiasm. Nai immediately agreed. "Exactly, big brother. We are the pioneers and will have the privilege to enjoy this land." Nobunaga also shouted with fervor. "Samurai never backs down." Nanako's fighting spirit was rising. "I can't wait any longer." Hao-Yuan Kiyoma looked towards the girl, who had been sitting silently there, then continued the story. "Moreover, we still have this trump card, and luck will always be on our side. The faces of everyone revealed different expressions. Ever since they agreed to follow Hao and Kyoma onto that icebreaker, they had prepared themselves mentally. Nai suddenly pointed towards the unconscious Li Tianlong. Is this guy still useful? If not, I will have him for dinner. Hao and Kyoma replied. For now, he is still somewhat useful. He stared intently at Li Tianlong, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. We can let him return to inform the upper class in the Jiangnan region that we are proponents of peace, who do not favor killing. If we can negotiate peacefully, that would be even better. In Baoxu, the headquarters of the operations center, at Zhu Jiang's office, Tu Yunlai approached Zhu Jiang and personally handed him the damage report. Zhu Jiang examined each report, his gaze sharpening significantly. When he reached the final report, his eyes rarely wavered, and he exclaimed, "Impossible." With a loud slap, he placed the stack of documents he was holding on the table, then stared intently at Tu Yunlai, saying, "No matter how powerful the Eclipsing Moon is, they cannot easily wipe out our 10 mutant teams like this. Not to mention them, even our investigation teams couldn't accomplish this. In less than an hour, 13 people, and not even all of them have been deployed, have managed to eliminate all 10 of our mutant teams. The leaders of each mutant team are Delta-level experts. If it had truly been 6 investigation teams acting, they wouldn't have been able to do it so neatly and decisively." Tu Yunlai replied, "Under normal circumstances, such an outcome would indeed be impossible. This is on our territory, and we have advantages in every aspect. They should be like blind men, played with at our fingertips. Worse still, we should also inflict losses on them. However, I had anticipated all possibilities. Yet this result caught me off guard. I believe the opponent has some methods to grasp our intelligence." Zhu Jiang stared intently at Tu Yunlai, each word carefully articulated. "If there is something to say it directly. Don't play games with me." Tu Yunlai responded. "Either there is a traitor in the operations department who has somehow leaked information and the locations of the 10 mutant teams, or one of their mutants possesses reconnaissance abilities, accurately grasping all our movements and deployments." He pointed to the reports scattered across the table. "I have analyzed it thoroughly. The main reason Eclipsing Moon was able to achieve such a swift victory is because the mutants they dispatched just happened to have the ability to counter our formations in that direction. You must understand that in a surprise battle, if the abilities are countered, the combat effectiveness of the mutants will be significantly reduced. In fact, under conditions of complete suppression, mutants can become utterly worthless." Tu Yunlai clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. "For Eclipsing Moon, we absolutely do not have enough intelligence. Initially, we could have requested Neum Country to provide intelligence regarding the abilities of these drifters." Zhu Jiang's face darkened, his tone becoming colder. "You are right, that makes sense. But those cunning individuals use the excuse that these people are not official drifters of Neum Country, fundamentally refusing to provide important intelligence. They only wish for these individuals to cause chaos on our land. How could they genuinely want to help us? But even so, what can be done?" Zhu Jiang's tone was somewhat angry. "A small wandering organization. Can we not handle it? This matter has actually been known by many countries and regions, and they are observing. Therefore, we must win clearly, so that they see that they must die on this land, handled by our own hands. Only in this way can we demonstrate our strength, making the petty people around us tremble in fear. Our nation is not a place that anyone can invade." Tu Yunlai certainly knew that Zhu Jiang was angry. Although he did not say much, the blazing fire in his eyes seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. After a moment of thought, he earnestly said, "Zhu Shuai, we cannot let them continue their rampage like this. I request to personally lead a team to Lin Hai City to eliminate these wandering people." Zhu Jiang did not hesitate to refuse Tu Yunlai's proposal immediately. "No, you and the Yan Yun team are our most important forces to protect Baoxu City. You absolutely cannot leave. Your responsibility is to protect our vital base." Zhu Jiang clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and gazed at the ceiling. The strength of the mutant organization in the outskirts is still too weak, not systematically trained. When faced with a slightly stronger enemy, they will panic. This time dealing with Eclipsing Moon should still be left to the investigation team. Hearing this, Tu Yunlai narrowed his eyes. "Zhu Shuai, forgive me, but I must say that this time the opponent is quite unusual. Currently, only the God Team and the Black Robe Squad can act. However, after the death of Bian Junwoo, the strength of the Black Robe Squad has been severely affected, and they cannot complete an A-level mission at the moment. As for the God Team, Tu Yunlai paused for a moment before continuing. Deng Shentong is still a bit impetuous and not mature enough, so I don't feel very reassured. The corner of Zhu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. He was aware that Tu Yunlai and Deng Shentong had always been at odds. Zhu Jing replied, "The God Team is currently the highest scoring team among the 6 investigation teams. They complete all missions very smoothly. We need to have faith in their strength. However, what you said also makes sense." Zhu Jing's expression was extremely serious, narrowing his eyes as he thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, then emphasized, "We cannot afford to fail again. Therefore, in this operation, we need not only to mobilize the God Team, but also to gather additional forces." Tu Yunlai's eyes lit up. "Then let me leave 500 Yun guards to join." Zhu Jing immediately refused. "No, I told you. This is not your mission. The foundation of Baoxu City is the 6 investigation teams and 5,000 Yun guards. The investigation team is in charge of the investigation outside and quell the rebellion. The Yun guards are in charge of guarding Baoxu City. Any problem that occurs to any side is an unacceptable loss to Baoxu City." Zhu Jing applied a military management regime to Baoxu City, so of course there had to be strict discipline, and they would not be allowed to arbitrarily exceed their duties. Tu Yunlai really wasn't willing to lose this opportunity, but seeing Zhu Jing's determined attitude, he didn't say anything more. Zhu Jing thought for a moment and then said, "Mobilize another group of strong people from other cities. The main purpose of the previous battle was to grasp the situation. Now we have to attack. Let's gather excellent mutants together. This battle must be successful at once." After Zhu Jing finished speaking, he immediately called his secretary, Lan Jincheng, in charge of this matter. "You come here for a while." Zhu Jing signaled to Tu Yunlai, "You go down first." He replied, "Yes." As for those who need to be appointed, he had already calculated it in his heart. The intelligence information from the Jiangnan region was no joke. He had practically understood the background of all the forces in Tianhai City, just almost, not all. Zhu Jing stood in contemplation in front of the glass door, thinking while waiting for Lan Jincheng to arrive. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhu Jing said, "Come in." Soon, Lan Jincheng brought him some interesting intelligence. "Zhu Shuai, there has been something very interesting happening in Tianhai City lately." When Lan Jincheng said this, his eyes held a strange glint. Zhu Jing couldn't help but focus on Lan Jincheng, thinking to himself, "The most important task right now is to deal with eclipsing moon in Linhai City." But Lan Jincheng suddenly mentioned Tianhai City, so it must not be without reason. After all, he's not a novice in this field. Zhu Jing asked, "Oh, what has happened there? If I remember correctly, isn't Tianhai City the domain of a kid named Zhang Yu?" Zhu Jing had a vague impression of Zhang Yi, vaguely recalling that he was a mutant with considerable strength. But Tianhai City had been devastated. It needed someone strong to hold the fort. Moreover, Zhang Yu's group was too small in scale, making it seem unlikely that they had much real power. Zhu Jing had no intention of allowing them to participate in the next operation. Lan Jincheng looked at the report in his hand and slowly read it aloud. According to intelligence from the investigation department, last night, 3 major mutant organizations from Daze City had merged into a powerful army and marched into Tianhai City. This convoy was led by 3 Delta-level mutants, accompanied by 72 mutants and 800 elite warriors, as well as a large amount of weaponry and ammunition. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jing's brows furrowed tightly. They want to attack Tianhai City. Those bastards, even at this point, still refuse to abide by the district regulations, engaging in mutual slaughter. The newly established Jiangnan Superpower Alliance had a clear rule against conflicting mutant forces from different regions. But before they could even disband, fighting had already broken out over there, clearly disregarding them. However, Zhu Jing was only slightly angry. At present, he could not spare any troops to assist Tianhai City. The Jiangnan district was indeed very powerful, but they had not yet fully controlled the entire area, and could only use the advantage of absolute strength to deter and suppress. This was the reason why Zhu Zhang had to establish the alliance. He sighed. With the current strength of Tianhai City, it might have fallen already. Are you trying to tell me this? Lan Jincheng looked at Zhu Zhang and continued. No, Zhu Shuai, according to the latest news, Tianhai City is quite peaceful right now, with no signs of any conflict at all. On the contrary, the army of Daze City has completely disappeared. Zhu Zhang was taken aback. Then he looked at Lan Jincheng with a puzzled expression. Disappeared. Lan Jincheng nodded seriously. That's right, they have disappeared. We have tried to contact them, but received no response. Even when using satellites to scan the entire city of Tianhai, we did not detect any signs of a large convoy. The expression on Zhu Zhang's face grew increasingly strange. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to rebel? How dare they not respond to the communications from the Jiangnan district? That is absolutely an act of disrespecting the authority of the district. But are the mutant organizations in Daze City really that stupid? Zhu Zhang tapped the table with his right hand and suddenly asked, Have you contacted the local forces in Tianhai City? Lan Jincheng was slightly startled. Not yet. However, the local forces in Tianhai were devastated in the previous battle. They don't have enough strength to completely wipe out the mutant alliance in Daze City, do they? Lan Jincheng believed that it was absolutely impossible. Even after a war, there would still be signs of a battlefield on the map. In fact, there were no unusual movements in Tianhai City at all. The entire fighting strength of the three major forces in Daze City had almost disappeared. This strange event caused Zhu Zhang's keen sense of smell to detect that something was wrong. The cold face of a young man appeared in his mind. For some reason, Zhu Zhang felt certain that Zhang Yi knew about this. He immediately said to Lan Jincheng, Call Zhang Yu, I want to speak with him. Lan Jincheng quickly responded affirmatively. He then took out his black satellite phone, searched for Zhang Yi's contact, and dialed. At that moment, Zhang Yi was hiding in his hideout, waiting for contact from the Jiangnan district. With such a big event happening, the Jiangnan district would surely take some action. But in his heart, Zhang Yi knew well that this was just a formal gesture, a mere formality. After all, the issue had already been resolved, and they were the ones who had been invaded, so there wouldn't be any real consequences. When he saw the incoming call from an unknown number, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and answered the phone. Hello, is this Zhang Yi? Yes, it's me. Zhang Yi thought to himself, what a coincidence. He had just been thinking about them, and now they were calling. Lan Jincheng glanced at Zhu Zhang and then said, I am Lan Jincheng, Secretary of the General Staff, Operations Commander of the Jiangnan Military District. Zhu Shuai wishes to speak with you. As soon as Lan Jincheng finished speaking, he handed the satellite phone to Zhu Zhang. Zhang Yi's tone became noticeably warmer. Zhu Shuai, long time no see. Although it's only been 3 days since our last meeting, your majestic image has always stayed vivid in my mind. The corner of Zhu Zhang's mouth curled into a subtle, knowing smile. No one is ever displeased by flattery. It's just that some are better at hiding it than others. The key is who the flatterer is. In Zhu Zhang's eyes, at least Zhang Yi could be considered a talent, so he very much enjoyed being praised by him. All right, enough with the flattery. It won't work on me. Now tell me, has something happened in your city of Tianhai again? Zhang Yi had already prepared himself mentally. The destruction of the Psionic Alliance in Daze City was something that couldn't be hidden. He didn't dare underestimate the intelligence network of the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi replied, as if reciting from a script he had prepared in his mind. The three major forces in Daze City wanted to seize the territory and resources of our Tianhai City, and they refused to heed our stern warnings. That's why they sent troops to attack. In the end, thanks to the strong resistance from all the psionics in Tianhai City, we annihilated them right here. We have upheld the goal of protecting our homeland, as well as the fundamental principles you set forth at the founding meeting of the Jiangnan Superpower Association. We acted in a way that is reasonable, lawful, and in accordance with regulations, determined to resist any invading enemies, and successfully completed the task with the highest standards and strict requirements. Zhu Zhang, feeling dizzy, interrupted, Stop. Where did you learn all these words and long-winded explanations? Are you saying that all of psionics in Daze City were really killed by you? Zhang Yi nodded. That's right. I have evidence that they actively invaded us, and I will send it immediately to the region and request the leadership to fairly adjudicate our case. Zhu Zheng was uninterested in these details. If we consider the trajectory of operations, the fact that the Daze City's mutant alliance invaded Tian High City is an undeniable truth. It is as clear as the bald head of a monk. However, he did not understand how Tian High City managed to resolve everything so neatly. Nearly 1,000 people, many of whom possess powerful abilities, were completely wiped out without a trace. In fact, they hadn't even been able to find any remnants of the battlefield. Zhu Zheng curiously asked, "How did you manage that?" The three major mutant organizations of Daze City were not weaklings. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "Zhu Shuai, we also have our own secrets. This is the foundation of our survival. Please forgive me, but I cannot disclose them. As you are also aware of the current situation in Tian High City, we need to have measures in place to protect ourselves." Zhu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so it must be kept confidentially and from us." Zhang Yi firmly said, "I apologize, we cannot take the risk. It is not a matter of disrespect." Zhu Zheng fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, but I am a very curious person." The smile on Zhang Yi's face grew even more pronounced. Zhu Zheng was reminding Zhang Yi that he would investigate the matter, but Zhang Yi swore that in the short term, Zhu Zheng would not uncover anything. After all, no one could imagine that in their own Tian High City there was a mutant with abilities on the same level as Zhang Yi. In the eyes of the people in the Jiangnan district, only their place could train top-tier psychics. While the psychics in the outskirts were not of a low level, in terms of overall capability, they could never compare to Baoxu City. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhu Zheng's head, and he said to Zhang Yi, "In 2 days, we'll be going to Baoxu City. There's something I need you to do." The smile on Zhang Yi's face froze, and he thought to himself, "Do we have to go again? I really don't want to go at all." After thinking for a moment, he said to Zhu Zheng, "We just finished fighting, and we still have a lot of things to take care of." A flicker of light passed through Zhu Zheng's eyes. "It's enough if you just come alone." He began to feel he underestimated Zhang Yi. Zhu Zheng speculated that this young man was definitely hiding some secrets, so this operation in Lin Hai City would have to involve him. At the very least, he had to admit that Zhang Yi was excellent at defense and had the strength of an elite member of the investigation team. Bringing him along would surely be helpful. Zhang Yi scratched his head, clearly frustrated with the troublesome matters. "Can I ask what this is all about? Why do you meet me?" He knew he had to go, but he also needed to understand the situation in order to prepare properly. Zhu Zheng sighed. The first team of supernatural beings sent to Lin Hai City had been completely wiped out. Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "What? How could that be?" Zhang Yi thought to himself, that was the organization of a powerful supernatural being. Any supernatural organization that dares to come to Lin Hai City isn't weak. Although Zhang Yi knew that Lin Hai City was dangerous, he'd never expected that within less than 3 days they would suffer a complete defeat. The moon that devours ginseng. Is the strength of this organization really that formidable? Zhu Zheng said. Next time, we will form a stronger team to deal with these werewolves. At that point, an investigation team will take the lead, and you will be responsible for providing support. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, then responded with unwavering determination. I understand. I will get there as soon as possible. He didn't need to think too much about this matter. The werewolf organization from Niam country had to be eradicated from this land, or else the entire Jiangnan region would lose face. Zhang Yi could be cautious, but at least he still had basic self-respect. The last time he didn't go, because he thought the Jiangnan region could handle the situation smoothly, and he wanted to gather more intelligence. However, now the severity of the issue had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, he had to go there personally to contribute his help. Zhang Yi did not hesitate to decide to go to Baoxu City. If my strength is needed this time, I will not stand by as long as my safety is guaranteed. At the very least, he needed to confirm that the wolf people had been completely eradicated before he could be at ease. If not, this land will never be peaceful again. There was the first group, and there will definitely be a second. A third. Once a path is opened, the surrounding forces that covet the resources of the continent will swarm in like locusts. Whether for the greater good or his own interests, he had to go. Zhu Zheng did not require Zhang Yi to bring all the experts from Tian High City After all, the cities needed to keep some forces for defense. However, after considering the matter, Zhang Yi still decided to bring a few more people with him. This was because of safety concerns. In case anything happens, it's more convenient to rely on family. So, he gathered everyone in the hideout and called them to the living room to assemble. Liang Yu, noticing the urgent meeting, curiously asked, "What's going on?" He told his team members, "The 10 squads of special ability users sent from the city outside have all been wiped out by Shai Yu. Now the Jiangnan district has called me over, and I'm planning to bring 2 people with me." Zhang Yi pointed at Liang Yu. Everyone was not surprised by this. Among the people in the hideout, Liang Yu was the second strongest, just behind Zhang Yi. Although her ability was only a regular enhancement type, she herself was a powerful martial arts master, which made her fighting ability exceptional. As everyone was thinking about who the second person would be, Zhang Yi had already hugged Hua Hua in his arms. "The second one, of course, is Hua Hua," he said. "It was expected, but it makes sense. Hua Hua's combat strength is probably not much weaker than Liang Yu's." Uncle Wu frowned and pointed at his own nose. "Zhang Yi, what about us? Are you planning to leave us behind to face the danger alone this time?" Uncle Wu continued, "This is a matter concerning national honor. As a retired soldier, I absolutely cannot sit idly by and ignore it." Chunbio hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fist and said, "In the past, whenever there were problems, we faced them together. This time, we also vote to help you." Zhang Yi gently stroked Hua Hua's soft fur, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "I deeply appreciate everyone's goodwill, but this is war, not some brotherhood game of loyalty. The 10 special ability organizations that were sent out for the first time have strength equal to that of the forces stationed in Tianhai City. Their leaders are all Denta-level ability users, and even such a powerful team was wiped out by those werewolves, not leaving a single survivor. Do you really think you can defeat those people from Niam country by going there?" Zhang Yu's calm gaze swept over everyone, including Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu's face darkened slightly. His ability level was only Gamma. In previous battles, he had mostly acted as a meat shield. However, as Zhang Yu's strength continued to grow, and with Liang Yu and Hua Hua quickly advancing thanks to their abilities, his role in the group had become increasingly smaller. This made him feel a little guilty. As for Exu, who was chubby, it was the opposite. He was naturally carefree, so he was used to it. On the battlefield, he usually took on the responsibility of controlling the battlefield. If he didn't need to fight in a battle, he would be as happy as could be. After all, he had already given up. If the boss said not to go to the battlefield, then he wouldn't go. Zhang Yi noticed the disappointment in Uncle Wu's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he changed his tone and said, "This time, we're just going there to scout the situation in Linhai City. If we need support later, I'll contact everyone, and you can come then." For the people from the 3 major bases, Zhang Yi truly planned to do this. Although the 3 major bases had declined, there were still some powerful ability users left, especially Xing Tian and Xiao Hong Lian. Both of them possessed dark tier power, but unless necessary, he still preferred to keep them stationed at the Tianhai City base, in case of any unexpected situations. However, telling Uncle Wu this was merely to comfort him. There was no need to elaborate. Among mature men, excessive consolation could actually harm their pride. A spark of light suddenly flickered in Uncle Wu's eyes. "All right, remember to call me when the time comes." Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "I will. By the way, help me inform the other bases. I need to hurry to Jiangnan." "Why do I feel like this mission is really dangerous?" Zhu Qi, sitting beside Zhang Yi, furrowed her beautiful brows, her face full of concern. "Is the opponent really that terrifying? Didn't you say there were only 13 of them?" Zhang Yi silently shook his head. He had no information about them, so he couldn't comment. But he believed that after this battle, the Jiangnan region would definitely gather intelligence about them. And by then, they would know. Yang Wei tightly wrapped her arms around his, her soft body gently pressing against him. And with a sigh, she said, "We have to fight again. I'm really worried about you getting into trouble." Now Zhang Yi had become the emotional support for everyone in the shelter. With Zhang Yi around, they could live peaceful days. No one wanted him to get into any danger. Zhang Yi smiled and reached out to hug Yang Mei. "Don't worry, I'll know what to do when the time comes." Yang Mai whispered, Then you have to protect yourself. He emphasized, I, Zhang Yi, have a principle in life. When it comes to a test, I save the world. When it comes to hardship, I look after myself. At that time, my actions will be based on ensuring my own safety, and I won't play the hero and rush in recklessly. Moreover, this operation is led by the Jiangnan region, and the investigation team will definitely be the main force. We are only going there to assist. All right, I need to leave quickly. You all watch over the house while I'm gone, Xiaobao said firmly. Don't worry, with me and Uncle Wu here, it'll be fine. After giving a few simple instructions, Zhang Yi put on his protective gear and immediately prepared to depart. He contacted Lan Jincheng, and a special train from Baoxu City would pick him up. Soon enough, he and Liang Yu, both in full protective gear, were heading toward the snowmobile. Zhang Yi had sent messages to Xing Tian, Xiao Hong Lian, and Chen Jingguan, informing them of the situation in Linhai City. He also told them to be ready to assist at any moment. They couldn't let Zhang Yi go out front to face the danger while the others stayed behind, enjoying the comfort. Zhang Yi called to remind them that when he wasn't home, they should pay attention to security measures. Although the ability users in Daze City had been completely wiped out, there was no guarantee that other cities would be as obedient. After Zhang Yi arrived in Baoxu City, the first thing he had to do was ask Zhu Zhang to ensure that no forces would attack Tianhai City. At the very least, he needed to ensure its safety while he was away. Only when the rear was secure could Zhang Yi fully focus on dealing with the Neon country's wolf people. Liang Yu followed behind, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yi, seeming to want to say something but hesitating. Zhang Yi, of course, noticed her odd behavior, so he asked, if something's on your mind, just say it. Liang Yu frowned slightly, no longer beating around the bush, and asked directly, Zhang Yi, do you think there will come a day when people like us, who are by your side, will no longer be of any value to you, and you'll abandon us? Liang Yu's concern was not without basis. This time, Zhang Yi came to Baoxu City with only her and Hua Hua, while turning down Uncle Wu and the others from coming along. Zhu Qi and Lu Qiran could still be explained. After all, they were auxiliary ability users. But Uncle Wu and Xu Chunlei were different. Both of them are mutants capable of fighting. Zhang Yi did not bring his surname along, and there was only one reason for this. Their combat power in the battles Zhang Yi is currently involved in no longer holds enough weight to make a significant impact. This inevitably made Liang Yu anxious. After listening to Liang Yu's concerns, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's lips as he opened the car door and got in. He did not immediately answer Liang Yu's question, but instead asked in return, Professor Liang, do you think I'm the type of person who longs to build a powerful force and continuously expand my team? Liang Yu blinked. Isn't that the case? Zhang Yi firmly responded, Of course not. In fact, since the apocalypse began, it may seem like the force in our team has been growing stronger, but I have never had any intention of establishing a large power and becoming a king or ruler in the post-apocalyptic world. He glanced at Liang Yu. Otherwise, I could have unified all the forces of Tianhai City at any time. Do you see me doing that? Liang Yu showed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, you did not do that. Even after recruiting the people from the 3 major bases as his subordinates, Zhang Yi still had no intention of managing them. This was truly unlike what someone with ambition would do. Zhang Yi spoke softly. At the beginning of the apocalypse, I constantly gathered talents because, at that time, I had no ability to protect myself. Everyone came together to keep warm, and anyone could survive. At that point, the criteria I used to choose team members were very practical. But now, the hardest time has passed. The relationship between you and me is no longer just about mutual exploitation. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu, his gaze growing gentler. Now we are a family. How can a family belittle anyone's role as being insignificant? Even if you don't contribute at all, as long as you can stay by my side, that is enough. There was sincerity in Zhang Yi's eyes, and this reassured Liang Yu, who had been carrying some burdens in her heart. She nodded. That's good. Actually, I've already considered everyone here as my family. I hope we can all survive through the apocalypse. Zhang Yi smiled brightly and nodded. That's exactly it. From now on, you must not think like that anymore. How can a family doubt each other? Zhang Yi thought to himself, I'm not a demon after all. In essence, Zhang Yi believed he was just an extremely ordinary person. He wasn't particularly kind-hearted, nor did he have an overwhelmingly evil side. All he wanted was to survive safely in the apocalypse. It would be even better if he could have a warm group of companions. People always need a bit of emotional comfort. Therefore, even if Uncle Wu couldn't be of any help to Zhang Yi on the battlefield in the future, Zhang Yi's outward attitude toward them would remain unchanged. Having a trustworthy group of people by his side in this apocalypse was already an incredibly precious thing. Liang Yu, feeling a little embarrassed, lowered his head. "I've been overthinking. I'm sorry." Zhang Yi and Liang Yu arrived at the Chel Miaoshan subway station, where he put away his snow sled and headed to the platform to wait for the specialized train that would pick him up. The special train arrived on time, just as scheduled, and it was still a familiar female staff member serving the robots. She smiled and invited them to sit down. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu boarded the special train. Hua Hua, as usual, squatted on Zhang Yu's shoulder. This time, since they didn't need to pass through other cities to pick up passengers, it took less than 2 hours to reach Baoxu City. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu disembarked, and the train station was quiet, with only a few soldiers holding rifles standing guard. However, Zhang Yi spotted some old friends. The current captain of the Chahi Bao investigation team, Bai Leichong King, along with familiar faces Wu Dai and Meng Xiyu. The three of them were dressed in neat black combat uniforms. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Bai Leichong King and Meng Xiyu both smiled. Although Wu Dai kept a cold expression, his eyes still revealed a hint of respect for Zhang Yi. After all, the last time Zhang Yi had defeated him while suppressing his own strength. Bai Leichong King walked over with a smile and gave Zhang Yi a warm hug. "Haha, Zhang Yi, welcome to Baoxu City. You've arrived at the perfect time." Zhang Yi, slightly surprised, asked, "Why are you here?" The captain of one of the 6 investigation teams personally came to pick him up, which struck Zhang Yi as odd. Since when did he gain such face? He thought. Bai Leichong King let go of Zhang Yi and smiled. "Zhu Shuai asked me to come and pick you up. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised myself that you agreed to participate in this operation." Zhang Yi understood in his heart. It was definitely because of the matter where he had destroyed the mutant alliance in Daze City that Zhu Zhang had taken notice of him. After hearing Bai Leichong King's words, Zhang Yi just smiled faintly. "Do you think I could have refused?" The smile at the corner of Bai Leichong King's lips grew wider. "It's not like that," Zhu Shuai said. "This time, you were very cooperative. You agreed immediately, so you'll be coming." Zhang Yi took a deep breath. "There's nothing strange about it, right? Even I can't just stand by and watch when facing an enemy invasion." Zhang Yi was no fool either. Bai Leichong King nodded and then sighed. "You're right, this problem is far more serious than we initially imagined." Mentioning this, Zhang Yi's expression also turned serious. What exactly was going on? Was the Shiyu organization really that powerful? How could they wipe out 10 mutant teams at the same time? Bai Leichong King replied, "It's even worse than you think. Not just you, but when it happened, even Zhu Shuai was shocked after hearing about it. The strength of the Shiyu group is somewhat unusual. Do you know how long it took them to eliminate those 10 mutant teams?" Zhang Yi stared at him intently. "How long?" Bai Leichong King spoke slowly, word by word. 1 hour. Zhang Yi was completely stunned. What? 1 hour? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if Bian Junwu led the entire team of the Black Robe Squad at their peak condition, it wouldn't be possible, because war has so many variables. When you don't understand the enemy, you need to carefully scout and then allocate forces wisely to fight. If this battle was between the Black Robe Squad and 10 mutant teams, I would estimate it would take at least half a month. Zhang Yi said, "Even if Bian Junwu resorts to destruction, it will still be the same. Because once a mutant's ability is exposed, the enemy will also have corresponding countermeasures. Even if we lose, they will not let you slaughter everyone like a butcher killing pigs, wiping out everyone within an hour." Bai Leichong King quickly covered Zhang Yi's mouth. "Lower your voice, let's talk as we walk. We'll go to the bar and chat comfortably." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Shouldn't I meet Zhu Shuai first?" He found it odd. Zhu Zhang had told Bai Leichong King to pick him up. but Bai Li Chong King was taking him to drink instead. Bai Li Chong King smiled and said, "Don't rush, this time Zhu Shuai is truly angry. He has gathered many experts from all over the Jiangnan region, not just you. Moreover, this gathering also involves discussions with senior leaders from other major districts. As for the specific details, I'm not entirely sure." Bai Li Chong King spread his hands. "You know, I'm just a combat personnel." Zhang Yi didn't say anything, just nodded and kept walking. Bai Li Chong King and Zhang Yi went ahead, with the others following behind. After leaving the subway station, they got into Bai Li Chong King's car. Not long after, they arrived at the secretive bar. A strange gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He was just a combatant, but it seemed more complicated than that. To put it plainly, Bai Li Chong King's strength was far inferior to the levels of Bian Jun Wu and Deng Shen Tong. Although he had been reluctantly promoted to team leader of the Black Robe Squad, it wasn't certain that the others truly recognized his position. At the bar, Bai Li Chong King had a private room here. It wasn't Zhang Yi's first time. Once inside, he calmly sat down on the orange sofa in the middle. Liang Yu looked around curiously, then sat down not too far from Zhang Yi. Bai Li Chong King called the waiter and ordered 2 glasses of whiskey. Wu De and Meng Saiyu also ordered their drinks. Zhang Yi and Miss Liang Yu, "What would you like to drink?" Bai Li Chong King asked. Zhang Yi gently stroked the soft fur of Hoa Hoa, then said, "I'll have 2 glasses of milk." Bai Li Chong King looked at him helplessly. Wu De couldn't help but pout. "You came to a bar to drink milk." Zhang Yi looked up at him. "Zhu Shuai can summon me any time. Do you want me to meet him while smelling strongly of alcohol?" Bai Li Chong King smiled. "That's true, but you probably don't know. Zhu Shuai also drinks a few glasses regularly. It's very cold, and white liquor has become an essential drink for everyone." Liang Yu casually said, "I want a cup of oolong tea." Bai Li Chong King signaled for the waiter to bring the alcohol in. After the waiter closed the door, Bai Li Chong King wiped the smile off his face, sat up straight, and began talking to him about the situation in Linhai City. The situation in Linhai City was very complex. Otherwise, Zhu Shuai and the other leaders wouldn't have been so cautious in their military strategies. In fact, we have gathered some information about the Sheiyu organization through our intelligence channels. They're very powerful. Each member is a leveled-up mutant. Back in Neum country, they had free reign in the Guangdong area. Even the highest authority in Guangdong, Chu Yun, had no good way to deal with them. But even so, they couldn't easily eliminate a team of mutants like this without prior preparation. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, feeling a chill down his spine. "What you're implying is that there's a traitor in Baoxu City. That person has leaked information about our actions to them." Bai Li Chong King furrowed his brows. "It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. After the apocalypse, in order to guard against the possibility of someone attacking Baoxu City through information channels, the headquarters implemented the most advanced information defense measures. The operations center is one of the most important departments in Baoxu City. The security level of this place is rated S. No one can quietly extract information from there." Zhang Yi took a deep breath. But if they didn't fully grasp the intelligence of the 10 mutant teams, they couldn't have easily wiped them all out like that. Chong King sighed. "That's exactly what's troubling us." He tightened his arms and continued, "Don't forget, we live in an era filled with mutated creatures. We don't know what kinds of mutants the enemy might have. Perhaps it's a power that one of their mutants possesses." Zhang Yi found it harder to breathe. "You mean the ability to predict the future? If they really had such a power, how could they possibly win this battle? No matter what you do, they could foresee all of your moves. It's like playing rock, paper, scissors, but you have to reveal your hand first." Bai Li Chong King replied, "Right now it's just a guess. We don't have any solid evidence to prove it yet, but I don't think it's as exaggerated as that. If they really had such power, their organization could have conquered all the mutant organizations in Neum country. So why would they come here?" Zhang Yi exhaled sharply and said, "In the end, it's still about incomplete intelligence gathering." Bai Li Chong King emphasized, "But it can't be said like that. We've already paid a high price to obtain their information." The smile at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth gradually disappeared and turned into disdain. "The price you're talking about is just one organization that first asked to come to Linhai City, right? At that moment, Bai Lechon King suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was also the leader of the outer city forces. Perhaps because Zhang Yi was so powerful, Bai Lechon King had always kept him separate from the other mutants from the outer city. Bai Lechon King forced a bitter smile. There was no other way. Zhang Yi acted nonchalant. It's fine. It doesn't really concern me much. If anything, I should thank you for reminding me back then. Zhang Yi had no objections to the actions of Zhu Zhang and the other senior leaders of Baoxu City. This was war. A chess player who wants to capture the king cannot protect every piece. Some must always be sacrificed. As long as he was not the one being sacrificed, that was enough. The caution in Zhang Yi's heart grew even stronger. Though he wanted to drive out the enemy, he would never accept being used as a shield. Another thought appeared in his mind. Bai Lechon King. Do you think there is an F-level Cylon among them? Bai Lechon King remained silent for a moment. Even Wu Dai and the others glanced at each other when they heard the name. It carried great significance. During the battle in Tianhai City, they had witnessed its terrifying power. If Shi Yusu had such a being, it would explain how they easily wiped out 10 teams of aberrants. However, Bai Lechon King firmly denied it. No, there is not. At that time, the battlefield footage clearly showed those lycanthropes in action. Their strength was not bad, but it definitely did not reach that level. Zhang Yi nodded. If that's the case, it can still be resolved. Those people are werewolves, not like Yuan Kong Yi who lacks combat experience. If Cylon really exists, even if Zhang Yi were to come, the possibility of sacrifice wouldn't be out of the question. Zhang Yi and Bai Lechon King chatted casually, probing for information about the situation in Linhai City, especially regarding Chai Yu. He could sense that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would definitely have to go to the battlefield. At a time like this, gathering as much information as possible was crucial. Bai Lechon King didn't know much about the situation in Linhai City either. The core information was really only in the hands of higher-ups like Zhu Zhang and Yun Lai. But seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression, he smiled encouragingly. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. In this operation, the people mobilized from the outskirts like you are just here to assist. If it weren't for the investigation team being short-handed, they wouldn't even need you to come. Zhang Yi looked at Bai Lechon King with curiosity. Will you be going? Bai Lechon King's gaze darkened slightly, and he shook his head. The higher-ups said that we're still recovering from injuries sustained in the previous mission, so we can't participate in this operation. The battle with Yuan Kong Yi left serious wounds on everyone in the Black Robe Squad. Bai Lechon King smiled. But you don't need to worry. Unless something unexpected happens, the Tian Shen team will take on this mission. As long as they step up, they've never failed. Zhang Yi understood silently. This reason clearly seemed a bit superficial. Given Baoxu City's medical conditions, most people had already recovered long ago. For example, Wu Dai had become incredibly strong now. To put it bluntly, wasn't it because they believed Bian Junwu was already dead that Bai Lechon King couldn't lead this team anymore? He couldn't take on a mission of this difficulty. The sound of a bell rang outside. The server brought in the drinks. Zhang Yi took 2 glasses of milk, one for Hoa Hoa and one for himself, then said to Bai Lechon King, "It seems like you really trust them." He drank his milk while glancing at Bai Lechon King, waiting for him to speak further. Bai Lechon King's tone was firm. Although the 6 investigation teams don't respect each other, making it hard to distinguish who's superior, the Tian Shen team is truly the one that accomplishes the most missions. Their accumulated points have always been at the top among the 6 teams. Wu Dai seemed very proud of himself. Isn't it because the family is so rich? Zhang Yi almost couldn't hold back a laugh. So what you're implying is that he's relying on the resources of the Deng family, right? Bai Lechon King nodded. Exactly. The Deng family itself is an important force in Baoxu City. The Baoxu area heavily depends on their technology, especially in the field of biotechnology. The Genesis bullet, the after agent that can enhance various abilities for mutants, is all produced by the Deng family corporation. Meanwhile, Deng Shentong is the legitimate heir to the Deng family, so naturally, he is the one they focus on nurturing. Zhang Yi silently drank his milk. He noticed an unusual scent. Zhang Yi muttered, "It sounds a bit like Zhao Shen, doesn't it?" If Deng Shentong maintains this status in the future, His influence could even overshadow the other 6 teams. He might even become the heir to Zhu Zheng's empire. This topic was a bit sensitive, but the methods of the Deng family were so clear, and many people understood it deep down. Bad Lichang King did not even avoid the topic. Now, Baoxu City is heavily dependent on the Deng family. Although Zhu Shuai is the supreme commander of Baoxu City, he still has to show some respect to the patriarch of the Deng family. It's not surprising that they want to take advantage of the chaotic times to gain more benefits. After finishing his words, Bad Lichang King suddenly laughed loudly and raised the whiskey glass in his hand. "Ha! What do these matters have to do with us, the military generals? Whoever comes to power is fine. As long as they let us live freely, we will just follow along. Let's drink." Zhang Yi happily raised his glass of milk and toasted. He finished the milk in his hand, and Bad Lichang King also joyfully downed a large glass of whiskey. It was clear that he had quite a good tolerance for alcohol. When Zhang Yi arrived at Baoxu City, a meeting was taking place in the conference room on the top floor of the combat center, with only a few people present. Zhu Zheng, the commander of the Jiangman military district, Lan Jincheng, the office secretary of the commander, and Sun Lu Chuan, the bodyguard who hardly ever left Zhu Zheng's side. In addition to these 3, the next ones were Tu Yunlai, the minister of the Department of Operations, along with Deng Yuanbo, the chairman of the Deng family group, and Deng Shentong, the team leader of Tianshan team. These individuals are the ones with the greatest power in the entire Jiangnan region, and yet today, they have gathered together because of one person. A person whom the Shiyu organization released, the leader of the forces in Wenzhou City, Li Tianlong. In the first battle, all 10 forces sent out were completely wiped out. Li Tianlong was the only survivor left among them. However, after returning to Baoxu City, he quickly lost his life, and from the satellite phone on his person, a gift from the Shiyu organization to Baoxu City was discovered. This important information was immediately passed to Zhu Zheng, and this was also the reason Zhu Zheng called for so many high-ranking officials to gather in Baoxu City. Deng Yuanbo asked, "Is this what was found in Li Tianlong's body bag?" Lan Jincheng nodded, while Zhu Shuai then said, "Open it up so everyone can see." A USB drive was plugged into the computer. At this moment, the lights in the conference room were turned off and the large screen lit up, revealing the face of Ha Yuan. The distinguished elders sitting attentively below all wanted to see what this arrogant leader of the wolf tribe intended to do. After the video had played for a few seconds, the man, who was over 30 years old, flashed an extremely bright smile toward the camera and waved his hand in greeting. At this point, Ha Yuan spoke in Niam country language, while the senior officials were all wearing translation devices. "Greetings to everyone in the Jiangnan region. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I hope to receive your guidance. I am Ha Yuan, the leader of the Shiyu organization. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Recently, it seems that there have been some minor conflicts between us, and this has indeed caused us quite a bit of trouble. I believe that at this moment, both of us should calm down. In fact, we should not become enemies, because if we continue to fight, it will benefit neither side." He raised a finger, and his eyes glinted with a cunning light. "All we want is to acquire a piece of land in the area you call Zhongyuan for us to live on. After all, many of your people have already died, and you won't be able to fully utilize such a vast land. Why not spare a little of it for unfortunate wanderers like us? Of course, we will be very grateful for your kindness, and will forever remember your favor, so please, let's stop this farce. As long as you withdraw all your troops and promise not to attack us again, and also give us a piece of land, we will not slaughter any more of the people on this land." Ha Yuan squinted, the corner of his mouth curling into a sly smile, like a cunning fox. "Please consider carefully. I await your answer. If you continue to fight, what will the consequences be? I believe you have already seen them. The mutant teams from before are the best example." The video ended here. Everyone in the meeting room had a very unpleasant expression on their faces, all of them furious to the point of madness. These damn outlaws were so ambitious, even coming to Nation HQ to demand land. Zhu Zheng slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing sharply. As a soldier, it seemed as though flames could burst from his eyes. This is too arrogant. These barbarians are incredibly audacious, daring to invade our territory, the land of the Hua Kingdom. We must wipe them out on the spot, not leave a single one alive. Deng Shentong stood up, his gaze resolute. Nothing could show his confidence better. Zhu Shua, let me lead the team to eliminate them. Just give me 1 day, and I will bring their heads to you. Zhu Jiang looked at Deng Shentong, a look of admiration in his eyes. The young man was indeed full of passion. But at that moment, a cough was heard in the meeting room. The voice made Zhu Jiang turn to look. Deng Yuanbo, the chairman of the Deng Family Corporation and also the uncle of Deng Shentong, lowered his right arm and smiled as he said, dealing with these wild dogs. Why bother with all this hassle? Why not just use an atomic bomb and lock them in, then carry out a targeted bombing? He was slightly shorter in stature, in his 50s, but appeared younger than his age, with smooth skin almost free of wrinkles. However, his face, which resembled that of a Buddha, always wore a faint smile, making one think of the 4 words take advantage of the situation to gain wealth. No one could ever detect a change in expression on his face. He was the head of the Deng family, known either as Deng Yuanbo or the 8-faced Buddha. In the technology sector of Baoxu City, the Deng Family Corporation supplied at least half of the industry's needs, and even Zhu Jiang had to show him some respect. After hearing Deng Yuanbo's words, Deng Shentong quickly spoke up. Uncle, it's just a bunch of wild dogs. Why make such a big deal of it? Let me lead a team and wipe them out first. Isn't that enough? Deng Yuanbo gently pressed his hand down. Shentong, don't be so quick to get worked up. Sit down, sit down. The young people these days, really, whenever something happens, they lose their composure so easily. Why don't you think things through carefully first? Deng Shentong, still obedient to his uncle, sat down without hesitation. However, just by looking at the frustrated expression on his face and his fingers tapping on the table, it was clear that he still wanted to go head-to-head with Xia Yu. Zhu Jiang glanced at Deng Yuanbo, smiling slyly as he said, Mr. Deng, nuclear bombs aren't something you can just use casually. He clasped his hands behind his back, his voice turning serious. The number of nuclear bombs we have in the Jiangnan district is limited. Moreover, every time we use one, we have to explain ourselves to the other districts. Most importantly, if we use such a powerful weapon just to deal with a small werewolf organization here on our own land, aren't we basically telling everyone that the Jiangnan district has no one left? I fear that by then, the entire world will mock us. Deng Yuanbo shook his head. I believe that, compared to face, reason matters just a bit more. Deng Yuanbo continued. We still haven't thoroughly understood the strength of this werewolf organization. Although the 10 mutant organizations are all based on the outskirts, even a small amount of ants can eventually fill up an entire elephant's nest. What's more, they are a pack of starving werewolves. A powerful force like that was completely eradicated by Xia Yu within just 1 hour. I believe that even our investigation team would struggle to achieve this. Deng Yuanbo thought to himself. Moreover, Shentong is a key figure being groomed by the Deng family. We do not want him to take such risks. Deng Yuanbo also made his stance clear. This mission was too dangerous, and he did not want his nephew to take such risks. Deng Shentong was the seed being nurtured by the Deng family, and they had great expectations for his future. A young master of such importance. How would he risk his life like this? Before each mission, the Deng family always mobilized all their resources, striving to gather as much reliable information as possible before acting. But the current situation was that the Jiangnan district had very little information about Xia Yu. Deng Yuanbo felt somewhat uneasy. At this moment, the Minister of Combat Strategy, Yun Lai, also spoke up. I don't think Xia Yu is stronger than the investigation team. According to our investigation, Xia Yu hails from Niam country, Guangdong, and its structure is incredibly complex. Some are involved in the underworld, some are office workers, some are witches, and there are even students and youths who never leave their homes. Although they have awakened their special abilities, they have not undergone the professional training that the investigation team has. If we simply look at the video from earlier, we can clearly see this. We are outsiders, and when facing other outsiders, of course, it's easy for us to think they are very strong. However, the reality is different. In terms of combat capability, the Tianxin team is truly much more superior to them. Zhu Jiang also added, moreover, this time, it's not just the members of the Tianxin team who are taking action. I have also mobilized some of the most elite individuals from the outskirts, coordinating with them. With these people, combined with the Tian Shen team, and the full support of our entire Jiangnan district, there is no doubt that we will defeat those werewolves. Deng Yuanbo, hearing Zhu Zhang speak so seriously, could only smile. Although he is the head of the Deng family and holds a certain position and status in Baoxu City, he still cannot openly defy Zhu Zhang's words. However, he proposed an alternative in a subtle manner. Then, could we recall the other members of the investigation teams, and not have them participate in this operation? Lan Jin Cheng adjusted his glasses and said, the investigation teams, like the demons and the reincarnation team, are all carrying out extremely important missions. If we compare the mission level, it might not be much more significant than the mission in Linhai City. The Jiangnan region is vast, and to flatten the mountains and rivers, to quell the internal and external chaos, one can imagine how busy they must be. No one has the time to spare. Upon hearing the names of the other investigation teams, Deng Shentong immediately furrowed his brows. Without waiting for them to return, our Tian Shen team is enough to take action this time. If we wait for them to come back, I fear those bastards will have already escaped by then. Among the 6 investigative teams, a competitive relationship secretly existed, each wanting to become the top investigative team. As for the young master Deng Shentong, he placed even more importance on his reputation. If word got out that he had to rely on other teams for help in order to complete a mission, wouldn't it make others laugh their teeth out? Deng Yuanbo glanced at his nephew with a hint of helplessness. But before he could say anything, Zhu Zhang spoke up, making a decision. That's right, time waits for no one. If those people manage to escape to another city and cause more killings in other cities, it will be disastrous. We should assign this mission to the Tian Shen team. We need to quickly put an end to this farce. Although we know there will be risks, there are certain things that they must do. The purpose of these investigative teams is not to carry out completely safe missions, but to use their strength and blood to create a clear sky for this place. Deng Shentong stood up and saluted the general, replying, "Understood, Commander." Zhu Zhang looked at him with a stern expression, but his eyes carried a hint of gentleness. Once the special individuals from the outskirts arrive, you must meet with them. After all, they are the ones who will cooperate with you on this mission. Deng Shentong asked, will Zhang Yi from Tianhai City be participating in this operation as well? Zhu Zhang smiled and nodded. Yes, his name is indeed on the list. Zhang Yi sat in the secret code bar, conversing with Bad Lechong King. He had learned more information about the situation in Linhai. Deep down, he had already formulated his plans for this mission. His personal safety remained his top priority, balancing self-preservation with eliminating as many Lang people as possible. Sha Yu only had 13 people, and Zhang Yi understood very well that they could stir up chaos in Linhai City simply because there was no force to restrain them. As for the administrative region of the Jiangnan district, it was vast, and it would be impossible to concentrate enough military strength to deal with Sha Yu. If not for that, the 6 investigative teams and the 5,000 soldiers of Yan Yunwei would have already acted. Even if Sha Yu had many more people, they would still have no chance of winning. The play will come to an end, with only the process being unpredictable. Sha Yu is not foolish enough to insist on a one-on-one confrontation with the Jiangnan district. If they choose to run or constantly hide in Jiangnan, it will be the most difficult issue to resolve. Outside Baoxu City, the headquarters of the Jiangnan district, almost no city in the district can withstand their power, as it is an organization made up of the most brutal thugs from Guangdong. However, Tianhai City is an exception. If they run in Zhang Yi's territory, they won't be able to make a single cent. But Zhang Yi doesn't want to see such an outcome. By the afternoon, Zhang Yi received a notice from Lan Jin Cheng. Report to the operations center tomorrow morning to attend the strategic meeting. Zhang Yi chuckled as he read the message. He shrugged at Bad Lechong King. I thought Zhu Shuai would come to talk to me personally, but it seems I was overthinking. Bad Lechong King smiled. This time, the people summoned from the outskirts are all talented individuals, not just one person. Zhu Shuai isn't convenient to meet with each of them individually, so it's easier to just communicate with everyone together. He winked, as this was an extremely important and complex matter. There is a lot of information you don't know, so it must be explained to you all in one go. Zhang Yi nodded. That works. Zhang Yi thought to himself. This was a good thing. It indicated that Zhu Zhang didn't place too much importance on his own existence. He was also quite interested in the top-tier experts from the outskirts. During the previous meeting, so many people had come that he couldn't distinguish the strong from the weak. But this time, due to the specific nature of the mission, there would definitely be some extraordinary experts. Talking to them would be a bad choice. However, if Zhu Zhang didn't meet with him today, Zhang Yi reached out and lightly tapped on the black organic glass tabletop, smiling as he said to Bad Le Chong King, "In that case, let's have a drink together." Bad Le Chong King smiled, pressed the bell to order drinks, and said, "All right, today we drink to our heart's content." Zhang Yi's alcohol tolerance was very good. Tonight, along with Bad Le Chong King's group, he drank a lot of bottles of liquor. Meng Sayu's cheeks were flushed, her steps wobbly, and even walking became a bit difficult for her. Wu Bi walked over holding 2 bottles of liquor, his eyes full of fiery intent, wanting to take revenge on Zhang Yi. Although he had lost to Zhang Yi in their previous fight, he wanted to seize an opportunity to regain his face at the drinking table. However, this time, he lost even more miserably, and even Liang Yu, who usually said little, was pulled by Meng Sayu to drink a few cups. By midnight, Bad Le Chong King drove Zhang Yi and the others to the foreigner's apartment. Whether it was intentional or accidental, Bad Le Chong King only booked them 1 room. Liang Yu drank less, and her mind was still fairly clear. She looked at Zhang Yi, who was lying on the bed, and only then realized that they were in the same room. Her face flushed bright red. "Where am I supposed to sleep? On the sofa?" Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up from the bed. Wait! His eyes were somewhat hazy, but his mind was still clear. That little bit of alcohol isn't enough to make him drunk. With Zhang Yi's personality, there's no way he would get drunk in such a strange place. Zhang Yi yawned and then asked, "Has everyone already left?" Liang Yu bit her lip, set the long Ming aside, and said hesitantly, "They've gone. Are you pretending to be drunk?" Zhang Yi replied, "Not exactly. Even if I were drunk, my mind would still be clear." He had indeed drunk quite a bit, but only a small portion at the beginning was real. Afterward, when Wu Dai and the others were about to risk their lives against him, Zhang Yi secretly used his spatial ability to pour most of the alcohol out. He then took a bottle of milk from another space and asked Liang Yu to help heat it up using a kettle. Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa in the room, waved his hand, and Hua Hua jumped up, sitting cross-legged on his lap. As Zhang Yi gently stroked Hua Hua, he leaned back on the sofa, thinking about the information he had gathered today. His eyes were still as bright as snow, gleaming with the light of intelligence. This time, the district had called for the top ability users from outside the city, unlike the previous time when all the factions had been summoned. This also showed that the strategy had begun to shift. They were no longer using numerical advantage to surround and kill them, but had switched to using an elite group. Does this mean the advantage of numbers is no longer useful? Zhang Yi slightly squinted, and this method was indeed correct. When a person with supernatural abilities reaches Delta level, especially a combat-type ability user, their strength surpasses human understanding. They can even ignore most types of light firearms. In such a situation, low-level ability users and ordinary humans, even those trained soldiers with systematic training, are almost powerless in front of them. After the 10 organizations of ability users were eliminated, the Jiangman district finally realized this and began changing their tactics. And next, the Tan Shen team will lead the group of ability users outside the city who may assist in combat operations. So what is the responsibility of him and the ability users outside the city? Cannon fodder? Zhang Yi muttered these 2 words quietly to himself, but he quickly shook his head, rejecting the thought. If cannon fodder was needed, the best choice would be to use many ordinary ability users and highly trained soldiers. But this time, those mobilized would definitely be stronger than the ability users from the first 10 organizations. Although the overall combat capability of the ability users outside the city wasn't as strong as the professional group in Baoxu City, their individual fighting abilities were certainly not much weaker than theirs. Based on the information they had previously gathered, Xiaoyu only had 13 members. So, was the district considering us to hold back those people, and then create an opportunity for the Tianshen team? Liang Yu finished warming the milk and handed it to Zhang Yi. She said, "I think the main thing is to make sure those bandits don't escape. After all, once they notice something's off, they might try to run first. Chasing them down will be much harder than just eliminating them." Zhang Yi took the bottle of milk and took a sip of the warm milk. After finishing the alcohol, Drinking another sip of warm milk like this really made him feel warm and much more comfortable in his stomach. He nodded. That's right. Determining the outcome is easy. But this is war. People won't line up and fight to the death with you. They'll use all kinds of schemes, and if they can't win, they'll just run. He suddenly remembered an interesting fable and smiled at Liang Yu. Master Liang, I want to ask you a question. What should you do if a mouse runs into a munition storage with a flame? Liang Yu blinked, quickly understanding. This was a classic story, originating from TV dramas from several decades ago. She smiled and replied, well, then we'd send the cat to fetch water to put out the fire, of course. We're the cat, and Xiaoyu is the mouse. Zhang Yi smiled. But in this story, what do water and fire actually symbolize? Liang Yu furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled by the question. Fire might represent the negative influences they bring. As long as they exist, this entire district will never be peaceful, and people from outside will think that our Jiangnan district is useless. As for water, I'm not sure. Water is used to extinguish fire, but how Jiangnan district plans to deal with these wolves, how would I know? Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Perhaps we are the water. Liang Yu looked confused. I don't quite understand. Zhang Yu ruffled Huahua's head vigorously. We're working together with the Tianshen team. The main force in this operation is Tianshen team. So perhaps we are the ones who are being used as sacrifices, as pawns. If possible, I believe the leadership of the district headquarters wouldn't hesitate to trade our lives to destroy the Xiaoyu organization. Don't you think so? This was also Zhang Yi's greatest concern. He wasn't afraid to face danger to compete with Xiaoyu, but he didn't want to become a human shield. Liang Yu's gaze trembled intensely. She had originally intended to say something, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she didn't know how to begin. Zhang Yi emphasized in a slightly sharper tone. I don't see any problem with the actions of the Jiangnan district. Even on the battlefield, there are ways to lure the enemy deep inside, letting a portion of the soldiers act as bait to be sacrificed. War is like that. To achieve ultimate victory, even the small ones, or even the chariots, can be sacrificed. Everything is for the sake of capturing the final piece. However, he lowered his head to gently stroke Huahua, feeling the softness and warmth of its fur. This was what he liked the most. I'm not that great, especially when I'm with you and Huahua. We need to be more careful together. No matter what happens, remember this. Your safety comes first. The moment you sense your life is in danger, you must flee to a safe place immediately. After hearing this, Liang Yu fell silent for a while, then suddenly lifted her head and seriously asked Zhang Yi, even if our escape leads to the failure of the mission, we still have to do it, don't we? Zhang Yi glanced at her, a teasing glint in his eyes. Do you think you're that important? If the Jiangnan district really wanted to eliminate Xiaoyu, they could do it in any way they wanted. It's just that they're considering whether the price they need to pay is worth it. There's even another possibility. If the cost is too high, they might not hesitate to negotiate with Xiaoyu, allowing them to survive in this land. This is the apocalypse. Everyone has their own interests they need to protect. Even the senior figures of Baoxu City, surely they wouldn't be an exception. Zhang Yi was truly astonished, and she said excitedly, that's impossible. If they did something like that, they would be condemned by the world. Zhang Yi smiled again. Ever since Baoxu City called together all the mutant organizations in the Jiangnan district to form the Superpower Alliance, it's meant that Baoxu City no longer has the ability to control this entire area. This isn't just the situation in this region. It's the same all over the world. The nation HQ, with its mighty forces, can still maintain the stability of the 6 major regions, but most other areas have fallen apart. Mutant factions, both large and small, have sprouted up like mushrooms. Even Niam country itself has split into 2 large organizations, the Guan Exa faction, led by Dehu, and the Chunyun faction from Guangdong. Beneath them, many other mutant organizations are lurking, all hoping to turn the tide, just like Xiaoyu. With the emergence and rapid development of mutants, conflicts and chaos will become more frequent. To quote a classic line from Asterisk Romance, of the 3 kingdoms Asterisk, it would be, what is long united must eventually divide, and what is long divided must eventually unite. Zhang Yi had long prepared himself for this. Although Liang Yu had gone through several changes in the past, and her personality had shifted significantly, the nature of a person is hard to change. Zhang Yi knew he had to make things clear with her, to prevent her from acting impulsively at critical moments. After all, this was not the first time she had taken risks out of recklessness. Liao Yu was not as eloquent as Zhang Yi. She pouted, fell silent for a moment, and then crossed her arms, saying, "All of this is your logic. I know. In short, just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. You're a physical education teacher, so you're quite skilled with weapons. But when it comes to thinking things through, that's a bit more difficult for you," Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhang Yi nodded in approval. That's exactly how it should be. He glanced at her, then at Hua Hua, who was lying on his lap, snoring contentedly. In his heart, he couldn't help but think that this combination was truly perfect. Strong in combat, obedient, and it couldn't possibly get any better than this. Thinking about the meeting tomorrow, Zhang Yi said, "All right, enough playing. It's getting late. We should rest early." He spoke as he picked Hua Hua up and stood up, intending to take a shower and then sleep. Liao Yu's face flushed bright red. "Resting, resting. Is that what you mean?" Zhang Yi blinked, and only then did he remember that Bad Lechang King had only given them one room. He wasn't sure whether it was because he had drunk too much or if he had simply forgotten this detail. Perhaps Bad Lechang King thought that their relationship wasn't ordinary. "This is bad. It's already this late, and the building's management staff have gone to bed." Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat troubled. He swore to heaven and earth that it wasn't intentional. At that time, he was only thinking about dealing with Xia Yu, and didn't even consider this issue. Liao Yu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She tried to act calm, and turned the doorknob, intending to step outside. "I should go out first," Zhang Yi said from behind her. "It's so cold outside. You want to freeze to death. Besides, if you don't rest well today, how are you going to attend such an important meeting tomorrow? Won't you just be making a fool of yourself in front of everyone?" Liao Yu lowered her head, her voice almost a whine. "But there's only one room. How are we supposed to sleep?" Zhang Yi glanced at the bed in the room. It was a very large double bed. The bed was quite spacious, and even if it was a bit cramped, it wouldn't matter. Of course, Liao Yu didn't dare sleep in the same bed as Zhang Yi. As soon as she heard him speak, her face turned red, and she blurted out, "At your age, it's normal to accidentally bump into each other." Zhang Yi didn't mind. He wasn't lacking in such things on a regular basis. On the contrary, it was Liao Yu who seemed to be more affected. Zhang Yi took Liao Yu's hand and pulled her toward the bed. He had frightened her terribly. Once lying on the bed, her face was as red as if it might catch fire. Seeing this, Zhang Yi pulled the blanket over her and turned away. There was no other choice. Zhang Yi had to give up the bed for her to sleep in. While he rested on the sofa in the living room, he was still quite polite even with someone close to him. Liao Yu, feeling shy, said, "You're sleeping on the sofa? It's getting late. Go to sleep," Zhang Yi replied. "Okay." Liao Yu then told herself, "Just sleep quickly. Don't think about anything else." Having thought that, she made up her mind and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Yi woke up while Liao Yu was still groggy. He hadn't slept very well the previous night, at least not in the way he would home, waking up naturally. He kept thinking about the troubles he was about to face, which made him feel anxious. Everything was still an unknown, and the more mysterious something was, the more frightening it became. After finishing his personal hygiene, he sat down by the TV in the living room and turned it on. The soft, clear voice of the announcer echoed. On the 26th, an exile organization from Neum country crossed the sea and arrived here, under close surveillance by the entire district. Every move they make is under our control. The headquarters is currently holding a strategic meeting, gathering elite forces, with the goal of completely eliminating this group of invaders. Today, the temperature outside has risen slightly, with the daytime temperature potentially reaching -52 degrees. We urge everyone to take proper measures to stay warm. Zhang Yi watched with great interest. Although the content was dull and boring, and it wasn't clear how true it was still live news, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Perhaps he was simply feeling the faint atmosphere of peacetime. Not long after, Liao Yu also woke up. As soon as she thought about what happened last night in the central room with Zhang Yi, she bit her lip, feeling a bit conflicted inside. She hadn't expected Zhang Yi to be so obedient last night. Was it because she wasn't attractive enough? Although in terms of looks, she might not be as stunning as Zhu Qi or Yang Mei, she excelled in many other areas. For example, martial arts. Liang Yu was startled by her own thoughts, quickly shaking her head vigorously to push those ideas away. In fact, she couldn't really blame herself. The enormous pressure from the outside environment, coupled with her current age, made it hard to avoid developing feelings for the rare and exceptional men around her. When Zhang Yi saw her, he greeted her. "You're awake? Wait a moment. Do you want something to eat?" Zhang Yi was referring to the food he had stored in his space. As for the meals provided by the apartment, they wouldn't arrive until 7 o'clock a.m. Zhang Yi didn't usually eat those, and there was nothing else they could do. Baoxu City didn't have much supply and couldn't provide them with lavish meals. Liang Yu shook her head. "I'm not hungry." A moment later, a staff member pushed a food cart and walked over to their table to deliver the meal. The breakfast was quite substantial, consisting of 2 boiled eggs, a cup of soy milk, a plate of snacks, and 2 sweet and savory bao buns. When brought over, the food was still hot, making one really want to try a few bites. Zhang Yi quickly stored it away in his spatial ability, and then took out a table of delicious food from his spatial ability to share with Liang Yu. Around 8:30 in the morning, he received a call from Bad Lichang King, notifying him that he would arrive at the operations center at 9 o'clock. He told Liang Yu, "Let's go." Bad Lichang King said, "At 9 o'clock, head to the operations center." All right, when they reached the elevator, he happened to see 2 people, one male and one female, standing next to each other. The living area in Area B was very spacious, and not everyone lived in the same place. Zhang Yi looked around, and it was so quiet that it felt like one could hear a pin drop. Besides them, there was no one else around. Therefore, he was certain that the 2 people in front must be extraordinary humans from the outskirts. Zhang Yi did not speak to greet them, only pulling Liang Yu to maintain some distance. One person stood by the elevator, waiting to let them in. Perhaps because the information had already been entered into the system, the woman who greeted them smiled and pointed, saying, "Please follow me. The meeting room is on the 16th floor." Not long after, someone spoke up. "You 2 must be from Tanhai City, right?" Zhang Yi thought to himself, "I think I've seen them before. They seem to be mutants from Saihuang City." Zhang Yi didn't know any other details. During the first training session, everyone knew very little about each other. This couple in front of him left a rather shallow impression on him. However, the fact that they could appear here at this moment proved that their strength was far from ordinary. After thinking for a moment, he responded, "Do you know us?" The person with purple hair smiled casually and replied, "The last time you came to Baoxu City, you 2 were quite famous. Though the reputation you left behind wasn't exactly good. It's surprising to see you 2 here this time." He nonchalantly sized Zhang Yi up from head to toe, a strange look appearing in his eyes. Zhang Yi's face darkened. In the past, because Chen Jingguan had been defeated by Sun Jianming, people from other cities had considered Tianhai City to be weak. But today, Zhang Yi and Liang Yu had shown up here, clearly having received an invitation from the headquarters. This demonstrated Zhang Yi's strength, which inevitably astonished them. After the elevator doors closed in the cramped space, 5 people stood close to each other. This also gave Zhang Yi the opportunity to clearly see the faces of the other 2. From the moment they met, he kept glancing secretly at Hua Hua on Zhang Yi's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with a charming affection. It was clear that he was a person who loved cats, while the woman had the opposite demeanor, exuding a strong and powerful presence. As Zhang Yi discreetly observed them, they too were secretly watching him and Liang Yu. The news of the mutant alliance in Deze City being eradicated had been interrupted, so it had not spread outside yet. Therefore, it was perfectly normal that these 2 people were unaware of it. The girl's voice rang out, "Hello, we've reached the 16th floor. Everyone, please exit together." The man with purple hair glanced at Zhang Yi, his tone mocking. "I look forward to your performance. But don't let anything go wrong too soon." Saying that, the 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked into the meeting room. Hua Hua, the cat, was sitting on Zhang Yi's shoulder when it suddenly let out a sharp meow. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at Hua Hua, who was squinting its eyes and staring intently at their backs with a sharp gaze. It seemed like the cat had noticed something unusual. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi didn't understand the language of cats, so he couldn't communicate with it. His wariness grew even more. Stepping through the meeting room door, they found that many people were already waiting inside, including them. There must have been more than 10 people. The small meeting room was arranged in such a way that there was hardly any space between each person. Zhang Yi quickly scanned the room, but just by looking at their appearances, he couldn't discern much. He and Lian Yu found an empty spot and sat down. The others, after briefly glancing at the newcomers, quickly withdrew their gazes. The entire room then fell into a silence so deep that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Zhang Yi could not see Bai Lechang King or Deng Shentong anywhere. Based on his guess, these people should have come with Zhu Zheng. Just as he had thought, as it neared 9 o'clock, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a middle-aged man with an imposing presence entering the meeting room. Behind him were 5 or 6 people following closely. This person was none other than the commander of the Jiangnan district, Zhu Zheng. The people behind him included his personal bodyguard Sun Luxuan, his secretary Lan Jincheng, the minister of the operations department Tu Yunlai, the captain of the Tianshen team Deng Shentong, and the current captain of the Black Robe Squad Bai Lechang King. Zhu Zheng entered, his gaze sweeping over everyone, then turned to confirm with his secretary Lan Jincheng, who was standing behind him. Has everyone arrived? Lan Jincheng nodded. Everyone has arrived. Good, Zhu Zheng said. He strode to the center of the meeting room, and the others gradually took their seats. Zhu Zheng placed both hands on the table, his tone serious. Comrades, I'm sure you all know the reason why I've called everyone here today. A few days ago, a vanguard team we sent to Linhai City to eliminate the Xiaoyu rogue organization was unsuccessful. He tapped lightly on the table, and this failure was a wake-up call for us. The gang organization that appeared in Linhai this time is extremely powerful. We must not underestimate them. That's why I had to mobilize elite forces from across the Jiangnan district to take part in this operation. In other words, everyone sitting here is among the best of the best. Seeing everyone gathered here, I am very pleased, especially some comrades who, without hesitation, resolutely came here, expressing their determination to give their all to drive the enemies out. I am truly moved. Zhu Zheng's inspiring speech served as the opening for the meeting. He didn't need to give a lengthy speech, as most of the people here were already familiar with the details of the situation. Zhu Zheng continued, next, we will form a special task force centered around the Tianshen team to handle this matter. Deng Shentong raised his hand in a military salute, responding solemnly, yes, sir. While speaking, Zhu Zheng looked towards Bai Lechang King. As for the Black Robe Squad, they have just completed a mission in Tianhai City and are currently on rest. They will not be participating in this operation. However, with his experience, Bai Lechang King can assist with tactics. In line with this operation, Bai Lechang King responded solemnly, understood. The people from the outskirts had already mentally prepared themselves, so they had no objections and simply listened in silence. In terms of status and position, they only needed to follow the orders of the headquarters. However, the fact that Zhu Zheng took the time and effort to explain things to them was a way of showing respect. Zhu Zheng continued, if no one has any objections to the arrangements for this operation, then the next part will be the most important of today. When our vanguard mutant team carried out their mission, they brought cameras and captured some valuable footage. This is critical intelligence that we've gathered about Xiaoyu up to this point. Please watch the video in its entirety to get an overview of the enemy we are about to face, and then I would like to hear your thoughts. Having finished speaking, Zhu Zheng gestured for Lan Jincheng to play the video. While he slowly took a seat, the expressions of everyone became serious. Gathering intelligence was of utmost importance for the mutants' war effort. They were eager to see what was so formidable about the group of werewolves that they had managed to annihilate 10 mutant organizations in the outskirts in less than an hour. The lights in the meeting room were turned off, and a large screen appeared on the wall, displaying a video recording of the events from that day. At the beginning of the footage, everyone saw that the mutant organization of Kituan City was the first to be attacked. Led by Peng Jielu, the video was quite long. Although edited, it was still shown for over 3 hours to ensure no important details were missed. The footage nearly fully recreated the battle faced by the 10 major mutant organizations that day, from the perspectives of many individuals. However, the integrity of the video was still incomplete. Some battles were too fast, and the video couldn't capture the entire sequence. Zhang Yi watched the video and thought to himself, these mutant organizations could perfectly counter the mutants from all 10 groups. They're not simple. After the video ended, Lan Jincheng stepped forward and solemnly addressed everyone, saying, the information gathered at the scene, along with additional intelligence on the Sheyu organization from multiple channels, has been compiled by our headquarters. Please take a look. Zhang Yi thought again, although the battle footage, through editing and cutting, clearly shows the combat strength of those people. Some details can still be easily overlooked. It would be great if I could watch it a few more times. At that moment, Lan Jincheng's voice echoed again. Furthermore, we will send all the image data to each individual afterward. Zhang Yi felt somewhat reassured. During the viewing process, he might miss many details, and he would need to watch it several more times to study the abilities of those mutants. Next, Lan Jincheng opened a presentation document for everyone via the projector. The Sheyu organization came from the Guangdong region, Nian country. It had a total of 13 members, and before the apocalypse, they were all engaged in different professions within society, not professional combat forces. After the apocalypse, the leader of the Sheyu organization, Ha Yuan, began gathering mutants with powerful abilities, forming the formidable and brutal Sheyu organization. While still in Guangdong, they were already a notorious executioner organization that struck fear into people's hearts. Moreover, they didn't kill people for survival. Instead, they killed in a brutal and savage manner, massacring mutants within Guangdong. According to some information provided by the current governing organization of Guangdong, the Chu Yun organization, the reason for their large-scale massacre of mutants was that they were the first to discover that mutants of Delta rank and above could absorb the origin energy of others to evolve themselves. Because of this, the Chu Yun organization began to use their own strength to carry out a siege against Chayu. According to the sources, Chayu was defeated by them and had to flee to the sea. Lan Jincheng pushed up his glasses, the faint green light gleaming on the lenses, giving off a strange aura. But there was another way to put it. They were loyal followers of the Denglu sect from Niam country. It wasn't that Chu Yun drove them away. Rather, they chose to wear their robes and come to our nation HQ's territory. Zhang Yi had learned many new terms, such as the current division of power in Niam country, like the Denglu sect. Although it was something very new, it sounded vague, and that feeling wasn't exactly pleasant. Zhang Yi raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, what is the Denglu sect?" Lan Jincheng explained. The Denglu sect is an extremist ideology that exists in Niam country. Since the Xin movement began, some people in Niam country have suggested that the islands are unsuitable for the development of the Niam country people. The most influential and well-known ideology is the Niam country immersion doctrine. This doctrine asserts that, as an island nation, Niam country is separated from the mainland, and, one day, will inevitably be affected by the tectonic plate movements, sinking to the bottom of the sea. And the final place for the people of Niam country to reside must be the continental shelf, as only there can they survive. To put it simply, in the eyes of the Denglu sect, they must leave Niam country. So the most ideal place for them to live is across the sea. Zhang Yi murmured, "Over there across the sea." But this doesn't make sense either, he carefully analyzed. If they want to land, the easiest place to do so would probably be from Xinlu and Baitu. Besides, that small place likely doesn't have any strong forces to defend, right? Lan Jincheng nodded. "You're not wrong. If it were the old Denglu sect, they would have first attacked from Xinlu and Baitu, and only later turned their attention to the territory of the nation's headquarters. But now, we are in the Ice Age, and the situation has changed. Previously, the leader of the Sheyu organization sent a video requesting that we provide them with a piece of land to settle in the Zhongyuan region. This means they are concerned that after the ice melts, the coastal region will also be submerged by rising sea levels." Lan Jincheng added, "The Denglu sect was originally a group of fanatics with a very high sense of urgency. If it weren't for the harsh survival conditions in the highlands, I would even suspect they'd aim for the Gaoyuan region." After hearing Lan Jincheng's explanation, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. Because the Denglu sect had once considered this idea. The Ice Age came without any warning, and human strength could not resist nature. Zhang Yi would not show any sympathy for them. The natural disaster had come, and whoever could survive depended entirely on each person's abilities. They wanted to occupy the fertile land of Zhongyuan, but that was nothing more than a delusion. Zhang Yi suddenly heard a cold grunt followed by the sound of a table being slammed. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise, and they saw a man dressed in a full set of purple clothes, wearing a strange hat, with almost his entire body covered. His gaze was fierce, and gritting his teeth, he said, "Those damn bastards! How dare they eye the Zhongyuan region? Their leader is truly reckless. They must be exterminated. What kind of consequences will they face for provoking us?" Although the man's outburst interrupted the meeting, no one spoke out to criticize him. Everyone felt anger rising within them, wanting to beat the wild men to a pulp, and then send a warning to any others with similar intentions. After the man calmed down, Lan Jincheng continued. In short, this is the origin of the Shiyu organization. They are not professional members like soldiers or special forces police. They are literally wild men. However, their leader is Win, who served 5 years in the military. Next, we will introduce information about each of them. Lan Jincheng continued. Neon Country has also provided some intelligence, but due to concerns about its authenticity, we did not reference it. All the information below comes from our own intelligence channels. We will not read it aloud anymore, as there is a lot of information. Everyone should verify it carefully on their own. Lan Jincheng stepped back, and the content on the screen shifted to information about the members of the Shiyu group. Here is some information about the 13 members of the Shiyu group. Ha Muin, a mutant with enhancement abilities, specific powers unclear. He served in the Neon Country's Maritime Defense Force from 2033 to 2037. Note, no evidence was found of him making a move in the first battle, so there is no specific information regarding his abilities. Heir to the Takeuchi clan of Neon Country, priestess of the Cannabis Higo Temple, abilities unclear. Note, no evidence was found of her making a move in the first battle, so there is no specific information regarding her abilities. Nobunaga, male, 33 years old, formerly known as Tsukamoto Oki, later changed to Tsukamoto Nobunaga. The contemporary heir of Second Heaven First Stream, a swordsman who has reached an exempted level of swordsmanship, a master of combined slash and strike. He is a fighter who was once sentenced for killing an opponent during a sword duel, but was released the following year. A mutant with enhancement abilities, specific powers unclear. Note, during the first battle, he fought against Li Tianlong from Wenju City and captured him. Finally, there is the former sumo wrestler from Neon Country, a Yokozuna-ranked fighter, a mutant of the Beastman type, with the ability named Chao Gu and the weapon Star Pavilion Iron. Note that this is a close combat mutant of immense strength. In the first battle, he single-handedly annihilated 2 mutant teams, Meng Shu Cheng from Saiguang City and Lei Gokong from Ba City, making him extremely dangerous. Before this, his identity was that of a stock trader, a mutant with projectile abilities, though the specifics of his power remain unclear. It is important to note that in the first battle, no images of him could be captured. There is also information on several other individuals. After reading all of this, Zhang Yi felt nothing but emptiness. The information provided was too scarce and basically unhelpful in figuring out how to defeat the opponent. At most, when we encounter members of the Shiyu team, we will be a bit more cautious, he muttered. After reviewing the documents and videos, Zhu Jiang sat in his chair, seriously observing everyone. Everyone, now that you've all seen the available information, does anyone have anything to say? If there are any suggestions for the next course of action, or if anyone still has doubts, feel free to speak up now. We can discuss it together. In the end, compared to the soldiers of Baoxu City who are skilled in collective combat, it is clear from the way Shiyu's group fights that they are not good at it. Each member is a lone wolf gathered together by Yuan. The dozen or Stobe Delta-level mutants summoned from the outskirts could be considered their peers. Thanks to Zhu Jiang's encouragement, someone finally spoke up. The first to speak was a girl. She was a mutant from Ba City, Chen Xiao. A graduate of a prestigious national university, she had served as the president of the student union for many years. Though she did not give off an air of bureaucracy, she always exuded a sense of boundless energy, as if she was never tired. Chen Xiao sat upright in her chair, calmly analyzing. From the footage just now, I noticed something unusual. Although the strength of these werewolves is very strong, presumably all at the Delta level, even so, They could not quickly deal with 10 fully armed mutant organizations like that. I had suspected this before. After watching today's footage, my doubts have only grown stronger. Zhang Yi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Zhu Jing also gave her a quick look. "Oh, what are you doubting?" Chen Xiaoxiao said. "The reason why the first batch of 10 mutant teams we sent out was dealt with so easily is that they all encountered opponents that they were least skilled at handling." She crossed her arms. "We all know that the abilities of mutants are extremely strange. One person may be good at something, while another may be weak in that same area. Therefore, there is a very clear relationship of counteraction between different abilities. Those who are good at long-range attacks fear close combat, while enhancement-type mutants fear being kittied." Zhu Zhang nodded in agreement. "You're right, we've already discovered that ourselves." Chen Xiaoxiao looked at him and laughed. "Then you must understand my concerns." Zhu Zhang said very seriously to Chen Xiaoxiao and everyone present, "I can assure you that during the first mission, absolutely no one leaked any intelligence. This is not only trust in everyone at the Jiang Man Strategic Command Center, but also trust in the cybersecurity system of the headquarters. No one can break through it and send information to Xiaoyu." Chen Xiaoxiao frowned. "If that's the case, the situation is very bad." At this moment, the man sitting not far from Zhang Yi spoke up. He comes from Wenzhou. His name is Zhuo Feiyu. "Zhu Shuai. Today we have received too much information. In such a short time, we still haven't come up with any useful opinions. Can we have some more time to thoroughly study these materials?" Afterward, they would continue the discussion. Zhang Yi nodded. "I agree with this suggestion. It's hard to remember everything after just one look, and it's not convenient to speak up." The other mutants also raised their hands, showing agreement with Zhu Feiyu's proposal. Zhu Jing thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, but you won't have much time to think. Time waits for no one. If we delay even one more day, we don't know where those beastmen will run off to. By then, our people living on this land will be in danger." A strange look flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. As the commander of Baoxu City, it's understandable that Zhu Zhang thinks this way. But do the mutants in the 12 cities truly care about the lives and deaths of ordinary people? In the past, when fighting over survival resources, they acted ruthlessly. Isn't it a bit strange to talk about this now? But after thinking carefully, Zhang Yi also found some logic in it. Although he acted ruthlessly and without compassion, not being a good person by any means, he generally refrained from attacking those who had not wronged him. And when foreign enemies invade, protecting this land and the innocent people who deserve to be protected on it is exactly what Zhang Yi wants to do. For example, when it comes to people like Li Jian, Zhang Yi still hoped that he could survive the apocalypse and preserve a spark for human civilization. Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Humans truly are a contradictory mix. Zhu Zheng then said, "I'll give you all one day to thoroughly study this intelligence, and after that, we must prepare to fight and eliminate those damn werewolves." Now, since everyone is here, I will announce a bit about the basic team structure for the campaign. Due to the strong power of the mutant Xiaoyu, solo actions carried too much risk. So the 12 people present here today would be divided into 3 action teams. Your task will be to support the Tianshen team. The Tianshen team will be responsible for the main offensive. In addition, to facilitate operations, each team will have a team leader. In the absence of orders from higher-ups, all members must obey the team leader's command. Hearing that, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Did he have to cooperate with people from other factions? He glanced at those around him, and others were also looking left and right. This operational model was fairly solid, as they were all powerful mutants with extraordinary abilities, gathered together. Even when facing enemies with superhuman strength, they could buy enough time. If they could create an opportunity for the Tianshen team to strike, that would be even better. At worst, they could gather more information about Xiaoyu. Zhu Zheng continued. Next, I will announce the team assignments. Zhu Zheng took out a list from his pocket, and his strong voice rang out. Team 1. Team Leader Zhang Yi. Members Lian Yu, Chen Xiao, Peng Lai. Deng Shen Tong looked at Zhang Yi and smiled with delight, a look of admiration. The team leader of the Tianshen team, a young master with an illustrious reputation, had never given up on recruiting Zhang Yi into his team. The first person mentioned was, of course, Zhang Yi, and he was directly made the team leader. This caused everyone's eyes to focus intently on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi simply cleared his throat, easing the atmosphere. Liang Yu remained very calm. She was already a person under Zhang Yi. But Chen Xiao and Peng Lei, upon learning that they had become members under Zhang Yi's command, both showed a hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. Chen Xiao thought to herself, "My abilities are not small either. Why should we let Zhang Yi manage us?" Chen Xiao's thoughts were somewhat complex, but she quickly regained her composure. However, Peng Lei kept staring at Zhang Yi with a skeptical, almost questioning look. "We are all strongmen, each commanding our own territory. Why should Zhang Yi be in charge of us?" Zhang Yi could feel Peng Lei's gaze but paid it no mind. He thought to himself, "Let them be dissatisfied. Anyway, if they don't listen, don't blame me for directly throwing them aside. With Hua and Liang Yu by my side, that's more than enough." Zhu Jing then announced the team divisions for the other two groups. The second team, team leader Zhu Fiyu, main members Yang Yuanhao, Liu Yuchun. The third team, team leader Wu Shifang, main members Mo Zhongning, Lai Weihai, Jia Heting. Once the team lists were announced, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Most of the team leaders were secretly pleased, but at the same time, they were concerned about whether the members under their command would listen to them. Meanwhile, the members were evaluating the abilities of their teammates, and some were beginning to have doubts about their team leader. In their territory, they were all used to being the big boss, used to being the ones in charge. Asking someone else to command them, who would be happy about that? But at this moment, Zhang Yi noticed something else. The list that was announced only had 12 people, but there were actually 13 mutant individuals present at the scene. His gaze lingered on Yuan Hao, before quickly shifting to Xia Ling Ling. Xia Ling Ling was not on the list. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, not believing that the headquarters could make such a basic mistake. Liang Yu was someone he personally brought in, and the headquarters had deemed him qualified enough to become a combat force. So Xia Ling Ling, even if she wasn't the leader of a faction, should still be on the list. Unless, like Hua, she was some kind of favored combat pet. Xia Ling Ling felt the unusual gazes directed at her, and, feeling displeased, she snorted coldly. "What are you staring at? My husband and I are one. Do you have a problem with that?" Yuan Hao was flustered. "Ling Ling, don't get angry." He then stood up, sweat dripping down his face, and bowed his head to apologize to everyone. "I'm really sorry." Ling Ling can be quite straightforward. She didn't mean anything bad by what she said. "I apologize again." This scene made Peng Lei unable to hold back a laugh. Zhu Jiang placed his hand on the table and spoke solemnly. "This is how the teams have been divided. We've arranged the teams based on each person's abilities. The team leader has also been carefully considered. I hope everyone can cooperate well and complete this mission together." He glanced at the clock, not sure when exactly, but it was already past 3 p.m. "That's all for today. Tomorrow at this time, we will meet here again. By then, I hope everyone will have thoroughly analyzed the information about Xiaoyu and found the most advantageous strategy. Because in 2 days we must set off. Xiaoyu won't just stand still, waiting for us to capture them. Every second, every minute that passes could bring a new development. Moreover, the impact of this matter is sensitive. If the Jiangnan district doesn't handle it well, not only will the position of the Jiangnan district among the 6 major districts plummet, but it could also affect all the districts worldwide." The meeting was temporarily concluded. Zhu Jiang stood up and left the conference room. Lan Jincheng said, "The documents will be sent to everyone soon." He then adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and followed Zhu Jiang out. Deng Shentong noticed there was someone else beside Zhang Yi and thought to himself, "Zhang Yi still has to deal with the internal affairs of his team, so he won't go over to talk to him." Everyone left one by one, leaving only 13 mutants from the outskirts still remaining here. Zhang Yi was the first to stand up. He said to Liang Yu, "Let's go, let's study those documents carefully." Liang Yu nodded and followed Zhang Yi out. As Zhang Yi walked by, Chen Xiao slightly raised her finely shaped eyebrows. She had intended to wait for Zhang Yi to approach her before saying a few words. Wait for him to come. I want to test his strength. He must have some special qualities, otherwise, Zhu Shuai wouldn't have made him the team leader. Peng Li, on the other hand, remained on guard and unconvinced. He waited for him to show off. "I'll definitely tear him down." not letting him bully Qiao Qiao. But what they didn't expect was that Zhang Yi didn't even spare them a glance. He simply walked out of the meeting room. Chen Qiao Qiao and Peng Lai were both stunned, feeling as if they had put in all their effort, but hit nothing but air. He just left like that. Chen Qiao Qiao was very suspicious. At such a critical moment, when they were about to head to the battlefield to face the powerful and savage Neon Country Wanderers, Zhang Yi showed no concern whatsoever. Suddenly, Chen Qiao Qiao felt a surge of anger in her heart. What does he think of this mission? What does he think of my position as team leader? She abruptly stood up and said to Peng Lai, who was as stunned as she was, "Go there and find him." She followed closely behind Zhang Yi, and Peng Lai hurriedly chased after them. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Liang Yu were walking down the hallway, approaching the elevator. Zhang Yu's calm demeanor only made Chen Qiao Qiao more furious, but she wasn't a naive girl who would let her dissatisfaction show on her face. A female voice came from behind. "Zhang Yi, wait a minute." Without needing to turn around, Zhang Yi already knew who it was, but out of courtesy, he still turned around. "What is it?" Chen Qiao Qiao stepped in front of Zhang Yi, forcing a smile onto her face. "Right now, we are a team working together, and you are the team leader. I think at the very least, we should understand each other better. Besides, discussing the materials on Xiaoyu in a group is more efficient, don't you think?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Chen Qiao Qiao's resolute and quick demeanor reminded him a bit of Xiao Hong Lian. It seemed she was also a capable and bold woman, with a straightforward, unyielding character. Chen Qiao Qiao spread her arms wide and smiled, saying, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Qiao Qiao, and this is Peng Lai. We come from an organization in Baijiu." She carefully looked around before speaking to Zhang Yi. "You see, it's not very convenient to talk here. How about we find somewhere else to talk?" "Captain," she deliberately emphasized the word captain. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "You look more like a captain than I do." He knew that Chen Qiao Qiao and Peng Lai didn't think much of him as the captain, but so what? This was Du Jing's order, and if they had any objections, they could take it up with him. However, despite their competitiveness, Zhang Yi didn't really dislike them. Thinking about the fact that they would be working together in the future, as long as they didn't harbor any ill intentions, there was no reason they couldn't get along well. Zhang Yi nodded. "All right, let's go to the code bar. I'll pay." Zhang Yi generously opened his mouth. "It's on me." Liang Yu couldn't help but lean in and whisper in his ear, "Do we even have money?" The money in Baoxu City is just a point accumulation system. Only those living in Baoxu City can earn it through labor and missions. Of course, the mission points don't include anything like that. He doesn't even have money for food here. Zhang Yi pouted. "It's fine. I have a friend." The person he was referring to was, of course, Bagley Chongqing. Chongqing had already become the captain of the investigation team, holding a lot of accumulated points in his hands. He still owed Zhang Yi a huge favor, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to use his name to open a private room for drinking. However, Chen Qiao Qiao and Peng Lai declined Zhang Yi's kindness. "Forget about the drinking. Let's go to your room and have a chat." Although they were leaders of a faction, this was their first time drinking with men, so they couldn't help but feel a bit cautious. However, the suggestion they made seemed a bit prone to misunderstanding. "Let's go to your room and talk slowly." Why did that sound so strange? Even Zhang Yi couldn't help but have some errant thoughts in his mind. Could it be that these two were interested in his body? Peng Lai saw the look in Zhang Yi's eyes, and, feeling frustrated, explained, "It's not what you're thinking. It's just that we have no other place to go. People from the outskirts like us are not familiar with this area, and finding a quiet and private place to talk isn't that easy." Zhang Yi shook his head. Sorry, then let's settle on that." "Yeah." So the four of them entered the elevator together and planned to go to Zhang Yi's room to have a conversation. After they left, the other mutants gradually stepped out of their meeting rooms as well. But compared to the other teams, Zhang Yi's team was the most harmonious. Chen Qiao Qiao and Peng Lai had arrived at Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi sat down heavily in the most comfortable armchair. Liang Yu, holding Long Ming, sat on the armrest of the sofa. Chen Qiao Qiao and Peng Lai pulled over two chairs and sat facing Zhang Yi. Peng Lai crossed her legs. Since her chair was higher than the sofa, she looked down at Zhang Yi. Her gaze clearly conveyed arrogance, as if warning Zhang Yi, Don't even think about commanding them. But Zhang Yi didn't pay any attention at all. He thought to himself, these two could be called teammates. But if they're not around, it doesn't matter. But if they want to work with me, they'll have to listen. Zhang Yi gently stroked Huahua's fur and smiled at them. All right, now that there are no outsiders here, let's have a proper conversation. Chen Xiao spoke first. Since this is a team assigned by the headquarters, we should follow the proper regulations. Everyone understood in their hearts that Sha Yu's mutant abilities were very strong, even stronger than ours. Therefore, we have to cooperate to ensure our survival on the battlefield and successfully complete the mission. At the very least, we should understand each other's abilities, so that cooperation will be easier in the future. Chen Xiao spread her arms wide and said, therefore, I hope everyone will share their abilities. Of course, if you agreed, to show my sincerity, I can go first and reveal my ability. How about it? Lian Yu glanced at Zhang Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and, without hesitation, nodded, all right, I think this proposal is quite reasonable. Even if we speak, he won't reveal all of his information. He knows that Chen Xiao and Peng Lai don't necessarily have to disclose everything. Chen Xiao smiled. Well then, I'll introduce myself first. She placed a hand on her chest. My ability is that of a frost dancer, a mutant of the enhancement type. Since I've trained in Brazilian martial dance for 10 years, I'm very skilled in using leg techniques during combat. Having said that, she pointed to Peng Lai beside her. Peng Lai's ability is that of a priest, a mutant of the emission type. From her name, you can tell that her ability leans towards support and enhancement. She can significantly boost everyone's basic stamina and heal injuries. Unless the injury is fatal, she can heal it quickly. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, glanced at Peng Lai. It turned out that these two were a combination. One was a powerful close combat expert with enhanced abilities, and the other was a nurse. A perfect pairing. Peng Lai's abilities were similar to a weaker version of the Xingtan Legion and Zhu Qi. Zhang Yi knew in his heart that they were hiding something, the most obvious being the ability of Chen Xiao, Ice Wielder. These three words had not appeared in the introduction of her powers. He smiled faintly. Well then, it's our turn. Zhang Yi was a mutant of the special substance type, with spatial abilities. The name of my spatial power ability is Space Manipulation. I can open a spatial domain to store and defend, while also using spatial portals to teleport across space. After Zhang Yi finished explaining his abilities, both Chen Xiao and Peng Lai's expressions became serious. Spatial abilities were incredibly rare. Because of their all-encompassing strength, they were more like something of legend. Until now, aside from Zhang Yi, the only other known spatial mutant was one from Baoxu City, who had never revealed their face, and there was also a female mutant from the Xishan base with the ability to phase through walls. But she had been killed by him long ago. Chen Xiao whispered, now I understand why Zhu Shuai made you the team leader. A black-level space-type mutant like me really couldn't have predicted that. At first, she had some doubts about Zhang Yi being the team leader, but now the two of them had gradually come to understand. Zhang Yi smiled and said, it seems my ability is quite popular, huh? Isn't that obvious? Chen Xiao shrugged, you wouldn't understand. You don't know how useful this kind of ability is right now. Peng Li pouted. That's right. People often don't realize how valuable their own abilities are. In times like these, with the sky covered in freezing snow, even if the space-type ability is only used for support, its convenience makes all the other mutants envious. Zhang Yi is so used to it that he doesn't see the point, but the rest of us are pretty jealous. Chen Xiao looked at Zhang Yi suspiciously and said, Zhang Yi, so what's your fighting style? Even if you can't tell us everything, you're still holding back a lot. Zhang Yi gave a faint smile. My method of attack is very simple. It's a gun. A gun? Both Chen Xiao and Peng Lai looked doubtful. For high-level mutants, guns usually have no effect at all. Zhang Yi said, my spatial system ability can help support shooting, increase range and damage, and even when facing mutants, it can still deal a certain amount of damage, except for mutants with enhancement and beastman systems who have extremely high defensive abilities. I can deal some damage to all others. Moreover, Zhang Yi now also possesses a large number of Genesis bullets and Holy Silver bullets. Chen Xiao nodded. Then her face broke into a joyful smile. Then we're really lucky to be teamed up with you. Peng Lei, who was beside her, blinked curiously. Why is that? Chen Xiao calmly explained. Having a mutant with a spatial system in the team means logistics and supplies won't be a problem, which means we can operate in the field for a long time. Moreover, from Zhang Yi's introduction, it's not hard to tell that he is the type of mutant with defensive and counterattack abilities. He's better at defense than offense, so it'll be safer for us to follow him. Peng Lei nodded, and the gaze she directed at Zhang Yi softened considerably. So that's how it is. Through his interactions with the two of them, Zhang Yi gradually got a sense of their personalities. Chen Xiao, at first glance, seemed to have already gotten used to leading the entire group, always eager to take the initiative. But fortunately, she was very intelligent and her logic was relatively clear. Zhang Yi had always preferred to interact with intelligent people. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu and introduced, "This is Liang Yu. She is an enhancer-type mutant, a martial arts master, and as for the rest, I don't think there's much more to introduce." Right. Zhang Yi smiled and looked at Liang Yu, saying, Liang Yu's abilities are actually quite simple. They are the most typical kind of enhancement powers, but she herself possesses an extremely strong combat ability. You could even say that, even without her mutant powers, with just her own skills, she could fight a level 2 beta mutant. Zhang Yi thought to himself, someone with such talent, once she gains the advantage in close combat, could easily defeat the enemy. Zhang Yi secretly swallowed a gulp of saliva. He had to treat Liang Yu well in the future. He had always been diligent in getting closer to her. Peng Lei and Chen Xiao did not react strongly, they just nodded at Liang Yu. To them, enhancer-type mutants were nothing special, and they couldn't really understand what it meant to be a martial arts master. Chen Xiao suddenly pointed at Hua, who was lying on Zhang Yi's lap. What about it then? Don't tell me it's just a pet. No pet could withstand temperatures as low as -6 degrees. Besides, you don't strike me as the kind of person who would forget to bring their pet along in such an important moment. Zhang Yi smiled. Your observation skills are very good. That's right. Hua is not an ordinary cat. Peng Lei asked, could it be the cat in Wang Wei's poem? Seeing the strange looks from everyone, she pouted. Isn't it enough? Chen Xiao quickly explained to Zhang Yi and Liang Yu. Her personality has always been like this. Don't take it to heart. It's fine, Zhang Yi said, stroking Hua. It's a mutated creature. And if we were to classify it according to human ability levels, it would be Delta level. Hua can evolve by swallowing the essence of mutants, which clearly fits the criteria for a Delta level. Chen Xiao stared at Hua, her eyes gleaming with excitement. That's great. This means our team now effectively has 5 Delta-level combatants, and we also have a rare space-type mutant. This time, the chances of us earning mission points will be higher than other teams. Peng Lei also smiled and said, so, do we have a chance to capture Linhai City? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, exactly. Zhang Yi just smiled without saying anything. Chen Xiao, anxious, spoke to Zhang Yi. Well then, let's go over those documents again. If everyone discusses and gives their opinions together, it will definitely be better than looking at them alone. All right then, let's take a look, Zhang Yi said, reaching for his cup of water to take a sip. However, when his hand touched the side of the cup, he realized the water had already cooled down. Liang Yu understood his intention, took the cup from his hand, went to the water dispenser to fill it with hot water, and then returned. Zhang Yi smiled at Chen Xiao and Peng Lei, and slowly spoke. Shouldn't we talk about the issue of cooperation among team members first? He spread his arms wide. What I mean is that I hope you two can understand. Since we are members of the same team, when acting, you must follow my orders. Chen Xiao thought to herself, since we met, I always taken the initiative to seize control, but you didn't fall for it. As for Zhang Yi, he didn't oppose her. He just smiled along with her pace. It wasn't that he was foolish, it was simply that he didn't take it to heart. For him, this so-called team wasn't that important, because until now, Zhu Zhang and the others still hadn't measured his true strength, and in the end, the issue of who had a say in the team remained a topic that couldn't be overlooked. Chen Xiao originally wanted to set the pace on her own, and naturally become the leader of the team, making Zhang Yi just a nominal captain. But clearly, Zhang Yi would not easily obey her like that. Chen Xiao spoke up. Your abilities are indeed rare and impressive. If you are the captain, we will respect your opinion. However, if you make decisions that are not suitable during the mission, we also have the right to correct you. At first glance, this statement seemed harmless. We will listen to you, but if you say something wrong, we will correct you according to our own ideas. This meant the initiative still lay in their hands, and to put it bluntly, they did not fully accept Zhang Yu's position as leader, despite him being the official captain. Zhang Yu responded, "In that case, we don't need to act together anymore." He raised both his hands. At that point, the two of you can go and act freely without needing to stay with us. Based on our team setup, it's just me, Liang Yu, and Hoa Hoa, missing one person to have a full standard team. He glanced at Liang Yu beside him, then gently stroked Hoa Hoa, who was peacefully sleeping on his lap. Moreover, we are already a team. Our coordination is seamless, and they will follow my orders. So whether there are two more people or two less, it doesn't matter. We've reached an impasse, and don't see eye to eye, right? Peng Lai was stunned as he looked at Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Chen Xiao flashed a look of surprise. This mission is extremely difficult. 10 previous action teams have been wiped out. Only by uniting can we increase our chances of survival. We should have the highest chance of completing the mission if we stick together. If you separate from us like this, it won't benefit any of us. Zhang Yi calmly said, "But you don't even acknowledge me as the team leader. Everyone's hearts are not in sync, the atmosphere is off, and working together will only slow us down." "What's the point?" Chen Xiao explained, "We've only been together for a short time, it's not easy to bond. But if there are more people, it can help ensure a higher chance of survival." Liang Yu couldn't help but smile. She sympathetically glanced at Chen Xiao and Peng Lai, thinking to herself, do these two even know who they're talking to? Zhang Yi is now a top-tier expert, especially with his life-saving technique. Humph, anyone who sees it would curse. His Delta-level ability has 10 times the defensive power of an attack. Even legendary Epsilon-level ability users would be stunned upon seeing it. Then Zhang Yi said, "All right, fine. We'll act together. But if there's any disagreement, you can just do your own thing. Don't worry about us." Chen Xiao could no longer restrain herself. As the leader of the elite team, she thought Zhang Yi's approach was too childish. "Zhang Yi, this is not a joke. This is a life-or-death crisis. You can't let your anger towards us put everyone else in danger." Zhang Yi sighed. "All I can tell you is that my survival abilities can ensure that both myself and my people will absolutely survive this mission. So, in your opinion, do I have an obligation to protect those who refuse to follow my orders?" Zhang Yi had made his point clear. If they still didn't understand, he wasn't going to waste any more words on them. Chen Xiao exclaimed, "You say you can absolutely guarantee the survival of you and your team." She propped her chin up with one hand and began to think. "I see now, so that's how it is." Peng Lai quietly asked, "What do you understand?" This was the advantage of space ability. Hadn't he mentioned it before? He could move through space, meaning that in case of an emergency, he could simply escape. With the rarity of space abilities, as long as he wanted to flee, no one could really kill him. Perhaps the enemy had someone with such abilities, but with the Shen Tian team drawing fire in the front, even Xia Yu wouldn't be able to dedicate all their strength to hunting him down. If that was the case, wouldn't he be in an unbeatable position? Peng Lai glanced at Zhang Yi with a strange look and whispered, "How despicable." Zhang Yi asked bluntly, "Did I just hear that correctly?" Peng Lai smiled smugly at him. "I did it on purpose." Zhang Yi felt helpless toward this woman. After giving it some serious thought, Chen Xiao made a decision. "All right then, during the next mission, we will follow your orders. But if your orders are too unreasonable, we will part ways, each going our own path." "How about that?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Fine, then it's settled," Chen Xiao said. "Now let's begin studying the intelligence on Xia Yu." Zhang Yi chuckled. "You say study like it's just that easy?" Chen Xiao's tone became stiff. Zhang Yi waved his hand. "Just kidding. All right, let's get to the research." Chen Xiao always liked to take the initiative, and Zhang Yi had to make it clear to her who was in charge now. Chen Xiao also realized Zhang Yi's intentions, but right now she did not want to cause any discord within the team, so she decided to hold back. The four of them gathered together, opened the intelligence report that Lan Jincheng had sent to them, and began to carefully study it. He turned on the satellite phone, displaying the data and images of the 13 members of the Sheiyu group. A few hours later, the 5 of them carefully reviewed the documents and images once again. Since they had already gone through it once, this time they could quickly skip over the unimportant sections and focus on the key points. Among the 5, Peng Lai was responsible for taking notes, recording the important details from the meeting. After finishing the review, Zhang Yi said, "Now that we've all seen it, we should discuss our opinions. As the team leader, I'll speak first. We have very little on-site video footage, and we haven't even gathered complete information on the abilities of those individuals. However, one thing is already very clear. They possess an incredibly strong ability to gather intelligence. When they can grasp the details of 10 mutant teams involved in the first battle, we must be cautious. We might have to face a similar situation." At this point, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel amused inside. If there really was someone in Shiyu's group with such powerful abilities, it was likely that no mutant would want to face that person. He continued, "However, this is just a guess. We don't know how they collected information about us, nor do we know how detailed that information is. Therefore, it's still necessary to prepare thoroughly." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and continued, "Just like the first battle, they always manage to have their mutants deal with the easiest opponents. So there's a chance that we will have to face someone that is extremely difficult to deal with. This is also the reason why the main district has asked us to split into 3 teams, each with mutants of different abilities. Only by doing this can we compensate for our own shortcomings and abilities." Chen Xiaoxiao listened attentively, occasionally nodding. She strongly agreed with Zhang Yi's point of view. Furthermore, some of the people in their group had combat abilities far superior to others. Zhang Yi pointed to Daiku, a former sumo wrestler, and said, "At the very least, his abilities are on par with the deputy team leader of the investigation team. In the image data, Daiku truly defeated 2 mutant teams by himself, even making the chapter translator shudder before such powerful combat strength. According to his estimation, this person's abilities might even be comparable to Bad Lei Chong King." Zhang Yi then pointed at Nobunaga. Nobunaga, a master of swordsmanship from Neum country, even referred to as the contemporary holy sword. Normally, people from Neum country like to exaggerate with such titles. However, this guy's abilities must carry some weight. We cannot be careless. When Nobunaga was mentioned, Liang Yu's brows shot up, and in her cold gaze, a proud fighting spirit emerged. As a martial artist from the nation HQ, she had her own sense of pride. On the path of martial arts, of course, she would not submit to a Neum country wild dog. Liang Yu said, "If possible, I would like to fight him." Peng Lai curiously glanced at Liang Yu, and both of them harbored some doubts in their eyes. Because from what they understood, Liang Yu was merely a subordinate of Zhang Yi. Did she really dare to say such a thing? According to the data, Nobunaga had used only a single saber to wipe out a mutant organization, and even captured Li Tianlong alive. On the battlefield, capturing someone alive was always far more difficult than simply eliminating them. Liang Yu felt that the 2 of them were suspicious, but she didn't bother to explain anything. She wasn't good at talking, and, for a martial artist, the best way to prove one's abilities was simply one word: fighting. Zhang Yi continued, "Additionally, there are 3 people whose true abilities we don't know." He pointed at the others on the screen. All of them had to be careful, not to be overly confident. Especially Haiyuan, the team leader of the group from Neum country, who idolized taking down superiors. If he didn't have strong enough abilities, there was no way these fierce werewolves would have made him their leader. Zhang Yi's gaze inadvertently became more serious. If even his subordinates had such powerful abilities, what level would his own abilities be at? The first battle couldn't reveal his true power, so the second battle would be the moment when Zhang Yi and the others had to face this unknown. Chen Xiaoxiao noticed Zhang Yu's worry, but calmly said, "When facing enemies of this level, the only thing we can do is to complete our mission. And don't forget, the main force behind this operation is the headquarters, with Tianxin team as the core, not us." She looked at Zhang Yi, with a gaze as if burning with fire. "Essentially, we can understand what the headquarters battle plan is." Zhang Yi and Liang Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The corners of Peng Li's mouth slightly curled up, feeling somewhat pleased with herself. She and Chen Xiaoxiao had only known each other since the apocalypse, But because their personalities matched, they had become the best of friends. Their abilities complemented each other, much like their relationship. They had always supported each other, gradually rising to the top in the King of Ba City. Chen Xiaoxiao's intellect was something she was also proud of. Zhang Yi smiled and spread his hands. "Oh, go ahead. Tell us." Chen Xiaoxiao spoke up. "Your analysis isn't wrong. Xia Yu didn't demonstrate any abilities during the first battle, and that's why we had to divide our forces into two levels to act. Considering the enemy's strong information-gathering capabilities, when they engage with us, they will deploy the optimal formation. The phenomenon of power countering among mutants is very serious, like how water can clearly extinguish fire. If we lose the opportunity in this regard, it will be very easy for us to have our formation shattered." Chen Xiaoqiao continued. "But we have the advantage of fighting on home ground, and that advantage is our numbers. The three of us are the frontline troops. Our existence is meant to force Xia Yu to act first, so they have to reveal their strength before us. Although they can choose the most suitable counterattack strategy based on our formation, we still have a second layer of protection, which is the Tianxin team. As long as we identify Tianxin team members whose abilities differ from ours, they can even supplement us by following behind. This way, we can perfectly counter the enemy's tactics." Chen Xiaoxiao stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, then smiled. "To put it simply, it's like playing rock, paper, scissors. If I explain it that way, it should be easy to understand, right? Moreover, even if the enemy knows our plan, they won't have a good way to break our formation, because I don't think, in terms of overall strength, they have the upper hand over us." The words just spoken by Chen Xiaoxiao made Zhang Yu nod repeatedly. He fully agreed with Chen Xiaoqiao's perspective. "That's right, I think so too. Even though the ability users from Neum country are all at the Delta level, there isn't much difference between them. Compared to Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoqiao, most of them are ordinary ability users who haven't received proper combat training. They may have some disparity in abilities compared to the ability users participating in the first battle. However, all 10 of the people summoned this time are outstanding individuals from the outskirts of the Jiangnan district." Chen Xiaoxiao was very happy when Zhang Yi agreed with her point of view. She confidently said, "That's why, as long as we fight in this way, avoiding letting the enemy take advantage of the information gap to strategize, our chances of winning will be very high." Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa, glanced at Liang Yu beside him, and said casually, "If that's the case, then this mission will actually be simpler. After all, my specialty is to act as bait, to buy time for the enemy. As long as he doesn't see death himself, based on what we know so far, no one has been able to kill him." Peng Lai, who had been jotting down notes, suddenly looked up, gazing at Zhang Yi with a mixture of surprise and a hint of contempt. "But our goal isn't just to be bait for them. Don't forget that if we succeed in this mission, we will have the opportunity to seize the entire city of Linhai." Zhang Yi frowned. So what? "So what?" Peng Lai replied in disbelief. "The resources in Linhai are abundant. If we can take control of it, even just a portion of its territory, it will be enough to significantly strengthen our forces." Chen Xiaoxiao also agreed. Although the alliance established by the Jiangnan Grand District's general headquarters had strictly prohibited forces from other Grand Districts from competing with each other, he also had to understand that it was impossible to ban this matter. Although the Jiangnan Grand District was very powerful, and no one dared to challenge them, their strength could not control the entire region. Therefore, it was clear that the large and small forces within the Jiangnan Grand District were certain that future wars would become a common occurrence. Only by continuously growing stronger could they avoid falling into a passive situation. Zhang Yi nodded. "That makes sense. But I'm not interested." Peng Lai sneered. "So you're actually the leader of Tianhai with this kind of mentality. You better be careful, or one day you'll be ambushed and lose your own turf. A person shouldn't be too complacent." Zhang Yi laughed again. "I actually think there's nothing wrong with being complacent." Chen Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. She and Peng Lai exchanged glances, feeling that things were starting to get complicated. Their goal was to make achievements in this operation, thereby earning rewards from the mission issued by the Jiangnan Grand District, which included the territory of Linhai City. But now, within their team, there were two people who did not support their approach. How could they possibly go up against the other teams later? Clearly, they would be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and said, Zhang Yi, you should think carefully about this. Lin Hai lay right next to Tian Hai. If you could seize the territory and resources there, it would be the most suitable for you. Zhang Yi didn't want to linger on the topic any longer. He waved his hand and said, I've already forgotten what we first talked about. In this team, I am the captain, and you all must follow my orders. If there are any disagreements in the future, anyone can leave, and I won't stop them. Chen Xiao's tone suddenly paused. That's right, this is what they agreed upon. Even though she has many other ideas in her mind, if Zhang doesn't agree, she can't do anything about it. Chen Xiao helplessly said, You're really a strange one. If it were another team, those with special abilities would definitely be happy to agree. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a deep, meaningful smile. He didn't say anything more on the matter and simply tapped on the table to continue. There was still much to explore, such as focusing on the supernatural abilities of each person in the Yu organization, and coming up with counter-strategies. While Zhang Yi and the others were busy researching intelligence about the Yu organization, news from the Intelligence Department of the Combat Operations Command Center was relayed to Zhu Zheng. Upon seeing this news, Zhu Zheng furrowed his brows deeply. The report clearly stated that the King Yun satellite system had monitored that the Yu organization had begun to leave Linhai City, heading straight toward the northwest of Jianglin City. Zhu Zheng clenched his fist, his expression grave. We can't wait any longer. They really intend to march into Zhongyuan. Damn these hateful bastards. The level of aggression from the Yu organization has exceeded expectations. Do they really think they can look down on the entire Jiangnan region just because they won a small skirmish? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhu Zheng's eyes, and murderous intent surged within him. Jianglin City, located to the northwest of Linhai and Tianhai cities, was a prosperous second-tier city. The Yu organization, riding on vehicles looted from the borderlines, moved straight into the heart of Jianglin City. Jianglin Square, one of the most bustling areas of the city, was also a famous commercial district. In the past, it had been occupied by the largest superpowered organization in Jianglin City. But now, along the roads and through which the Yu members passed, hundreds of corpses lay scattered everywhere, fresh red blood staining the street. Yet before it could even flow, it quickly froze into ice. Havuin shoved his hands deep into his jacket pockets, walking leisurely while whistling. First, we need to find a place with enough supplies. Rest, reorganize for a while here, resupply, and then we can continue deeper into the inner palace. The next stop seems to be a city called Lingdu. Jinuji Siro glanced at the device in his hand, the screen displaying a complete map, even showing every single road clearly. After the apocalyptic snowstorm, most roads had become meaningless. This was a pre-apocalypse map, and in the current time, it could only be used as a reference. Jinuji Siro looked at him with disdain. Things won't go as smoothly as we imagined. The previous battle clearly wasn't fought by the ability teams from the Jiangnan headquarters, but by an external organization. After we wiped them out, we sent out a signal, but we didn't get any response from the Jiangnan headquarters. He exhaled a puff of white smoke, his eyes showing some frustration. This means those bastards will keep fighting us to the end. Havmuin listened to Jinuji Siro's complaints, and a leisurely smile appeared on his lips. Jinuji, don't always be so pessimistic. Right now, everything is under our control. Jinuji Siro, a former stockbroker, was an extremely pessimistic person. From the first time they met, he always whispered negative news in Hadwin's ear. But it was thanks to him that the Yu organization was able to develop to its current scale, and it had also escaped the encirclement of the Chu Yun organization in the Guangdong area multiple times. The pessimistic Jinuji Siro was also the steadfast representative of the Denglu sect. After the apocalypse arrived, he was certain that the entire Niam country archipelago would be submerged after the great flood of the apocalypse. If it weren't for this reason, his cautious nature would never have allowed him to approve of Ha Yuan's reckless landing plan. Ha Yuan spread his arms wide, turning his back to everyone. At most, there will be just one more battle. The Jiangnan district will soon fully understand how powerful our forces are. They will obediently abandon their attempts to conquer us. I believe that among them, there are many intelligent people who will understand this. After all, for them right now, we are not their only enemy, Ha Win said, squinting his eyes. It's like when we were in Guangdong, back when we were still a werewolf organization. Xia Yu clashed with the strongest local organization, Chu Yun, across all of Guangdong. However, most of the people in power in Niam country are former members of the old government agencies. Before taking action, what they consider first and foremost is their own interests. To destroy Xia Yu, the price would be too high, potentially weakening their entire organization severely. This would create an opportunity for other forces to replace them. That's why Chu Yun abandoned Xia Yu. Chenuji Siro scoffed disdainfully. Humph. But this isn't Niam country. Do the people in the Jiangnan district have the same mindset as the leadership of Chu Yun? How could you possibly know? Hao Min said, with a hint of meaning in his voice. Across the world, aren't those who are in power all the same type of people? Everyone watched the two argue with smiles on their faces, clearly accustomed to such scenes. They stepped over the bodies of the Jianglin City organization and walked down the once thriving street. Jin Yuji pushed the glass door open. Now, in order to prevent the assault from the Jiangnan district, a comprehensive purge must be carried out in this area. He raised his head, and a cold, venomous gleam flickered in his eyes. Within a 5-kilometer radius around Jianglin Square, leave no one alive. A day quickly passed, and everyone returned to the classroom of the operations center, preparing briefly before heading to the battlefield to fight against Xia Yu. Zhang Yi and the others entered the meeting room, and Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Lai sat not far away. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the other mutants from the outskirts of the city. It was clear that they had also had a discussion yesterday. Soon after, Zhu Zheng and Deng Shentong arrived. However, today, Zhu Zheng's expression was much more serious than yesterday, making Zhang Yi and the others feel that something was wrong. After Zhu Zheng entered the office, he did not ask about the preparation status of the group. Instead, he solemnly told everyone, "Please pay attention. I have some very bad news to announce. This morning, Xia Yu left Linhai City and has already arrived in the nearby Jianglin City." As soon as he finished speaking, someone slammed the table and stood up. "What? He's the leader of the mutant organization in Jianglin City, Wu Shaifang. What's the current situation in Jianglin City?" Wu Shaifang appeared extremely worried, as his family and friends were all in Jianglin City. Based on the previous example of Linhai City, once Xia Yu arrived in a place, he would completely wipe out all the forces in that area. Zhu Zheng spoke to Wu Shifang. "First, don't panic. We've already informed the people in Jianglin City to hide, and they must not engage in any conflict with Xia Yu. Right now, they have occupied Jianglin Square, and as expected, the organizations in that area have been wiped out." Wu Shifang took a deep breath, feeling somewhat reassured, but at the same time, he knew that if his forces were attacked, they would definitely contact him. However, thinking further, he still couldn't feel fully at ease, because as long as those ruthless bandits remained in Jianglin City, his forces would be in danger every single day. Wu Shifang said seriously, "Zhu Shuai, I want to return first to settle matters within my forces." Zhu Zheng didn't say anything. Lan Jincheng stepped forward. "Wu Shifang, do you know what time it is? Do you think you could just do as you please? Right now, the most important thing for you is to cooperate with the headquarters and complete the mission to capture Xia Yu." Wu Shifang's face was filled with hesitation. "But I worry about them. Worrying is useless though." Lan Jincheng shouted, "Do you think that with just your own strength, you can defeat Xia Yu?" Wu Shifang fell silent. Even if he went alone, it wouldn't be of any help. Zhu Zheng interrupted. "All right, Jin Cheng. He's also concerned about his family and friends. He can probably understand." Wu Shifang felt warmth in his heart and looked toward Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng explained, "You can't rush when eating soft tofu. Those people just arrived in Jianglin City. There aren't many of them, and it's impossible to eliminate the major organizations in Jianglin in such a short time. Today, we will call for a tactical meeting to determine the action plan. Tomorrow morning, we will proceed with the operation. As for the various forces in Jianglin, we have already notified them all. We told them to hide as soon as possible and avoid conflicts with Xia Yu. As for safety, you can rest assured." Wu Shifang felt a bit relieved in his heart, nodded, and then sat down. Zhu Zheng looked around at everyone and continued, "The goal of these enemies is clear. They are heading towards the Zhongyuan region. Therefore, we must make use of our time and eliminate them as soon as possible in the Dianhai area. We absolutely cannot allow these despicable wolfmen to advance even a single step further." Now let's begin the final strategic meeting. I invite the captains from the 3 teams to represent their groups and share the results of your discussions. Zhu Jiang turned to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, please start speaking first. Everyone's eyes shifted towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi coughed lightly and slowly stood up. Then I will say a few words. Zhang Yi summarized the discussions his team had had the previous day for everyone to hear. He didn't hide anything, except for the abilities directly related to the success or failure of the mission. He emphasized, the most important thing is that we must understand Xiaoyu's full capabilities, especially finding a way to break their means of accessing information. In general, that's all I can say. After speaking, he sat down. But in the room, everyone lowered their heads to reflect on what Zhang Yi had just said. Even Deng Shentong propped his chin up, appearing deep in thought. Zhu Jiang nodded in approval towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's analysis was very accurate. The most important aspect of our battle with Xiaoyu is information. Currently, we are unclear about the source of the opponent's information, which puts us at a disadvantage. Zhu Jiang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. But in other aspects, we hold an absolute advantage. Whether it's in terms of numbers, the strength of the mutants, or the logistical support when carrying out missions in our homeland. He clasped his hands together and smiled confidently. Most importantly, we also have military support from the district. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Zhu Jiang. Wu Shifang exclaimed in surprise. Are you planning to use heavy weapons to locate and attack them? Zhu Jiang shook his head, emphasizing, no. This made Zhang Yi wonder. Missiles are one of the most important strategic weapons today, and their destructive power can overpower almost any mutant. Then why isn't the district using missiles to hit Xiaoyu's exact location? Zhu Jiang seemed to understand the question on everyone's mind, and he explained. Xiaoyu possesses satellite jamming equipment. Although our King Yun system can roughly identify the area where they are, it cannot pinpoint their exact location. Yeah, Lan Jincheng reminded them. It could interfere with satellite reconnaissance within a radius of 5 kilometers. Zhu Jiang nodded. That's right. Covering a 5-kilometer radius with ammunition is indeed very difficult. But don't worry. This time, we prepared some other things that will definitely give them a huge surprise. Everyone felt a bit of excitement. It seemed like this was the secret weapon of the Jiangnan district. After all, the organization belonged to the district level, and it couldn't possibly lack some hidden assets that no one knew about. The captain of the second team, Zhu Feiyu, also stood up to announce the research results of the entire team. Zhu Feiyu pulled a satellite phone from his bag, opened the file on it, and began reading it like a scientific report. His voice was sharp, and combined with the failure in the first battle, we drew an important lesson. Never divide the forces. Even when splitting into 3 teams, we must ensure that the distance between the teams doesn't exceed 2 kilometers. Additionally, it should be stipulated that if one team encounters Xiaoyu, the other 2 teams must quickly rush to assist. We cannot let the enemy lead us, as they are very good with information. They target the abilities of each mutant team to counter us. In that case, we can also adjust our strategy based on the battlefield situation and promptly switch opponents. These words made Zhang Yi suddenly enlightened. He couldn't help but glance at Zhu Feiyu a few more times. This man was only in his early 30s, and although his face was somewhat ordinary, just from a single battle, he was able to pinpoint the core reason for their failure and suggest a countermeasure. This alone showed that his mind was no simple one. Change the opponent. This method is quite good. In the first battle, the main reason why the 10 mutant teams were wiped out so quickly was that the leader's abilities were countered. In the fight between Delta-level mutants, the influence of lower-level mutants is minimal, and the 13 members of Xiaoyu, each one of them is a ruthless, domineering person from Guangdong, and they all possess dark abilities. Zhang Yi had also thought about this. If they had switched opponents back then, even if the vanguard team couldn't defeat Xiaoyu, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. At this point, Zhang Yi couldn't help but worry. If Xiaoyu truly possessed the ability to gather information that couldn't be dealt with, just how much could they discover about his powers? Would they uncover his true strength? If so, who would they send to confront him? He didn't know. Everything was still a mystery. Zhang Yi felt it was better to remain cautious. After all, he was in the light while the enemy was in the dark. One wrong move, and the whole situation could turn disastrous. Zhang Yi decided to keep a low profile and prioritize his survival. In Zhu Jing's mind, he had already begun to consider incorporating this into their plan of action. He nodded at Zhu Feiyu. Your suggestion is very good. I will consider it. Zhu Feiyu then slowly sat down. Zhu Jing only looked at Wu Shaifang, the captain of Team 3, and said, Wu Shaifang, it's your turn. What is the result of your team's discussion? A more cautious action plan had been proposed by Wu Shaifang. He believed that all the members of the Yu organization possessed incredibly strong individual abilities. If they were to confront them in the usual mutant way, even if they won, the cost would be catastrophic. Therefore, the best approach was to use their numerical advantage to wear down their enemy's stamina. Wu Shaifang proposed, let us mobilize 10,000 soldiers to block off Jianlin Square, each equipped with Genesis bullets, and then fire hot weapons at them, forcing them to show themselves. That way, they will have to face either hot weapons or tens of thousands of soldiers equipped with Genesis bullets. I believe that even the strongest mutants won't be able to withstand such a formation. Right. The entire hall fell into silence after listening to Wu Shaifang. Everyone at the headquarters looked at him with very strange expressions, and even Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Zhang Yi spoke up. This plan is good, but unfortunately, Lan Jincheng has voiced the thoughts of everyone, and that is something that cannot be implemented. He pushed his glasses up, looked at Wu Shaifang, and continued, do you think producing Genesis bullets is that simple? Even in the Jiangnan district headquarters, only a few special forces have access to these bullets, and the quantity is limited. Don't even talk about 10,000. Equipping 1,000 soldiers with Genesis bullets is not realistic. Therefore, your proposal is fundamentally unfeasible. Wu Shaifang's face became somewhat unpleasant, but he remained determined. With just a few dozen people, we can't be sure to completely eliminate the organization. On the contrary, the more people, the better. Zhu Jing's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Of course, he understood everything Wu Shaifang had said, but Wu Shaifang did not realize that there were not many forces available in the Jiangnan district at the moment. Even the 6 investigation teams currently had 4 of them working on tasks outside the city. Jianglin City was Wu Shaifang's territory, so his concern and restlessness were understandable. However, the entire Jiangnan district could not deploy all of its forces to deal with the Yu organization. Zhu Jing slowly spoke. Our goal this time is to eliminate the Yu organization, but it is not necessary to wipe them all out in a single blow. These people are very crafty. They are always playing hide and seek with us. If they can travel from Linhai City to Jianglin City, then they can just as easily escape to somewhere else. Surrounding and eliminating them will require at least 10 times our current force. He paused for a moment, then continued. This means we would have to gather all the top mutant forces from different cities across the entire Jiangnan district. If we do that, we might become vulnerable to attacks from other external organizations. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, when using forces, surround with 10 parts, strike with 5, divide with double, fight evenly, retreat if weak, avoid if inferior. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose in 100 battles. Wu Shaifang was somewhat irritable. His point was that Zhu Jing must first defeat them, engage in direct combat, dismantle their organization, and gather intelligence about them. In this way, even if it was not possible to eliminate them all at once, it would still extinguish their arrogance. Don't forget that we are fighting on our home turf. A prolonged war of attrition benefits us. Our forces and resources can continuously be replenished from the rear, while they only have 13 members, and the more they fight, the more they wear down. Therefore, as the war drags on, it will become easier for us. Zhu Jing was a military strategist. His military thinking was visionary and strategic. From the start, he never considered the possibility of completely wiping out all the members of the Yu organization. While that might be a noble aspiration, it was difficult to achieve. The Yu organization was not foolish enough to engage in a suicidal battle with the Jiangnan forces when they knew they would be outmatched. Deng Shentong, sitting beneath, listened to Zhu Jing's words, and a flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. Folding his arms, he said, perhaps we have a simpler method. Target their leader directly. As long as we take down the Wolf King, the entire pack will quickly disband. Deng Shentong spoke for the first time and immediately captured everyone's attention. There was no other way. In this operation, the Tiantian team was the key force. And this team leader was the top strategic asset for this mission. Zhu Shui smiled, fully understanding Deng Shentong's character, rebellious and arrogant as always. But every time, Deng Shentong managed to accomplish the mission brilliantly. Zhu Shui admired young people like him, those with ambition and a fighting spirit. Lan Jincheng spoke up. We have very little information on Howen, the leader of the Shiyu organization. Even in Guangdong, his personal records are sealed. Based on initial estimates, his combat ability is likely on par with the captains of the 6 investigation teams. Therefore, carrying out a kill mission against their leader will be quite difficult. Of course, if Captain Deng can handle it, it will significantly shorten our campaign. Deng Shentong tilted his head, his hair cascading like a waterfall. Then leave this to me, he said. His eyes were filled with confidence, not arrogance or self-importance, but a clear recognition of his own strength. Deng Shentong spoke slowly. Anyone I've marked has never escaped. Now, he's already a dead man. This confident tone made the smile on Zhu Zheng's face even more pronounced. Only Bai Li Chongqing, as a member of the investigation team, facing Deng Shentong, seemed to have a slightly complicated expression. He thought to himself, when will I be able to speak with that kind of confidence like him? Even after being promoted to team leader, he still didn't possess the kind of confidence Deng Shentong had to say things like that. This was the gap in strength. Once Deng Shentong spoke, basically no one else had any objections. Zhu Zheng then asked, does anyone else have any questions? If not, we'll get straight to the main topic. He was referring to tomorrow's operation plan. Zhu Zheng glanced at everyone, but no one said anything further. He signaled for Lan Jincheng to present the plan. Lan Jincheng revealed the plan they had prepared long in advance. We will act at 2 a.m. tomorrow. This time is when people are deep in sleep, the most vulnerable and prone to making mistakes. The urgency of the situation was such that even Zhang Yi hadn't expected it. He glanced at the satellite phone. It was now 3:57 p.m., meaning they had just over 10 hours left before they had to depart for Zhonglin City to carry out the mission. Lan Jincheng, based on the established plan, relayed the details of the mission to the 3 teams. Currently, the enemy's area of operation is the Jianglin Square in the city center of Zhonglin. This is one of the busiest commercial areas in the region, and they have used satellite jamming technology to prevent us from tracking them in real time. At that point, we will first carry out a comprehensive airstrike on the entire Jianglin Square. Afterward, the 3 of you will be the vanguard from 3 different directions, slowly advancing toward Jianglin Square. Once the enemy appears, your task will be to delay them and engage in combat. The remaining tasks will be handled by the main force of this mission, the Tiantian team. Regarding the specific details of the mission, Lan Jincheng only briefly explained. Zhang Yi understood that the focus of the mission was still on the Tiantian team, and what they had to do did not need to be widely known. This was also to prevent the leakage of intelligence and avoid a situation similar to the one in the first battle. After finishing his explanation, Lan Jincheng looked at everyone one more time and asked, any questions? Xia Ling Ling sneered coldly, crossing her arms in front of her chest, thinking to herself, what's the difference between us and the first group that went to eliminate Xia Yu? Aren't we both bait? As long as the mission can be completed, we can gain significant benefits. What problem could there possibly be? The expressions of the others were similar, as they understood their position very clearly and had already mentally prepared themselves. Not only could they carry out the great cause of national glory, but they could also receive a large amount of resources and land. This was more than enough reason for them to take the risk and try. Lan Jincheng waited for a few seconds and seeing no objections, he continued. Then, please, go prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. He was already fully equipped and didn't need to prepare anything special. The head of the operations department, Yun Lai, slowly stood up and said, to carry out this operation, the headquarters has specially equipped you with specialized weapons. In a moment, please follow me to collect them. He paused for a moment, then emphasized once again that the specially crafted weapons were used by the soldiers of the Yan army. Zhang Yi and the others, upon hearing this, exchanged glances filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had never used the specially crafted gear of the professional soldiers of the Baoxu City Legion, but they had heard of it and were aware of its superior features. In Zhang Yi's mind, what appeared first was the tight-fitting black suit, along with the cold weapons made from adamantium metal, crafted to exacting standards. Zhu Zhang stood up, and the others followed suit, rising one by one. Zhu Zhang's face was solemn as he spoke. This battle concerns the reputation of our Jiangman district and the honor of our nation. Therefore, I ask everyone to put forth their utmost effort to kill the enemy. We must defeat this entire band of barbarians. Everyone responded in unison. We obey. The resounding and firm shout shook the very ceiling. No matter where these people came from, no matter if they were good, evil, despicable, cunning, or cowardly, when it came to the greater cause of the nation and the people, they would not hesitate. After the meeting ended, Zhu Zhang left only a few core members. The conference was concluded. Currently, Captain Manhwa Recap will lead you to collect weapons and equipment. Deng Shentong, Tu Yunlai, you two stay behind. I still had something to instruct. As core members, they had more detailed battle plans to discuss. Even Zhang Yi felt a bit of sympathy for Chong Qing. After all, on paper, he was the captain of the investigation team, on the same level as Deng Shentong. But it was clear that Manhwa Recap was completely excluded from the core circle of the operational command center. One can only say that the Blizzard base is a place where strength is paramount. The level of one's abilities directly determines their status. Zhang Yi and the others followed Manhwa Recap all the way down to the underground weapons vault. After several rounds of identity verification, Manhwa Recap opened the door to the vault. What greeted their eyes was a vast weapons storage, with rows upon rows of weaponry and equipment. Guns, cold weapons, combat armor, battle tanks, armored vehicles, and even armed helicopters. Manhwa Recap turned around, smiling as he extended both hands to the group. Everyone, the weapons here. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Take as much as you can carry. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, and the smile on Manhwa Recap's face stiffened. He quickly changed his tone. What I meant was, you could carry weapons on you, but you can't store them in space if you have space abilities. Zhang Yi, looking innocent, shrugged and whispered into Chong Qing's ear. Your previous remark was unnecessary. These ordinary equipment items annoy me. He had never cared for regular gear. On the contrary, everyone else was eagerly rushing into the armory, their eyes lighting up as they stared at the wide variety of new weapons inside. Manhwa Recap murmured, no wonder you're Zhang Yi. Wu Shifang, meanwhile, went to the section with combat suits, picking and choosing, until he settled on a heavy suit of armor. This armor weighed up to 20 pounds and was inlaid with many metal plates on the outside. Inside it had a mechanical exoskeleton, designed to enhance human strength, making it a perfect fit for someone like him, a close combat mutant with strength enhancement abilities. Some people had already zeroed in on their target and quickly found a weapon that suited them. Others were still considering which weapon would be the best fit for their abilities. As for Zhang Yi, after arriving at the combat gear area, he extended his hand to take down a black tight-fitting combat suit from the wall. But he frowned slightly. The feel of this suit was completely different from the combat suit he had worn in the arena that day. He tried on several other suits and found that the material was the same for all of them. What's going on here? Couldn't it be that this is a more advanced piece of equipment? Zhang Yi wondered. As Zhang Yi thought about this, he looked up and surveyed the entire armory. Indeed, the various weapons and equipment here are all quite advanced, but they are all standard issue. For Zhang Yi, firearms held no significant meaning. He had Bai Xiao and Lei Ji, custom made for him by Lu Qiran. The power of these two weapons, it could be said without exaggeration, had reached the peak of single-soldier combat firearms, and when combined with Zhang Yi's own abilities, they could be many times more powerful than any other weapon. As for cold weapons, Zhang Yi walked forward and casually picked up a black dagger, testing its weight in his hand. Indeed, this was not made of adamantium. In his heart, he had a basic understanding of the situation. It seems that the armory provided by the Jiangnan region for them isn't exactly comprehensive. Zhang Yi did not change his expression and turned back, walking over to Manhwa Recap's side. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you think you can make up for what happened with these things?" Manhwa Recap smiled. "These aren't just for the sake of making up with you. The common weapons used by the soldiers of the Yan Yun army are these." Zhang Yi looked at him in confusion, then explained, Manhwa Recap. The battle armor you wore on the arena before can only be used by the investigation team and a few high-ranking individuals with special privileges. As for the weapons made from adamantium metal, they're the same. Those are not mass-produced items. In his heart, Zhang Yi cursed silently. The headquarters really is calculating. Even at this point, they haven't given them the best weapons. But when I think about it, it makes sense. After all, if those weapons appear outside the city, they be at the level of divine artifacts. If they spread widely, they could lead to conflict and might leak technology. I understand that, but Zhang Yu's nature has always been, if there's an advantage and I don't take it, I'm a fool. He walked up to Bai Lechong King and said softly, "No matter what, you have to give me and Liang Yu a set of black tight-fitting clothes. With the friendship between us, this shouldn't be an issue, right?" Bai Lechong King's face appeared troubled. Those items are controlled equipment, and they can't be given out casually, especially the combat suits. They are high-tech products, and I can't just give them to you. Zhang Yui immediately asked for 2 sets, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Zhang Yi stared at him, feeling awkward. "Fine then, let's forget about it." Bai Lechong King chuckled and waved his hand. "Don't get upset like that. Although this is troublesome, it's not something we can't negotiate." If it were someone else, Bai Lechong King would have to consider the possibility of them turning against him on the battlefield. But with Zhang Yi, there was no need to worry about that. In all of Baoxu City, very few people truly understood Zhang Yi's strength. The person who understood him best was definitely Bai Lechong King. This was because Zhang Yi had personally told him that his power was no less than that of the late commander of the Bangwan warriors. Coupled with Zhang Yi's tendency to operate in the shadows, it would be harder for him to die than to ascend to the heavens. Zhang Yi asked, "So what do you suggest we do?" Bai Lechong King looked left and right, then pulled Zhang Yi to a secluded corner and whispered, "First, I will give you and Meng Xiu my combat suits. But when you two return, you must make sure to give them back to us. As for weapons, each of you already has your own exclusive gear, so there's no need to ask for more." Zhang Yi saw the serious expression on Bai Lechong King's face and understood the rarity of the black combat suits. Although it would be a shame not to be able to take them back, if they could get 2 sets to wear, it would definitely increase their chances of survival during the mission, which wasn't bad at all. With that in mind, Zhang Yi returned to the weapons warehouse and pretended to choose some weaponry. The others also selected weapons for themselves, making sure they were fully equipped, wishing they could arm themselves to the teeth. The standard-issue weapons used by the Yanyun Special Forces were, while ordinary to Zhang Yi, still considered extremely high quality by them. After everyone had finished choosing their weapons, Bai Lechong King spoke to them. "Now, everyone will stay at the command center and wait for orders. At the appointed time, someone will take you to your destination." The command center was quite large, so naturally, there were resting areas. The special abilities users from outside the city were divided into groups. Some were discussing strategies seriously, while others were meditating alone, preparing for the upcoming battle. Zhang Yu secretly called Liang Yu to the designated rest area of the Black Robe Squad's investigation team. "You'll come with me later." "All right." Bai Lechong King led Zhang Yu and Liang Yu to the rest area of their team. Bai Lechong King retrieved Meng Xiu's combat suit along with his own and handed them to Zhang Yu. "Don't forget to return it to us when you come back." Zhang Yi nodded. "Don't worry. The combat suits are made of smart stretch fabric, so they'll fit perfectly without any awkwardness in appearance." Zhang Yi handed Meng Xiu's combat suit to Liang Yu and said, "You go ahead and change over there first." Liang Yu had seen this black combat suit before and had also heard Zhang Yi speak of its amazing features. As she took the combat suit, she couldn't help but think to herself, "Zhang Yi really can get his hands on this stuff. How impressive." She took the suit and quietly walked to the nearby women's changing room, while Zhang Yi entered the men's changing room. At that moment, he had just removed his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. After the apocalypse, he hadn't missed a single day of training, so his physique was in excellent condition, and there was hardly any fat on him. Just then, Bai Lechong King walked in from outside and remarked, "Not a bad figure, huh?" Zhang Yi turned his head and looked at him with a stern expression, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Bai Li Chang King waved his hand with a smile. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to have a quick word with you before you set off. Zhang Yi replied, if you have something to ask, go ahead. Bai Li Chang King's expression became serious as he stared at Zhang Yi. For this mission, how do you plan to handle things? The headquarters doesn't fully understand your abilities. They've placed you in a lineup intended for regular supernatural users. But I know your strength is definitely on par with Deng Shen Tong. So are you planning to wait for the right moment to take action and seize all the credit for capturing Xiaoyu? Zhang Yi, having changed into his form-fitting outfit, seemed very pleased upon hearing Bai Lichang King's words. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Bai Lichang King nodded without hesitation. Quite similar. Back in Tian Hai City, you were like that. Zhang Yi seemed almost helpless upon hearing this. But after some thought, it did seem somewhat accurate. He had initially pretended to be weaker than he was, then waited for the right moment to strike and take all the glory. Zhang Yi shook his head. At that time, I wanted to eliminate Yuan Kongyi, protect myself and those around me. But as for the credit for this mission, honestly, I'm not very interested. Those things aren't important to me. Bai Lichang King asked, then why is it that you do it? Not for any reason at all. Zhang Yi smiled. Simply because I am a member of Nation HQ. These words made Bai Lichang King look at Zhang Yi with full respect. I see. I'm sorry. I had thought before that you had other motives. Zhang Yi smiled. Of course I have my own thoughts. But at this point, if a person loses their sense of collective honor, how can they avoid falling into ruin? He casually put on his combat uniform, carefully sealing it with plastic tape. But this time, with the Tian Shen team as the main force, I won't reveal myself or my identity. When necessary, I will take action, and you can be assured of that. But I hope you can temporarily keep this secret for me. Bai Lichang King sighed, as the captain of the Baoxu City investigation team. Hiding such crucial intelligence made him uneasy. But this was a secret between him and Zhang Yi, and he had to keep it. However, in his heart, he vaguely understood that this secret couldn't be concealed forever. When the time came, how would he face Zhu Zheng? This problem gave Bai Lichang King a bit of a headache. Greed truly was a terrifying thing. It would leave you with great consequences, and for now, he could only adapt to circumstances as they came. Chang King nodded. Don't worry, I understand. I believe you won't disappoint everyone. Zhang Yi merely smiled and did not respond to Bai Lichang King's words. He wouldn't make any promises. He could only say that within the bounds of ensuring safety for himself and Lian Yu, he would try his best to eliminate as many Xiaoyu members as possible. Bai Lichang King said, let's go. I'll take you to the airport. The airport? Zhang Yi asked curiously. With the temperature like this, can we even fly to Jianglin City? Bai Lichang King smiled faintly. Military planes are different from civilian ones. The district has a few fighter jets with excellent anti-cold capabilities, designed using the Freeman North's technology. Although they can't fly for long periods, they're fine for short distances. The lightning-fast soldiers would find the specialized trains too slow, and moreover, Jianglin City has already been infiltrated, so taking a specialized train would likely lead to detection. Freeman, being a northern country, has most of its territory within the icy belt, so they're very advanced in cold-resistant technology. Zhang Yi nodded. So that's how it is. Just after midnight, the voice of Zhu Zheng came through the communication device of Zhang Yi and the others. The soldiers on the outskirts are preparing to depart. Zhang Yi and the others immediately stood up, 13 people and a cat. They split into teams and headed towards the specialized train. Soon after, they boarded a black armored vehicle heading towards the Jiangnan district. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at an airport. Bai Lichang King got out of the vehicle first and led everyone toward the airport. Elite soldiers were guarding the area, and at the entrance, there were dozens of soldiers from the Yan Yun Corps dressed in black combat gear. Bai Lichang King approached, and after matching the information with them, the soldiers allowed them to pass. Zhang Yi and the others followed Bai Lichang King into the interior of the airport. Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Lei, after some hesitation, decided to carry their weapons themselves. After all, they hadn't fully accepted Zhang Yi as their leader yet. However, they greatly admired him. Having spatial ability was certainly an advantage, making it easy to go into battle. Bai Li Chong King led them to a combat helicopter, making a signaling gesture to everyone. Get on. The interior of the combat helicopter was spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, and it still felt quite roomy. The others did not delay and quickly boarded the helicopter. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu, and Chen Xiao and Peng Lai did not say much before they boarded the helicopter. Zhang Yi carefully observed the area and noticed 3 types of fighter jets at the airport. Although he wasn't knowledgeable about aircraft, he had read some military documents and could recognize each type: bombers, fighter jets, and attack helicopters. Zhu Feiyu was more cautious and asked Bad Lichong King, "Can we be sure we won't be shot down in the air? If we're attacked while flying, almost everyone on the plane will die. Even the most powerful enhancement-type ability users would likely turn to mush if they fell from several thousand meters in the sky." However, Zhang Yi wasn't worried about this issue. With his space ability, even if he encountered a plane malfunctioning mid-flight, he could still use his power to escape with Liang Yu and Hua Hua. Bai Lichong King laughed upon hearing Zhu Feiyu's question. Before Bai Lichong King could respond, Cheng Yang, a former soldier from Sichuan, explained, "Don't underestimate the defense of attack helicopters. This is one of the most advanced armed fighter aircraft in the country right now. The Yinglong No. 17, and with the altitude at which it flies, I can't think of any ability user who could shoot it down." Zhu Feiyu calmly said, "If you're careful, you won't lose anything." This was also the first time he had ever ridden in a combat helicopter, so it was inevitable that he felt a bit tense. Before the apocalypse, he had been just an ordinary office worker. Yuan Hao weakly asked, "At least you could tell us where to put our backpacks. In case something happens, we can still parachute down." Bai Lichong King tried to suppress a laugh. "Don't even think about that. At temperatures like this, parachuting for people like you is basically courting death. You turn into a popsicle in midair. But if you really want to worry about it, there's a parachute behind you." Following Bai Lichong King's words, Yuan Hao found the camouflage backpack. He quickly grabbed it and, as if offering a precious treasure to Xia Ling Ling beside him, said, "Ling Ling, this is for you." Xia Ling Ling frowned, took the parachute backpack from his hand, and threw it to the ground. You're such a coward." I was just worried about you," Yuan Hao responded. "Can't you say something nice instead of being so harsh?" Xia Ling Ling reached out and pulled Yuan Hao's cheek, causing his already pale face to become even paler. Everyone on the helicopter watched them as though they were watching a fun spectacle. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "These two really know how to make a scene." By chance, Zhang Yi turned his head and looked out the window, just in time to see several familiar faces appear beside another helicopter not far away. There was no doubt about it. Those were the members of the Tianshan team, led by the young master of the Deng family from Baoxu City, Deng Shentong. Deng Shentong was leading the members of the Tianshan team, laughing and chatting as they walked toward the helicopter. Their actions, along with Zhang Yi and the others, were separate. Zhang Yi and his group were the vanguard, responsible for luring Xia Yu out, while Deng Shentong and his group would wait until the enemy revealed their target, then strike accordingly. However, compared to the tension and anxiety of the military units on the outskirts of the city, the members of the Tianshan team appeared much more relaxed. Some of them wore smiles, others still looked like they hadn't gotten enough sleep, but none of them seemed to take this mission too seriously. At Blizzard Base, the Tianshan team's mission success rate was always the highest, and their casualty rate the lowest. In other words, they had never failed a mission. Moreover, this time was a major mobilization from the headquarters, fully prepared, with Zhu Zheng himself sitting in command, overseeing the operation. One member yawned and said, "Today, let's start the mission a bit earlier. I'm still waiting to go home and have dinner with my wife." Another member laughed, "It's barely been an hour. By the time you get back, your wife will still be asleep." Deng Shentong wore a calm smile on his face. Hey, don't underestimate the enemy. This time, our opponents aren't weak. Be a little more careful, and you all should have some breakfast." The members laughed and replied, "We know, Captain." At that moment, a black car pulled up next to the helicopter. A bodyguard went over to open the car door, and from the car stepped down an elderly man dressed in a formal outfit. He was the head of the Deng family, one of the most powerful forces in Baoxu City, Deng Yuanbo. Seeing Deng Yuanbo, Deng Shen Tong hurriedly walked over. "Uncle, why did you come here in person?" Deng Yuanbo looked up at his most valued grandson and smiled. "This operation is very important for both you and the entire Deng family, so I specially came here to give you a few words of advice." Deng Shen Tong spoke confidently. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm confident. We'll wipe out these bandits in 3 hours." Deng Yuanbo sighed. "You can't be so careless. I have a few things to say. Listen carefully." Deng Shen Tong's expression couldn't help but become more serious. "Uncle, please go ahead. I will remember it in my heart." Deng Yuanbo smiled brightly, but his tone became more somber as he instructed. "Never underestimate those Nihong savages. You've never fought against them, so you don't know how insanely dangerous they are. They would sacrifice their lives for their so-called beliefs. Although I despise those people, I have to admit that they are terrifying. Therefore, you must be extremely cautious in this battle." A wild gleam flashed in Deng Yuanbo's eyes. "As long as you destroy the Sheyu organization in this battle, your fame will spread throughout the entire Jiangnan region and even across the world. At that point, the Deng family will finally have a place to stand." Deng Shen Tong's face was still full of confidence, but his gaze became much more resolute. He nodded and said to Deng Yuanbo, "Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely win this battle spectacularly." Deng Yuanbo smiled in satisfaction. "That's good. Uncle will be waiting for the news of your victory." Deng Shen Tong bid farewell to Deng Yuanbo, then turned and walked toward the armed helicopter. Perhaps because of his emotions, he glanced over at another helicopter in the distance and saw Zhang Yi leaning against the window, looking this way. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, with no complicated thoughts in his mind. "After all, the business of those noble families has never had anything to do with me. I just need to do 2 things. The first is to ensure the safety of myself, Liang Yu, and Hoa Hoa. The second is to destroy the Sheyu organization." Deng Shen Tong flashed a bright smile, and then stepped into the helicopter. Liang Yu's cold voice echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. "What are you thinking?" Hua Hua also raised her head, eyes wide open, looking at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned back and smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Nothing. I was just thinking about how strong Shayu's leader, Hao Yuan, really is." What Zhang Yi said was the truth. After seeing some images of Daiku Yanin, he had formed a basic assessment of the Sheyu organization's strength. The strength of an organization like this was somewhere between Seoul and the investigation team. The one who decided the strength of an organization would always be its strongest member. Zhang Yi had a hunch that this person must be extremely dangerous. He even thought that if they couldn't kill him during this mission, then the operation could not be considered a success. Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, didn't seem to be bothered at all. Let Tai and Shen team handle that kind of thing. Peng Lai shook his index finger like someone experienced, giving advice to Zhang Yi. "The most important thing is to understand your own capabilities. Even though these people from the outskirts might rule over their land, in the end, they still can't compare to a regular army. But that also has its advantages. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. All we need to do is help Tian Shen team buy time by luring the enemy." Zhang Yi smiled a little more. He nodded. "Yeah, you both are right. I think the same." At the Operations Command Center, Commander Zhu Zheng was already seated in front of the large screen. All the surveillance equipment that everyone carried was capturing the images before them, and everything was under his watch. Besides Zhu Shuai, the Minister of Operations, Tu Yunlai, and the Secretary, Lan Jin Cheng, were already able to deploy troops at any moment depending on how the battlefield evolved. Now, heading towards Jianglin City, at a single command from Zhu Zheng, 2 armed helicopters roared into the sky. The 2 helicopters took off one after the other, heading towards Jianglin City. Zhu Zheng looked at the time and ordered, "They can act now as well." In Jianglin City, it was already past midnight, approaching dawn. But all members of the Sheyu organization were still awake. They had just finished clearing an area and were now cleaning the battlefield. This was a small organization in the Jianglin Square, and a dozen or so men had been completely wiped out. Ha Yuman asked indifferently, "Is everything cleaned up?" Chinuji Siro, standing behind him, took off his golden glasses and said somewhat impatiently, "All those who stubbornly resisted have been killed." At this moment, Priestess Taikuchi, walking alongside Ha Muin, involuntarily called out, She slowly lifted her head, gazing at the sky. "The dangerous ones are coming," she said. The lazy expression on Ha-Win's face immediately disappeared. The others also followed Taikuchi's gaze toward the sky. Ha-Win spoke. "The crisis is coming from the heavenly kingdom, right? Ah, I see. It must be those people in the Jiangnan district who are unwilling to accept it and are planning to attack us again." Jinuji snorted, his face showing impatience. "This is such a hassle. Are we going to be wiped out this time?" Ha-Yuin smiled confidently, the corners of his mouth curving into a crazed and ruthless grin. "Of course not. You will die. They are the ones." The armed helicopters skimmed across the night sky, their sturdy shells covered in a layer of icy snow. But it didn't affect their rapid flight speed. However, in such an environment, their long-range flight capabilities were severely challenged, making them only suitable for short-distance trips like this one. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yi and the others had flown from Baoxu City to Jianglin City. When they arrived, through the snowflakes coating the window, they vaguely saw beams of light and warmth illuminating the ground. Zhang Yi stuck his head out. "Mom, what's that? A bonfire party?" At the same time, a low rumble echoed in their ears. Everyone heard the thunderous sound and couldn't help but move closer to the window to take a look. When they looked more closely, they couldn't help but be shocked. The sky was filled with a sea of flames. The central area of Jianglin City, Jianglin Square, had now turned into a massive sea of fire. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise in his heart. What's going on here? At this moment, Zhu Zheng's voice rang out through the communication device. "Have you all seen the explosion in Jianglin? Don't be surprised, this is the first step of our plan. First, we use the Shanlong 5 bombers to bombard the entire Jianglin Square. After this bombing, there will be no place left to hide in Jianglin Square. Even if we can't eliminate some of those werewolves like Xiaoyu, at the very least, we can force them to show themselves." Zhang Yu immediately thought of the bombers he had seen at the airport, and suddenly understood. Jiyu possessed a special device that could block satellite communication signals within a 5 kilometers radius, but Baoxu City also had its measures. First, just blow up the entire Jianglin Square. All the problems stemmed from a lack of firepower, if not for the difficulties in transportation. Perhaps Zhu Zheng would have already ordered several hundred cannons to be brought here, and they would first flatten the entire Jianglin Square. Cheng Yang looked at the flames erupting below and clenched his fist in excitement. This made things much easier to act on. If they were lucky, the explosion might kill all of them. However, Zhu Feiyu, who was beside him, calmly reminded him that it was best not to have any grand illusions. If those people were that easy to kill, we wouldn't have had to prepare for so long to get here. Cheng Yang took a deep breath and said, "I know. You don't need to remind me of that." Peng Lai and Zhang Yi both moved closer to a window to observe. Seeing the vast sea of flames below, she couldn't help but ask. The fire is spreading so widely. Unless they are very familiar with the terrain and have found some underground shelter, it's very hard to survive. Zhang Yi didn't answer the question right away. He responded with a question of his own. "Have you ever heard of napalm bombs?" Peng Lai blinked, exclaiming, "I've never heard of that. What is it?" Zhang Yi pointed to the sea of flames below and said, "Simply put, it's an incendiary bomb. It doesn't have the destructive power of an explosive bomb, but it can start fires over a wide area. Even the headquarters can't really use all the explosive bombs to strike within a 5-kilometer radius. Therefore, the weapon used most often is still napalm, with the aim of consuming oxygen and destroying resources, like food in Jianglin Square. This forces Xiaoyu to come out and fight us." Zhang Yi smiled. "I don't believe those guys will let the fire kill them so easily, especially in weather like this." Peng Lai looked skeptical, blinked, and then shifted her gaze to Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded. He was right. However, from now on it would be much easier for us to search for the enemy. At least we wouldn't be ambushed by them beforehand, falling into a disadvantageous situation, where we had to fight on the streets. While speaking, the armed helicopters had stopped 10 kilometers away from Jianglin Square. Since the abilities of the enemy mutants were still unclear, it was necessary to maintain a certain distance before landing to avoid being destroyed upon landing. After the flames burned, a drone flew across the sky above Jianglin Square. A spherical device emerged from the bottom of the drone, emitting strange rays of light. An invisible electromagnetic wave quickly swept over the entire Jianglin Square. At the central command center, a staff member reported to Zhu Jiang and Tu Yun Lai that the communication in the Jianglin Square area had been cut off. They could no longer use their communication devices, and they couldn't request help from outside. Zhu Jiang nodded. Good, let them become headless flies first. Then we can crush them one by one. First, cut off all their means of communication. But as long as the communication devices of the Jiangman district are unaffected, we can take the initiative from the start in this battle. After the helicopter landed, the commander's earpieces rang with orders from headquarters. Team Zhongyi, you will enter the plaza area from the southeast. Team Wu Shifang, you will enter from the west. Team Zhu Feiyu, you will enter from the north. Remember, your mission is to draw enemy fire, while also buying time for Team Xiaoyu. If combat occurs, your first priority is to ensure your own safety, not to actively engage. Zhang Yi and the other two commanders calmly responded. Understood, received. He then took out two silver-white pistols from his space ability. These were crafted by Bag Tiao Du Lu Qi ran for him, each capable of holding 20 holy silver bullets. Zhang Yi walked over to open the helicopter's hatch, then turned to Liang Yu and the others, saying, "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Liang Yu followed behind Zhang Yi. Peng Lai and Chen Xiao exchanged glances, both feeling tense at the moment. However, this tension also carried a sense of excitement. Danger and reward went hand in hand, and as long as they successfully completed this mission, the rewards would be immense. The two nodded, encouraged each other, then put on their backpacks, and marched forward with Zhang Yi. On Zhang Yi's tactical helmet, there was a marked route leading into the square, indicated by the headquarters. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about getting lost here. He could also clearly see the paths of the other two teams. The three teams formed three different routes, advancing forward. There was a reason for this approach. By determining 3 points, they could pinpoint the enemy's position. This was because, within a 5-kilometer radius, the satellite's detection capabilities had been blocked by the enemy using technical means. Next, they could only rely on manual methods and deduction to locate the enemy commander. To catch the bandits, we must catch the leader first. Killing or capturing Hawin is the most important mission this time. The three teams set off in turn, and not long after, another armed helicopter slowly descended. On board were all the members of the Tianshan team, seeing the three outer city teams heading toward the Jianglin Square. Deng Shentong's eyes sparkled with amusement. I'd say it's about 8 or 9 out of 10 that they won't make it back. But if they manage to hold on until we provide support, it will prove they are truly talented. At that point, we can at least recruit them into Baoxu City's Yan Yun Legion, and if they perform exceptionally well, they could even join the investigative team. Deng Shentong, of course, was referring to Zhang Yi. Since their meeting in Baoxu City, Deng Shentong had greatly admired Zhang Yi and had always wanted to recruit him into the Tianshan team. Deng Shentong smiled slyly and said, "Let me see what kind of abilities you can showcase this time." Zhang Yi and the others stepped off the armed helicopter. The headquarters had not issued any further instructions. Zhang Yi understood that the next directive would probably have to wait until members of the Xiaoyu organization appeared. The sea of flames in front of them gradually extinguished. In the end, the power of the napalm bomb couldn't last for long, and the extremely low temperature around midnight, at about minus 60 to 70 degrees, was enough to cause the flames to disappear quickly. However, no one knew the whereabouts of the Xiaoyu organization members at this moment. Zhang Yi muttered, "I hope I'm not unlucky enough to run into their main forces. If that happens, I'll have to retreat a bit. I can't face the entire Xiaoyu organization alone." Zhang Yi didn't rush forward but carefully stood in place, observing the scene before him. The Jianglin Square had been burned to a pile of ruins. Zhang Yi asked Hua Hua, who was sitting on his shoulder, "Hua Hua, can you smell the breath of the living?" Hua Hua glanced sharply around the wreckage in front of them, sniffed a few times, and then helplessly shook its head. Zhang Yi sighed. "Is it because of the fire?" Hua Hua meowed a few times, as if agreeing with Zhang Yi's words. After the large fire had burned everything, the mixed, pungent smells made it difficult to distinguish the breath of the living. Ken Xiao and Peng Lai walked over. "Captain, what should we do next?" Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before making a decision. "Just wait for them to come here. Chen Xiao and Peng Lai looked at Zhang Yi with a sense of helplessness. Chen Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Aren't we here to capture them? Not for them to capture us. Peng Lai nodded in agreement. Exactly, just standing here and waiting. Does that even make sense? But Zhang Yi ignored them and began carefully observing his surroundings. He braced himself, thinking, he excels in long-range attacks, not close combat. If ambushed by close combat experts like Yanjin or Nobunaga, it could be dangerous for him. The risk of danger, though, is about 0.01%, and it's impossible to be fully prepared for it. He needs to understand the environment here, then choose a safe position, take a defensive stance, and wait for an opportunity to snipe. Using a lightning rod combined with Genesis bullet, his shooting range could completely cover the entire Jianglin Square within a 5-kilometer radius. Chen Xiao couldn't help but call out in an anxious tone. Captain Zhang Yi, while surveying the surroundings, replied to them, "Don't forget, their intelligence-gathering abilities are extremely powerful. Perhaps they already know our location and are mobilizing forces to deal with us. I'm not familiar with this area, and they have the advantage of striking first, so I intend to take a passive approach to counteract them." Zhang Yi scanned the area for a moment, then identified his own ambush position. A commercial building had been burned to a charred ruin. He turned around and commanded the group, "I will ambush from the rooftop. Your task is to ensure my safety while staying near here." Without waiting for Chen Xiao and Peng Lai to respond, Zhang Yi immediately opened a spatial door and said, "Liang Yu, you're in charge of protecting me closely." Liang Yu nodded. "No problem." The three of them, along with Hua, stepped through the spatial door. In the next moment, they appeared on the roof of the building, leaving only Chen Xiao and Peng Lai standing in the snow, staring at each other. Why did he leave us here?" Peng Lai looked incredulously at the spot where Zhang Yi had disappeared. "Captain, what is this? This is so irresponsible." She was so angry that she stamped her feet. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, carefully scanning her surroundings while saying, "He's very clear that our relationship is only a temporary cooperation. So from the start, he never intended to consider our thoughts. However, right now, we're all in a dangerous battlefield, and his actions do seem a bit childish." Peng Lai sighed. "So, what should we do now?" Chen Xiao suggested, "Just follow his orders. Suddenly leaving the route would only increase our danger." With no other choice, the two of them decided to ambush around the building, waiting for the Yu organization's people to find them. Meanwhile, their conversation could be clearly heard by the command center. Zhu Zhang crossed his arms, unable to stop himself from saying, "Zhang Yi is really too timid, but in reality, he's quite smart. This is indeed a way to test the enemy's capabilities. Everyone knows that the Yu organization has powerful intelligence-gathering abilities, but no one knows exactly what that capability entails." Zhang Yi chose a cowardly approach, staying on the outskirts of Jianglin Square without making an active move. If the enemy can still clearly locate their position, it would basically confirm that their ability is truly terrifying, just as we predicted. Zhu Zhang's gaze turned towards the two other outer city squads. So what are the other two squads doing? Wu Sheifang and Zhu Feiyu remained highly alert as they advanced forward. Everyone knew that this operation was extremely dangerous, and none of them dared to be careless for even a moment. Wu Sheifang and the others soon arrived at the designated position. The other teams had already devised their tactical plans. Not everyone was like Zhang Yi, who had absolute confidence in their own strength. They needed to plan their actions as a group to ensure there were no mistakes. Mo Zhongning, from Wu Sheifang's team, stepped forward, his eyes focused intently on the vast expanse of wreckage ahead. Then he bent down slightly. He wore a thick battle uniform, with sleeves so wide that they completely covered his arms. However, when he placed his right hand on the snow, everyone around could clearly see his sleeves trembling. Light gathered in the palm of his hand, and then a gray rodent-like creature emerged from it. Mo Zhongning, who possessed the ability of the projection system, was known as a soul beast. He could transform his energy into various animal forms, and these creatures acted as his avatars, sharing his 5 senses with him. Zhu Zhang looked at him and silently thought to himself, using a mystical beast with special abilities for investigation was indeed very convenient. However, after all, he was the leader of a powerful force, and his abilities were surely not limited to just simple investigations. He must have some formidable combat skills as well. As everyone watched curiously, a tiny mystical beast emerged from the palm of his hand, spilling out like a stream of gray water, continuously crawling out. In just a matter of seconds, more than 100 of them appeared. They stood on the snow, turning their heads to look at Mojang Ning, their eyes shining with a light that resembled that of a human. Mojang Ning said in a low voice, "Let's go. Find them." The swarm of mystical beasts chirped, and then hurriedly ran into the scorched plaza. They quickly disappeared from sight. As for Zhu Feiyu's team, they did not have a similar method of investigation, but they had an experienced investigator. Cheng Yang had worked in investigations for several years, so he was in charge of leading the way, carefully searching for the whereabouts of the Xiaoyu organization. At a corner of the Jianglin Plaza, 13 members of the Xiaoyu group gathered there. Although the surrounding area was filled with billowing smoke, and the air was thick with black dust, they were not disheveled in the slightest. It was as if, before the bombardment had taken place, they had already found a way to avoid it. 12 people surrounded in a circle, and in the middle stood the middle-aged man Jin Yuji. He habitually pushed his gold-framed glasses up the bridge of his nose, and slowly withdrew his hands from his jacket pockets. His long, thin, bummy index fingers gradually lifted, and the tips of his fingers flickered with a glint of golden light. His eyes suddenly became unusually sharp as his right hand swung swiftly through the air, and at the same time, he mumbled an incantation. Forest, soldier, fight, fake, stage, battle, at stand, front. This was the language of Nihong. The golden light condensed in the air, not dissipating, quickly gathering to form a gigantic golden five-pointed star within Jinyuji's pupils. The golden light flickered, and his right finger pointed to the sky. The golden five-pointed star suddenly shattered, transforming into countless small runes like raindrops, flooding the area around them. A few minutes later, from Jinyuji's position as the center, a dense mist began to spread outward. Within a few short minutes, the entire Jianglin square was covered. The 3 teams immediately noticed the anomaly and reported to the operations command center. They discovered the unexplained mist, which covered a large area. It was likely that Xiaoyu had made his move. Zhu Zheng immediately said, "Everyone, be cautious in your actions, stay alert to Xiaoyu's special abilities, and beware of him using the mist to launch an attack." However, without needing him to remind them, the other mutants from the outer city would also be cautious and on guard. Zhu Feiyu said coldly, "This ability wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. As expected, in the first battle, they still have many hidden tricks they haven't revealed." The veteran soldier Cheng Yang spoke calmly, "This is just a distraction tactic. It's not capable of an actual attack." On another team, the corner of Mojang Ning's mouth curled into a faint smile. The mist could obscure human vision, but it couldn't hide the vision of soul beasts. Rather now, this battlefield is even more advantageous for me to utilize my abilities. On this side, Zhang Yi set up his gun on the roof of a building at the edge of Jianglin Square, with no intention of advancing. He was just waiting for the enemy to come to him. Deep down, he was certain that the enemy would indeed come. At this moment, all 3 investigation teams had the authority to act independently. With the situation ahead still unclear, Zhu Zheng did not issue any orders. This was the battlefield, and the ability to adapt to sudden changes was the most important. Zhu Zheng chose to trust these mutants from the outer city. He thought to himself, "Let's see who among you can break through the encirclement first." After Jinyuji finished using his ability, he put his hands back in his pockets. A gray sparrow perched on his shoulder. It opened its beak, and from its mouth, 12 identical black crows flew out, perching on the shoulders of others. The frustrated expression on Jinyuji's face never disappeared. "Next, this battlefield will become an unknown area. Mayumi, it's your turn." Hao Yuin smiled and waved at him. "Thanks, Jinyuji. Your methods are as reliable as always." Jinyuji, uninterested in Hao Yuin, silently stepped aside. Takeuchi Mayumi, on the other hand, glanced at Hao Yuin. After receiving a nod from him, she slowly walked to the center of the circle. She clasped her hands together, forming a transparent arm shape, and slowly pulled a scroll from her temple. The scroll unfurled onto the snow, but not a single snowflake stuck to it. Takeuchi Mayumi knelt down on the snowy ground. She raised her hand, and a long, slender brush appeared. She didn't take out the bright red ink because the ink she had stored earlier had already been used up. Instead, she extended her left hand, revealing an arm as white as snow. Without hesitation, the long, slender brush in her right hand stabbed into her arm. Splurt! The red liquid flowed out in torrents, but not a single drop was wasted. Takeuchi Mayumi respectfully began to write words on the long scroll of paper. After a long while, the scroll was covered with dense red writing. Han-Yuan and Jinuji walked over to examine the mysterious words on it. Takeuchi Mayumi's face appeared somewhat pale. It was clear that using this ability had drained a lot of her energy. However, she remained calm and said, "The enemy is here, from the west and the north. There are 4 people in total. In addition, there are enemies hiding in the shadows, who have yet to reveal themselves." Jinuji furrowed his brow. So only 2 teams have come. This time there are far fewer of them than last time. Maybe they are all elites. Han-Yuan smiled knowingly. Or perhaps they are just sacrificial pawns, to lure us out and test our abilities. Jinuji adjusted his glasses, speaking with confidence. "It's fine. As long as Takeuchi Mayumi is with us, we'll never be at a disadvantage tactically." He looked at Takeuchi and said, "Come on, tell us how to proceed." Takeuchi Mayumi raised the scroll and gazed toward the west. Good. While everyone was talking, the autistic teenager Stu Monjagi sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. His ability, Ghost Mind, had been activated. The 13 members of the Shu organization, each within his line of sight, were connected by a red thread, and the convergence point of these red threads was on him. With his existence, no matter how far apart the 13 of them were, they could quickly communicate with each other. This meant that the information shielding function of the Jiangnan district was useless against them. Han-Yuan laughed with amusement. "These guys think we can't break through the encirclement without a signal. They've surely set up a trap, waiting for us to jump into it. They completely failed to understand who the prey was and who the hunter was." He patted the crow on his shoulder. "Phantom's perception can help us communicate, and Phoenix can help us easily find them in the thick fog. Then let's cause a real ruckus for our own satisfaction. It's also time to show the big shots of the Jiangnan district that Shu is a force they shouldn't mess with." After Takeuchi Mayumi finished her divination, the members of the Shu organization received their combat orders. Each of them was very optimistic about this operation. As long as they followed Takeuchi Mayumi's prophecy, they had never failed. One by one, they left their initial positions, and with the presence of the Black Crow, the dense fog seemed to be no obstacle for them. However, Jinuji kept his eyes fixed on the map on his mobile phone and frowned slightly. Why are there only 2 directions with enemies approaching? If viewed from this angle, it conveniently leaves one spot open. Is this intentional, meant for us to escape, or is there something else going on? Han-Yuan smiled and walked over, patting him on the shoulder. "There's no need to follow their rhythm. We must maintain the initiative on the battlefield. Just trust in Mayumi's prophecy." Jinuji furrowed his brow for a moment before nodding. "You're the team leader, so I'll leave this matter to you. But never let your guard down. A single lapse in vigilance could be deadly." Han-Yuan waved him off, signaling him to leave quickly. He muttered softly, "What a black-mouthed bastard." On the western front, Wu Shifang and the others did not rush to act, but instead waited for the investigation results from Mo Zhongning. The spirit beasts had crossed the debris and moved forward. They shared their senses with Mo Zhongning, so as soon as they detected a clue about the enemy, Mo Zhongning would immediately feel it. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared in the vision of one of the spirit beasts. In the next instant, it completely vanished within the debris. Mo Zhongning opened his eyes wide. "One of my spirit beasts has been killed." Wu Shifang immediately became serious. "Has the Shu member been found? Let me take a closer look." A soul beast was killed, but Mo Zhongning remained calm. He was able to summon 138 soul beasts at once. Since he had already pinpointed the direction of the killed soul beast, he could direct the other soul beasts to focus on that direction, and then identify the person who had arrived. Mo Zhongning quickly deployed 10 soul beasts around the killed one to begin scouting the situation. The other soul beasts were ordered to withdraw. The western area of the Jianglin Square wasn't very large. Soon, the 10 soul beasts ran from the rubble to the location of the Shu member. However, what awaited them was an enormous gun barrel. Mo Zhongning immediately recognized him, the man holding a gigantic black revolver in his right hand, using energy bullets as ammunition. He was the gunner of the Shu organization. Akira Kurosawa from Stivision. The soul beasts that had just appeared were shot down one by Kurosawa. Mo Jong-ming knew he didn't have much time left, and quickly made use of the remaining fleeting view from the other soul beasts to observe the mutants around. Aside from Akira, two other people were slowly approaching this way. One of them was a guy with a distinctive Sama hairstyle, Yoshimitsu Sakurama. At this moment, he was giving orders to the crow on his shoulder, the rat that had been controlled by someone else. It seems like there are a lot of things here that you need to deal with. Quickly, the crow on his shoulder took flight at his command. The third person, when Mo Jong-ming clearly saw his figure, his pupils suddenly contracted. It really is him. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? As soon as the words left his mouth, all the spirit beasts he had sent out were completely wiped out. Mo Jong-ming leaped to his feet in panic, gasping for breath. The three people, Wu Shifang, Lai Weihai, and Jia Heting, were startled. Mo Jong-ming, what did you see? What is it that's making you so scared? Mo Jong-ming's eyes flashed with indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "We've run into that monster, Daiku Yanin." After this statement, the expressions of Wu Shifang, Lai Weihai, and Jia Heting all became serious. They had all witnessed the power of Daiku Yanin. In the first battle, he alone easily wiped out two entire mutant teams. Among those who knew for certain that he was the most dangerous person, he was also the one no one wanted to encounter. Seeing Mo Jong-ming's furious expression, Wu Shifang snorted coldly, feeling a bit of disdain toward him. And if you meet someone powerful, do you really need to be that scared? Everyone has two shoulders and one head. I don't believe that with the four of us, we can't take him down. As a mutant with enhanced strength and boundless power, Wu Shifang was also a hero in his own right, his abilities surpassing those of Lei Gokong and Meng Shucheng, whom Daiku Yanin had already eliminated. Moreover, with teammates who had supportive abilities, he believed their group could match Daiku Yanin in combat. Mo Jong-ming clutched his head, grating his teeth as he said, "But he didn't come alone. He brought two assistants with him. Even if it's 4 against 3, it will still be hard for us to win. We might even die." Wu Shifang replied calmly, "But don't forget, our goal isn't to defeat them. We just need to delay them for a moment, and that's something we can certainly do. The captains of the 3 teams all have extraordinary qualities, and the evaluators from the district wouldn't have selected them casually." Wu Shifang's personality was bold but cautious, unafraid of danger. Wu Shifang had sent the information to the headquarters of the 3 teams. "We've encountered the enemy. Currently, we have identified 3 individuals: Daiku Yanin, Yoshimitsu Sakuraba, and Akira Kurosawa's division. The headquarters has received the information, and dozens of analysis experts from the Operations Command Center immediately began working on their computers, analyzing the combat strength of these 3 individuals and using algorithms to find the optimal response plan." Zhu Jiang looked at the report submitted by his subordinates and immediately said to Wu Shifang, "Good, engage with them according to the original plan. Delay them, try to force them to use their supernatural abilities, and create an opportunity for the Tian Shen team to break through. Understood?" Wu Shifang ended the conversation with the headquarters, then turned to the 3 people beside him and said, "Since we've come this far, let's temporarily put the issue of life and death out of our minds. Let's just enjoy the fight with them for now. After all, with 4 of us against 3 of them, we still have the advantage." For Wu Shifang, Jianglin was his homeland. Once this homeland was gone, his family and friends would all be swept away by Xiaoyu, so he had no choice but to fight to the death. The 3 people from Mo Jong-ming might not have as much of a sacrificial spirit, but at this point, they couldn't back down. Losing face in battle would not only lead to the total collapse of their reputation, but also to the complete destruction of the Jiangnan region. It was better to risk everything and bet on fighting for a future. Mo Jong-ming gritted his teeth. "All right, then let's risk it and have a fight with them. I want to see how much these mixed-blood Nihon people are really worth." The 4 of them arranged themselves in a diamond formation according to the original plan, with Wu Shifang, the enhanced mutant, at the forefront. Standing before Mo Jong-ming and Lei Weihai, they split up to stand on either side, while Jia Heting positioned himself behind them. A tall, dark figure slowly emerged from the fog. It was Daiku Yanin. He was a Yokozuna, the highest rank in sumo wrestling. Then came Yoshimitsu Sakuraba and Akira Kurosawa from the S Division, smiling with amusement. With the help of the Gray Crow, they could easily locate their enemies even in the thick fog, so without any effort, they had already reached the front of Wu Shifang and the others. Upon seeing the four people, Deku Yen furrowed his brow and looked disappointed. Aren't they the elite team sent by the Jiangnan district? Why did they look so weak? Yoshimitsu Sakuraba chuckled softly. Maybe they're just cannon fodder sent to probe us. We could just deal with them casually. I think their main force is still behind. Deku Yen nodded. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste any more time with them. Seeing that the members of Sha Yu were ignoring them, the four members of Wu Shifang were all enraged. Although they didn't speak the same language, they had translation devices, so it didn't affect their understanding of what the other side was trying to convey. At the very least, they were a group of heroes in the outskirts. Even if they couldn't compare to the well-trained elite team of Baoxu City, they were not the kind of people who could be easily manipulated. Wu Shifang angrily said, "The four of us are resolute. You must be mistaken." Hearing these words, Yoshimitsu Sakuraba seemed slightly unhinged, continuously waving his hands. No, but don't misunderstand. He and Akira Kurosawa's division coordinated to step back a few paces. Then Yoshimitsu Sakuraba pointed at Deku Yan and Jin. Your enemy is only him. We guarantee we won't interfere. His eyes gleamed with amusement. If you have the ability, just kill him. The team in the north had also encountered their enemies. In the Jianglin Square, which was less than 5 kilometers wide, combat was highly likely to occur. Moreover, Sha Yu's group had a black crow to guide them. Therefore, before Zhu Feiyu could locate Sha Yu, they had already discovered the team in the north. The enemies consisted of only two individuals. A muscular man with a square, fierce face, wearing thick, bulky black glasses, and a thug with messy, horse-like hair. Zhu Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, as according to the information, the combat strength displayed by these two individuals in their first battle was not particularly formidable. Based on the information gathered earlier, Zhu Feiyu and the others quickly identified the opponents. These two were Kami of Gaido and Aki Kurosawa. At least, compared to the enemies encountered by Wu Shifang, these two did not display any extraordinarily strong combat abilities. In the Operations Command Center, Zhu Jiang reviewed the information sent by both teams, and he began to analyze it. Of the 13 members of Sha Yu's organization, 5 had already appeared, meaning that 8 were still unaccounted for. Even excluding those who were not involved in combat, there should still be at least 6 superpowered individuals capable of fighting. Zhu Jiang rested his chin on his hand, his cold eyes staring intently at the lens of all the mutant individuals on the large screen. He suddenly remembered Zhang Yi. Now, it was time to check on how Zhang Yi was doing. Surprisingly, in the southeastern direction that Zhang Yi was in charge of, they had been waiting for quite a while, but no members of Sha Yu had appeared. Zhang Yi raised his gun atop the building, scanning the surrounding area, just waiting for the enemy to show up so he could take them down with a single shot. This was the edge of Jianglin Square, where the fog was minimal, allowing him to still observe a 300-meter radius around him. The only problem was that the area had just been bombarded, and the ground still retained a high temperature, making infrared devices useless. After absorbing some of Yuan Kongyi's power, Zhang Yu's abilities had significantly improved. Even a regular sniper rifle, in his hands, became a deadly weapon. Not to mention, this Thunder Spear was a super weapon that was extremely well suited for him. After being modified by Liu Qiran, the Sniper Thunder Spear fired Saint Silver bullets with pinpoint accuracy, capable of delivering a fatal blow even to a black-level superpowered individual. On either side of him, Hua Hua and Liang Yu stood alert, keeping an eye out for any enemy ambushes. Hua Hua crouched on the balcony, her amber eyes scanning the surroundings like a wild animal, her predator instincts allowing her to quickly detect any creatures that appeared around her. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao and Peng Lai were cautiously waiting at the base of the building. The enemy had appeared at Wu Shifang and Zhu Feiyu's location, which made Zhang Yi even more vigilant. He believed that the enemy would soon show up where he was. But time passed, second by second, and the sound of a fierce battle could be heard from their communication device. The fog in this area had not even shifted. Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. What's going on here? Logically, If Sha Yu had a strong scouting ability, he would have already detected their presence. But why, after such a long wait, had the enemy still not made a move? Or was it? Zhang Yu's pupils contracted, and a possibility arose in his mind. The kind of ability the group possessed might have seen through Zhang Yu's strength, causing fear and caution, which led them to hesitate in sending anyone after them. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, "What kind of ability do they really have?" He felt a growing sense of wariness, convinced that the opponent was unpredictable and terrifying. This was the world of people with supernatural abilities. One slight mistake could cost you your life, wiped out by bizarre and mysterious powers. Every person with a mutated supernatural ability contained an unpredictable element, and any kind of strange, supernatural power could appear. He spoke cautiously to Liang Yu, and Hua Hua next to him, his tone filled with vigilance. "As soon as we detect any abnormal situation, the first thing we must do is protect our own lives." Liang Yu and Hua Hua, seeing Zhang Yi so cautious, became much more serious in expression. Hua Hua transformed into her giant form, her mouth emitting a low growl of vigilance. Her large head scanned the surroundings, fearful of missing any enemy that might suddenly attack from the shadows. On the Shi organization's side, with Jinuji's reminder, Hao Nguyen also noticed the gap on the map. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Mayumi's divination must be correct, which means there are no enemies in the area from the east to the south. What exactly is the enemy planning?" Hao Nguyen's expression was somewhat displeased. He didn't like the feeling of things being out of control like this. But at the moment, he had no understanding of the purpose behind the large Jiangnan district. Just then, Shukamoto Nobunaga, who had yet to join the battle, stepped forward. "There's no need for such trouble. I'll go take a look." He turned and called out to Mayumi. Anyway, Mayumi already said that heading southeast today is a good sign. Hao Nguyen smiled. "That's right. If it's Mayumi speaking, there will definitely be no problem. Nobunaga, that direction is up to you. See if the opponent has any tricks up their sleeve." Hao Yuin waved his hand at the couple and Nanako next to him. "You too, go with Nobunaga and take action." "Yes, boss." The couple and Nanako had no objections, following Nobunaga with a casual expression. The black crow on his shoulder only pointed the way for them to move forward. Wu Sheifang's team was the first to encounter Sha Yu. The initial dispute arose from their confrontation with Daiku Yanin. The Combat Command Center and the Tianshen team were both able to clearly observe the battle on their screens. Even Deng Shen Tong, the most arrogant person at the moment, restrained his usual playful attitude and focused intently on the images on the screen. Arrogance was not the same as being overconfident. Deng Shen Tong's arrogance stemmed from the fact that he had never been negligent in any mission. If that were not the case, how could he have consistently led the ranking of accumulated points in Bao Exu City for 3 consecutive months? To quote a great saying, strategy must underestimate the opponent, but tactics must respect the opponent. Only in this way can success be achieved. Until the true strength of Sha Yu was discovered, even if all 3 armies from the outskirts were to sacrifice, the Tianshen team would not intervene. Everything was for the final victory. On the battlefield on Wu Sheifang's side, the battle was about to begin. Yoshimitsu Sakuraba and Akira Kurosawa's division, as if nothing was happening, quietly retreated to the rear. To show that they were not intervening in this battle, they moved several dozen meters away and sat down next to a fallen pillar. Wu Sheifang stared intently at the giant before him, silently calculating. "These guys don't take us seriously at all, but that's even better. 4 against 1. If we combine our abilities, we still have a chance to take him down." Wu Sheifang couldn't help but feel a little excited. If they could kill a core member of Sha Yu, they would earn a significant number of points from the regional headquarters. Da Yanjin stared at them, then lazily lifted his arm. "What are you waiting for? 4 against 1 and you're still scared." At that moment, Wu Sheifang's body underwent a strange transformation. His flesh began to twist and writhe. In no time, it split into 2 parts. A large chunk of yellow flesh detached from one half of his body and then fell to the ground in a limp, doughy manner, like a ball of dough mixed with too much water. But shortly after, the viscous mass expanded, gradually transforming into the shape of a person. It was a man, looking exactly like Wu Sheifang. This was the ability of Wu Sheifang's clone technique to create a duplicate. Currently, standing in front of Daku Yenin is no longer a powerhouse of the enhancement system, but two people. How annoying! Wu Shifang gritted his teeth. Then come here. He extended his hand and took a massive weapon box from behind his back, a black metal box. If one didn't look closely, they might even think it was a small coffin. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant weapon box dropped heavily to the ground. Wu Shifang opened the box. This weapon box had two sides. He took out a huge silver bull horn bow from inside and handed it to his clone, while he retrieved two enormous mace-like weapons from the other side. Heavy, spiked maces that were the weapons of the martial generals during the Han Dynasty. They were also rumored to be the mace of the greatest general among the 8 great maces of Xi Liang, the weapons of Lai Yuanba, the world's strongest warrior. The size of each mace was twice the size of an adult human head. Each one was forged from a special alloy and weighed over 100 pounds. Wu Shifang addressed his team. I will control him from the front. You all just use your methods to attack. The others said nothing, but their eyes were all fixed on Daku Yanin, a mutant from the Beastman system. Daku Yanin didn't even transform. His tone and actions showed an extreme disdain. Oh, it seems quite imposing. Huh. What good does that do? Is it just to make you look more impressive at first glance? He finished assembling his Star Pavilion iron, casually swung it, and immediately the sound of a howling wind rang out. As Wu Shifang finished speaking, you charged toward Daku Yanin like a tornado. At the same time, his clone drew a bow and knocked an arrow, the massive silver-horned bow resembling a full moon. With a sharp whistle, the sound of the wind tearing through the air echoed like the cry of a hawk. The speed of the arrow was no different from the speed of Wu Shifang's main body, shooting toward Daku Yanin from 2 directions. The second shadow of Wu Shifang, behind him, continuously shot arrows at Daku Yanin. Daku Yanin's eyes focused, and with a gentle flick of the spear, he instantly knocked the illusory arrows away. On the other side, Wu Shifang's massive, heavy body slammed into him fiercely. Using cold weapons, once struck, even a small part of the body can quickly render someone unable to fight. Wu Shifang's 2-pronged attack was hard for an ordinary person to react to in time. Daku Yanin was not a speed-type mutant, so he couldn't both knock away the arrows and dodge at the same time. Faced with the heavy mace charging toward him, he only made one simple motion. A large, rough hand quickly blocked Wu Shifang's thunderous strike. The immense force of the impact made even Daku Yanin take 3 steps back. He looked at Wu Shifang with a hint of surprise. Not bad, your strength. But Wu Shifang was sweating coldly from this scene. He had put all his strength into the attack, yet his opponent had deflected it with one hand. How powerful must this person be, both in body and strength? Wu Shifang gritted his teeth and shouted, raising the 2 heavy maces to charge again. The maces slammed down heavily, but this time, Daku Yanjin raised the Star Pavilion iron in his hand. The sound of metal clashing together was deafening. Daku Yanjin only made a light touch, and Wu Shifang was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Wu Shifang felt a numbness along his spine, the pain sharp and intense. When he looked down, he discovered that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Wu Shifang was horrified. Was the gap in strength this vast? Since the apocalypse had begun, he had roamed freely in Jianlin City, relying mostly on his strength to gain respect. This was the first time he had ever felt his power being mercilessly crushed. Daku Yanjin wasn't angry. On the contrary, he smiled with interest and waved at Wu Shifang. Come again? As he endured the direct attack, his teammates also reacted. A crab appeared from the air, landing on Daku Yanin's back. Its eyes glimmered, glowing with a strange red light. It wasn't until Daku Yanin reacted that a loud explosion rang out behind him. The corners of Mo Zhongming's mouth curled into a pleased smile. It's a success. Looks like he's not as scary as I thought. The attack just now was the result of a collaboration with Lai Weihai's abilities. Lai Weihai, like Zhang Yi, was an extremely rare spatial mutant, though his powers were different from Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi's ability was absorption, while Lai Weihai's power was movement. Within space, he could manipulate a certain amount of objects, even people. What had just happened was him using his ability to move the Soul Beast self-destruct that Mo Zhongming had set up, placing it onto Daku Yanin, and then activating the combination skill. After the dust from the explosion cleared, Deku Yanen's face looked incredibly grim. Behind him was a charred patch. The entire back of his suit had been burned away. Meanwhile, nearby, Yoshimitsu Sakuraba, witnessing this, could only helplessly slap his forehead. They're done for. Don't they realize this suit is Deku's favorite? Akira Kurosawa's vision nodded. Given his physique, finding a suit that fits him is indeed difficult. This one was even custom-made by a tailor especially commissioned. But these guys rushing in this time are definitely stronger than last time. Deku Yanen's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour his opponent whole. He tore apart his torn clothes, not in the way of bulging muscles, but with a physique that was fat yet toned. Those who truly understood martial arts knew that such a body type was the most ideal for fighting. You damn bastards, you ruined my last suit. I'll tear you to pieces. His back was scorched in patches, yet there were no wounds. Wu Shifang recognized Deku Yanen's anger and said to his team, "The attacks are effective. Let's keep going." He wants to replicate the result of the first wave of attacks. Mojang Ning swallowed hard. My soul beast self-detonation couldn't even pierce his defenses. The power of the self-detonation is no less than TNT explosives. Wu Shifang gripped two maces tightly and charged toward Deku Yanen, while his clone drew a bow and shot at him. Mojang Ning and Lai Weihai continued their coordination, waiting for the moment when Deku Yanen was distracted by Wu Shifang's assault, so they could place the self-detonating soul beast on him. Even if the initial effect was limited, their numbers allowed for continuous attempts. In time, they would surely find Deku Yanen's weakness. But this time, they had calculated to use it. Deku Yanen was no longer in the mood for jokes. He raised both hands to grip the Star Pavilion iron and took the initiative to attack. Standing over 2 meters tall, he swung the more than 3-meter-long Star Pavilion iron, aiming directly at Wu Shifang's head. Wu Shifang's reaction speed was no slouch either. He raised his 2 hands to block in front of him. Kane. The moment their weapons collided, Wu Shifang felt as though his arms had been slammed by a heavy truck weighing tens of tons. His arms immediately went numb, and the mace in his hand was knocked away. On the brink of life and death, he reacted swiftly, rolling across the ground to avoid the falling Star Pavilion iron. Wu Shifang's whole body went cold, and he thought to himself, "I'm completely not on the same level as him." At this moment, Mojang Ning and Lai Weihai did not waste the opportunity created in the blink of an eye by Wu Shifang. They had placed a self-destructing soul beast above Deku Yanen. Deku Yanen's face remained cold, and he reached out to grab the self-destructing soul beast, pulling it down before placing it in the middle of his left palm, and squeezing hard. Boom! The self-destructing soul beast exploded. The blast force was equivalent to TNT explosives. Yet, at this moment, it was as useless as a puff of air. A faint wisp of black smoke rose from the palm of Deku Yanen's hand, but his face showed no sign of pain. His thick, calloused palm remained intact, unharmed. Deku Yanen sneered, "Is this the extent of your abilities? Too weak. With such power, you dare chase after us? Are you not seeking death?" The strength of Deku Yanen left the 3 of them dumbfounded. The disparity in skill and power was overwhelming. However, at that moment, the ground beneath Deku Yanen suddenly cracked, and his massive form lost balance, causing him to fall. He jerked in surprise and exclaimed, "What?" From beneath the earth, a giant gray monster emerged. It was an enormous chain rat, over 2 meters long, with bloodshot eyes. Jia He Ting, with his beast-human hybrid powers, shouted, "No matter how great your strength is, you can't use it without support, can you?" Jia He Ting spoke with a piercing and bizarre voice. At the moment Deku Yanen sank into the earth, he used his sharp claws to strike directly at him. His target was the weakest point on Deku Yanen's body, his anos. Even a muscular man has a vulnerable spot there. This was the first time Deku Yanen felt a dangerous breath, and in his fury, he shouted, "Die." In the end, Deku Yanen finally used his power. The mythical creature of the tiger rank, a hot stream of air erupted from his limbs, instantly sending the gigantic ground squirrel, transformed by Ra-Hading, flying. A wave of hot air surged from the crater, making those outside, like Wu Shifang, feel as if they were being scorched by flames. A massive brown figure shot up into the air, before crashing violently back to the ground. Below the surface, Jia Ting continued his relentless digging, furiously tunneling through the earth. Haha, I'm underground. What can you do to me? Just give me the right opportunity, and I'll rip your insides out. Deku Yanen's eyes were fixed on the ground below. The next moment, he lifted his right foot and stomped down hard, his mouth roaring furiously. Deku Yanen stomped hard on the ground, using his right foot as the pivot. The ground cracked like glass, and the deep layers of earth beneath began to break apart. Meanwhile, Jia Ting, at a depth of several dozen meters underground, could only feel the earth growing increasingly solid, with thousands of tons of dirt and rock pressing down on him. Jia Ting let out a miserable cry. Ah! With a spluttering sound, blood was spat from his mouth, and it felt as if all his internal organs were being squeezed. Deep underground, at a depth of several dozen meters, Jia Ting had lost the ability to move. Although he wasn't dead yet, his transformation state could not be maintained for much longer. Without rescue, Jia Ting would die from severe injuries and lack of oxygen. Fortunately, at that moment, Jia Ting remembered that the people at headquarters were monitoring the situation. He mustered his remaining strength to send a distress signal to the Combat Operations Command Center. Headquarters requires assistance. The person in charge of this information immediately reported the message to Zhu Zhang after receiving it. Zhu Zhang frowned upon hearing the news, but did not give any immediate response, as they had not yet gathered enough useful information. They needed to ensure that the members sent by Tian Shen Team would be capable of dealing with Deku Yanen. Moreover, behind him were two members of Sha Yu, who had not taken any action from the beginning to the end. Tu Yunlai spoke up. The mission here is somewhat difficult. We need to deploy a team with enough capability to solve it. Should we send Liao Honglei? Liao Honglei is the vice captain of the Tian Shen Team, second only to Deng Shen Tong, and his abilities are quite suitable for dealing with Deku Yanen. Zhu Zhang firmly shook his head. Wait, there are still two people who haven't taken action yet. I suspect that their abilities are meant to complement Deku Yanen, enhancing his effectiveness. If Liao Honglei faces them, he won't have the advantage in terms of power, and it will be difficult to use the Tian Shen Team effectively. We need to ensure we gather enough information. On the northern battlefield, Zhu Feiyu's squad was facing off against Kamiya Gedo and AQ Kurosawa. Kamiya and AQ were truly wicked individuals who enjoyed torturing their opponents, so they launched a simultaneous attack. As long as they could win, they would use any means necessary. Kamiya Gedo, whose beastman ability was the Big Snake, charged out of the mist. His body twisted and distorted in midair, his head morphing into that of a serpent, while his arms and legs began to degenerate. White scales covered his entire body. Finally, it transformed into a big snake, 15 meters long. The big snake roared and charged toward the five people, its mouth full of sharp teeth, inside of which were dense rows of serrated teeth. Once bitten, unless torn to pieces, it was absolutely impossible to escape from its jaws. The intense pressure from this terrifying creature made Zhu Feiyu's team feel incredibly troubled. The five of them quickly scattered to avoid being crushed by the big snake. The white big snake passed by, leaving behind a terrifyingly deep trench. Zhu Feiyu remained calm and composed, coldly retrieving his tactical backpack. He pulled out dozens of black assault rifles. Each rifle was equipped with a sharp, glowing blue bayonet. Zhu Feiyu shouted loudly at Xia Ling Ling. Xia Ling Ling. Xia Ling Ling frowned. I know. Just as Xia Ling Ling stopped on the ground, her right foot suddenly stamped down, propelling her towards the big snake, only to quickly turn around. The power within Xia Ling Ling exploded with immense force. Standing before the gigantic big snake, she nimbly dodged its attack from the air, then leaped onto the big snake's tail. She wrapped her arms around its tail and screamed, "Ah!" Then, she lifted a 15-meter-long heavy object, spun it a few times in place, and then threw it far away. Zhu Feiyu raised both hands, and 36 assault rifles were arranged in a row in front of her. Then, as quick as lightning, she thrust them toward Big Snake. These were all specially designed weapons, coated with the deadliest poison. A slight cut could cause an adult to die instantly. Big Snake, upon seeing the darts, showed a mocking expression in his eyes. You think these things can hurt me? How ridiculous. These clumsy weapons can't even penetrate my tough scales. After landing, Big Snake quickly swung his tail through the air, like a long whip, sweeping toward the darts. I will cripple you all. When Big Snake's tail struck, Zhu Feiyu merely waved her arms lightly in the air. The dart spun once in midair, dodging Big Snake's strike. Big Snake sighed. Mental power, huh? Interesting. Under Zhu Feiyu's control, 36 spearheads pointed directly at Big Snake's head. Boom, boom, boom. Next, the sound of continuous gunfire rang out, with dense bullets hitting Big Snake. Big Snake sneered. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't itch. Zhu Feiyu frowned, recognizing that the bullets used were Genesis bullets issued by the headquarters. They were very effective against mutants, but the outer layer of Big Snake was made of scales, which were immune to the effects of the Genesis curse. However, as Big Snake was feeling smug, its pupils suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. Whoosh! A large armor-piercing bullet shot into its eyeball. Although there was a thick protective membrane over its eyes, Big Snake still felt dizzy. Furious, Big Snake shouted, "Who did that?" He looked in the direction of the bullet, squinting hard, and finally saw, far in the distance, a cunning sniper using a rifle aimed at him. The shooter was an experienced soldier with the ability to enhance weapons, making their power even more formidable. His ability was that of a weapons master. Taking advantage of the moment when Big Snake was distracted, Akio Kurosawa seized the opportunity and aimed directly at Yuan Hao, the weakest among them. He wielded a metal baseball bat, a manic grin spreading across his face as he swung the bat straight at Yuan Hao's head. When Yuan Hao discovered Akio Sawa, his face turned pale, and he screamed loudly, "Ling Ling!" Akio Kurosawa, with a fierce voice, shouted, "Die for me!" Xie Ling Ling appeared in front of Yuan Hao at an unusual speed. Boom! Akio's metal bat slammed into Xie Ling Ling's hand, making a sharp, ear-piercing sound upon impact. Akio Kurosawa was slightly surprised. He knew exactly how much force the bat carried, yet it still couldn't smash his hand into this person's body. Xie Ling Ling glared at him, her eyes full of murderous intent. "You dare to lay a hand on my people? Do you want to die?" With just physical strength, Xie Ling Ling blocked the metal bat. This took Akio Kurosawa by surprise. There weren't many people who could fight entirely with their physical strength like this. He silently wondered, is this really the kind of power a human can possess? The strength that Xie Ling Ling's body unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though she was an enhanced mutant, it still seemed unreasonable. Looking at her, her body was not particularly large, so where was this person's strength coming from? Very quickly, Akio Kurosawa discovered the problem. When Xie Ling Ling was fighting, Yuan Hao always stood behind Gu Wu enthusiastically, shouting, "Go on, go on, Ling Ling. You're the best." Akio Kurosawa suddenly understood. Without a doubt, it was a mutant who was supporting Yuan Hao from behind, helping Xie Ling Ling increase her strength. Akio Kurosawa looked at Xie Ling Ling and said, "This girl is really arrogant. Let's see, after I kill your supporter, who dies first." Xie Ling Ling was furious. "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my husband must die." The power in Akio Kurosawa's hands began to increase. The broken metallic ball had no way to control it, only a violent strike was left. The battlefield to the west and north had become extremely chaotic. Meanwhile, the southeast area, where Zhang Yi was, remained very calm. Zhang Yi heard the battle reports from the other side and felt a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. Why haven't Sha Yu's people arrived yet? Could there be some grand conspiracy? At the combat command center, Zhu Zheng was also frowning. Why had no one appeared in Zhang Yu's direction? Was there an issue with Zhang Yi, or was it on Sha Yu's side? Tu Yunlai turned to look at Zhu Zheng and said, "Zhu Shuai, Zhang Yu's approach is not beneficial to our plan. Order them to advance into Jianglin Square." Zhu Zheng pondered for a moment before nodding. He switched to Zhang Yu's communication channel and issued an order. "Zhang Yi, keep moving forward. The enemy's actions in your direction are very unusual. Now, proceed to the center of Jianglin Square and gather intelligence." Zhang Yi responded, "Understood." Ending the communication, he gazed into Jianglin Square, which was shrouded in mist, making everything impossible to see clearly. Moving forward could mean encountering Sha Yu's main force. After all, 8 of Sha Yu's members had yet to appear. Zhang Yi was not one to take reckless risks. Noticing Zhang Yi's unusual expression, Liang Yu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? What orders did headquarters give?" Zhang Yi replied, "They said the enemy here is acting strangely. We need to investigate further." Liang Yu also furrowed her brow. Investigate further? That would increase the risks. She looked at Zhang Yi. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Yi smiled. "What can we do? Since the headquarters has given the order, we just follow it." Liang Yu was slightly surprised. Zhang Yi didn't seem like the type to simply obey. But when she saw the meaningful smile at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth, she suddenly realized that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Liang Yu and Hua Hua left the building and then found Chen Xiao and Peng Lai, who were overseeing the lower floors. Zhang Yi spoke to them. "We didn't encounter the enemy here. The headquarters has instructed us to move forward." Chen Xiao and Peng Lai exchanged glances, both agreeing that it was the right course of action. "We've been waiting here for the enemy, but our mission is to carry out the encirclement operation. Yes, we should take action now." The two women nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi took the lead and headed toward the Jianglin Square. After advancing for more than 100 meters, Zhang Yi stopped. He pointed to a building ahead and said, "We can observe more clearly from here. Let's set up our defense here." Chen Xiao and Peng Lai widened their eyes, both feeling uneasy. "What? Right here? Didn't the headquarters tell us to investigate the Jianglin Square?" Only Liang Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. She was too familiar with Zhang Yi's style of doing things. To hope that he would obediently listen was truly wishful thinking. Zhang Yi's voice was low and harsh. "This mission is very important. We must act cautiously, so I decided to observe here carefully before making a move." He had only promised Zhu Zhang that they would advance, but he hadn't said how far they would go. Lead the team to storm the center of Jianglin Square, risking everything against Chaiyu's large forces. The enemy might have people with abilities close to the Xylem level. And he's not stupid. After all, they're not the main force. They're just bait to lure the enemy. Why would we risk our lives like that? Chen Xiao and Peng Lai looked at Zhang Yi, while Qiao was left speechless. In the hearts of these two girls, Zhang Yi was a very cowardly person. Chen Xiao couldn't hold back, her gaze somewhat dissatisfied, and she said, "Zhang Yi, if you do this, aren't we just wasting our time here? The two fronts have already broken into war, and you're asking me to do nothing? Are we just supposed to watch while someone else takes the mission points?" Zhang Yi replied indifferently, "We might not finish the mission, but our lives are only given once. I believe the priority in completing the mission is to protect our lives first." Hearing that, Chen Xiao's tone turned somber. "But we came here with a purpose. I'm sorry, but I can't do what you do. Because to survive, we can't just let those beastmen run wild on our land." Zhang Yi glanced at her and clapped his hands in praise. "Well said, you're really impressive. So if you're unhappy, you can leave. I'm not forcing you to act with us." Chen Xiao wasn't too fond of Zhang Yi being the team leader. Now seeing Zhang Yi as so cowardly, delaying her from completing the mission and earning points, she became impatient and started arguing with him. Peng Lai couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward and scolded Zhang Yi. "If you want to leave, then leave. With a team leader like you, not even a single point will be earned. Someone like you will never amount to anything in the future." Cowardly, she grabbed Chen Xiao's arm. "Xiao, let's go act on our own." Chen Xiao furrowed her brows even more, deep in thought. If they split up, they might not be able to deal with Chaiyu's experts if they encountered them. But Zhang Yi's way of doing things was something she couldn't agree with. If they stayed, they would only continue to be tangled up with Zhang Yi. It might be better to split up and test themselves. After all, their mission was just to lure Chaiyu, not to defeat them. Even if they came across a member of Chaiyu, they could rely on Tianxian team as backup. Thinking this, Chen Xiao said, "Fine. Since our views don't align, let's separate then." Peng Lai tilted his chin towards Zhang Yi. "At that time, just wait and see how many points we accumulate. How we'll capture the territory of Lamhai City, and you'll regret it." After they finished speaking, without hesitation, they turned and walked away. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, how foolish. They have no idea what kind of opponents they're about to face, and they're relying on the Tianxian team to protect them. Entrusting their lives to others. How childish. They've brought this on themselves. If they die, they can't blame me. Peng Lai and Chen Xiao had little combat experience. Perhaps to them, a Delta-level mutant was already very powerful. Not everyone had experienced the kind of battles in Tan High City like Zhang Yi had. They didn't understand that even among mutants, there was a huge gap in strength. Zhang Yi ignored them, resolutely choosing to stay here and continue observing the movements around him. He wondered, why can the Tai and Shen team wait for an opportunity to strike from behind? But I cannot. Now I need to patiently wait for the enemy to expose a weakness. Zhang Yi propped up his chin, lost in thought, wondering why Shai Yu hadn't come to his direction. Why weren't they coming? Was it that they didn't want to come here? After Chen Xiao and Peng Lai left, Chen Xiao immediately contacted the headquarters. Headquarters, this is Chen Xiao. We have separated from Zhang Yi and Liang Yu. They are not following orders, staying outside Jianglin Square with a very negative attitude. We cannot accept this behavior, so we have chosen to break off from the team and act on our own. Zhu Jing, after hearing this, closed his eyes and calmly said, I understand. I agree to let you act on your own. Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised. She thought Zhu Jing would fly into a rage, but unexpectedly, his reaction was so calm. On Zhu Jing's side, seeing Zhang Yi move forward a bit and then stop, he felt somewhat helpless, rubbing his forehead with a smile. I almost forgot, this guy always plays a defensive counterattack style. Asking him to be a scout is really putting him in a difficult position. The mutants outside the city are officially following the orders of Baoxu City, but that doesn't mean Baoxu City can give them orders unconditionally. For Zhang Yi, venturing deep into the fog would almost be like sending him and the others to their deaths. Therefore, Zhang Yi and Zhu Jing had played a word game, advancing a little and then stopping. This wouldn't have too much impact on the entire operation. The main mission of the mutants outside the city was still to act as bait, and since no enemies had appeared in the southeast area, it couldn't be blamed on Zhang Yi. Zhu Jing crossed his arms. I'll just wait and see what happens. His gaze shifted to two other battlefields. On the western front, the situation for Wu Shifang's team was growing increasingly dire. Jia Heting was kicked hard in the stomach by Daiku Yanin, lying on the ground, his life or death uncertain. Meanwhile, Wu Shifang struggled to combine the strength of his main body and its clone. Yet even three of Daiku Yanin's strikes couldn't be blocked. Mo Zhongning shouted loudly at Wu Shifang, "Stop him!" He thought to himself, once I summon a large number of the soul beasts commit suicide, I don't believe his defense can withstand it. Immediately after, he summoned a large number of the soul beasts commit suicide, planning to deliver a devastating blow to Daiku Yanin. Wu Shifang's main body had already been severely injured. With no other options, his clone also retracted its longbow and chose to engage Daiku Yanin in close combat. He took the lightning spear from his main body's hand and stood at the front. If I sacrifice my clone, it will only drain a portion of Wu Shifang's life force. But if it creates an opportunity for my teammates, it could injure Daiku Yanin. Daiku Yanin smirked contemptuously. You think you can stop me with just your lot? You're far from enough. He charged forward like an oncoming train, barreling toward both Wu Shifang and his clone. Wu Shifang and his clone shouted in unison, "To the death, with no retreat. If we retreat, we're finished. We fight with everything we got. Only then do we have a chance to survive." A loud crash echoed, the sound of a violent collision ringing through the air. The clone, which had been standing in front as a shield, was impaled, twisting and contorting into a twisted heap. Wu Shifang, thanks to the assistance of his clone, struggled to fly backward and was sent tumbling to the ground. He fell hard, clutching his chest and vomiting a large mouthful of snow. His internal organs had been shattered in several places. Had he not been a mutant from the enhancement system, he would have already died. Daiku Yanin raised the Star Pavilion iron in his hand, ready to strike Wu Shifang down. But Lai Weihai used his special ability to save his teammate. Daiku Yanin realized that he had been transported to a height of several dozen meters in the air. In a moment of danger, Lai Weihai had used his ability to move objects to teleport Daiku Yanin away, saving his teammate's life. Mo Zhongning also activated his power. The Soul Beast commits suicide. The Soul Beast commits suicide appeared beside him, and hundreds of these Soul Beasts, resembling black crows, fell down and clung tightly to his body. Boom! The explosive sound rang out in the sky, but Deku Yanin, despite being on top of him, was unharmed except for a slight singing of his fur. He didn't even have a single wound. Wu Shifang and the others were truly despairing. How can we possibly fight an enemy like this? They had once wondered how powerful the Shiyu organization was. The dozen or so selected members were the top individuals from the outskirts of the Jiangnan region. 4 people attacking one, even if they couldn't defeat Deku Yanin, should have at least posed some kind of threat to him. Though they were all black-level mutants, their strength was as different as heaven and earth. Mo Zhongning, clutching his head in despair, said, He is a monster. Mo Zhongning's soul beast can counterattack the opponent without being detected, but when facing the top beastman mutant, his abilities have become a joke. Deku Yanin watched them with amusement. You two work well together, but it's a pity you're too weak. Deku Yanin raised the Star Pavilion Iron. The game should be over now. Let me send you on your way. He raised the Star Pavilion Iron in his hand and swung it toward Mo Zhongning. His attack was accompanied by the force of a lightning strike, the tremendous power causing the air to explode with a loud bang. But just at that moment, from within the mist, a shooting star pierced through space, striking Deku Yanin hard. Deku Yanin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that the person had timed their strike very skillfully. Just as he swung the Star Pavilion Iron, the attack came from his left side. The timing was vicious, and his left arm quickly swelled to protect his body. With a loud crash, the heavy object, like a shooting star, slammed into Deku Yanin's arm. Furious, Deku Yanin shouted, "Damn it! Who else is there?" The tremendous force caused Deku Yanin's body to tremble. He was forced to retreat over 10 steps before he could withstand this power. The falling meteorite crashed heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, Deku Yanin realized that it was a large anchor bound with iron chains. Wu Shifang, Mo Zhongning, and Le Weihai were filled with despair at the sight, but their eyes slowly sparked with hope. They knew the Tianxin team had arrived, a legendary group with the highest mission completion rate across the entire Jiangnan region. Through the mist, a voice rang out, "You may withdraw for now, we will handle the rest." The 3 of them gradually appeared, one clad in armor, his right hand wrapped in thick iron chains. The heavy anchor had been brought by him. The man, with a swift motion, raised his hand, yanking the iron chain. The anchor flew into the air, tracing a parabolic arc across the sky, and gently returned to his hand, which he casually threw over his shoulder. When the 3 appeared, Deku Yanin no longer paid any attention to Wu Shifang or the others. Even Yoshimitsu Sakuraba and Akira Kurosawa's division, who were watching the battle from behind, narrowed their eyes. The Tianxin team. They had heard they were formidable. How formidable? A single fight would tell. Bai Chunwu said to Mo Zhongning and the others, "You all should leave this place quickly. Your mission is complete. The farther you go, the better. If you stay, no one will care about you when the battle starts." Mo Zhongning and Le Weihai hurriedly nodded. At this moment, they just wanted to run away immediately, never wanting to be involved in this fight again. As they left, they dragged Wu Shifang along like a corpse. As for Jia Hiting, buried underground, and now lying directly beneath Deku Yanin's feet, they dared not save him, nor could they. The 3 men quickly fled the battlefield in a pathetic manner. On the northern front, the battle between Zhu Feiyu and the others grew increasingly difficult. Kamiev Guyo, a big shot, possessed terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, forcing the 3 to join the fight. After getting used to the spearhead of Zhu Feiyu's rifle and locking down Cheng Yang's sniper position, Kamiev Guido quickly gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Liu Yuchun from Yugu City, seeing that Zhu Feiyu and Cheng Yang were distracting Kamiev Guido, quietly concealed himself on a tall building and unleashed his power. He opened his mouth, and a mist that stretched out like a dragon flew straight toward Big Snake. Very quickly, the entire Big Snake was covered. A foul stench rushed into the air, making Big Snake dizzy. "What is this? Is it poison?" Liu Yuchun laughed. "No matter how tough your scales are, you still need to breathe. I think your internal organs are probably softer than your scales." Zhu Feiyu and Cheng Yang instinctively backed away from the poisonous mist. They knew well how powerful Liu Yuchun's poisonous mist was. Just 0.01 milligrams could be fatal. Even with combat protective gear, they didn't want to come into contact with even a trace of it. Big Snake thrashed in the poisonous fog for a while, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly with a mocking tone. "Ha ha, you foolish bastard. Do you think you can kill me? I am a venomous snake. Big Snake Kamiagato is a venomous snake." Not only did he not try to avoid the toxic mist, but he also opened his mouth and swallowed a large amount of it. This scene left all three of Liu Yu-chun, Zhu Fei-yu, and Cheng Yang stunned. No, it can't be like this. What is he doing? Liu Yu-chun could never have imagined that Kamiagato would completely overpower him, leaving him helpless. Poison had no effect on a venomous snake, and so he became a cripple. Big Snake opened its mouth wide and spat out a stream of toxic gas at Liu Yu-chun. Liu Yu-chun was jolted awake from his dizziness and hurriedly tried to flee. However, his speed was not enough to escape the toxic gas, and his body was quickly enveloped by a large area of it. The intricately crafted battle uniform of the Yanvan soldiers was corroded by the poison, rapidly seeping inside. Half of his shoulder was also affected, melting away. Liu Yu-chun let out a painful and miserable scream. He squirmed on the ground like a manga, but soon his entire body turned jet black, unable to move anymore. This was the fate of a mutant completely suppressed. Cheng Yang shuddered at the sight. Is this how easily he's going to die? Was Liu Yu-chun brought down in just a few seconds? Now, it was 2 against 1. How are they supposed to deal with this prehistoric monster? Big Snake coldly looked down at them. Next, it's your turn. Meanwhile, on Aikyu Kurosawa's side, he was engaged in battle with Yuan Hao and Xexia Ling Ling. Compared to Kamiagato and Deku Yanin, Aikyu Kurosawa's abilities were nothing special, just an ordinary enhancement-type mutant wielding a flowing mace, a weapon commonly used by thugs. Xexia Ling Ling could even maintain a certain degree of initiative in the battle. Her strength was incredibly terrifying, even rare among mutant enhancers. Yuan Hao appeared weak, with no combat ability whatsoever, yet he stood there shouting with all his might. Cheer for Xia Ling Ling. Go on, Ling Ling. You're the best. Aikyu Kurosawa knew that Yuan Hao was a support-type mutant, but he was blocked by Xia Ling Ling up ahead, leaving him no chance to break through. So he resorted to the simplest and most effective combat method, taking Xia Ling Ling down. As time passed, the speed of his Iron Club swings gradually became faster, like a dance. The initiative on the battlefield slowly began to shift. In the continuous exchanges of strength, Xia Ling Ling had started to fall into a disadvantage. A flash of worry appeared in Yuan Hao's eyes. How could this happen? Ling Ling is clearly unbeatable. It must be because my cheering isn't loud enough. I need to try harder. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted even louder. Xia Ling Ling opened her mouth, and her sharp tiger fangs began to grow longer. Her 10 fingers extended by 10 centimeters, each one as black as a dagger. She looked like a zombie, let out a shrill scream, and then charged toward Aikyu Kurosawa. Aikyu Kurosawa laughed maniacally, gripping a metal baseball bat in both hands, aiming it at her and wildly swinging. The game should end here. It would be an honor for you to die by my hands. A true hero of the highest order. Aikyu Kurosawa possessed the power of enhancement, his ability reflecting his very nature. As long as he kept fighting, his strength would only grow. If a battle lasted long enough, his power would have no limit, even enabling him to fight against extraterrestrials of the highest rank. Aikyu Kurosawa's baseball bat collided with Xia Ling Ling's once more, but this time, he skillfully avoided her sharp claws. The bat struck her at the side. The rough baseball bat was enough to tear through Xia Ling Ling's body in an instant. Her torso was severed at the waist. Yuan Hao screamed, "Ling Ling." The 2 halves of Xia Ling Ling's body fell to the ground. Yuan Hao's face grew even paler, his fists clenched as he yelled, "You bastard! How dare you hurt my Ling Ling?" Aikyu Kurosawa, carrying the baseball bat, looked somewhat dazed at Yuan Hao. "Huh? Hurt her? She's been cleaved in half at the waist, and you're still calling it hurt." Not long after, Aikyu Kurosawa understood why Yuan Hao had said that, because Xia Ling Ling had fallen to the ground, and suddenly, hundreds of small red blood vessels grew out from both her upper and lower body, and then they connected together. As the blood vessels contracted, the 2 parts of her body were tightly merged. Even the muscle fibers were stitched back together seamlessly. However, through the horrific wound, it was clear that the flesh no longer functioned, like zombie flesh frozen for many years. Akyu Kurosawa exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this?" It turns out to be a zombie. Xia Ling Ling crawled up from the ground, her expression becoming cold and terrifying, glaring sharply at Akyu Kurosawa. "You and how? Do you have mind control abilities?" His power was that of a necromancer. Xia Ling Ling jumped into the air and returned to Yuan Hao's side. Yuan Hao reached out to stroke her. "My love, are you okay? It's a good thing you're already dead, or else you would have been killed just now." He hugged Xia Ling Ling's arm, his face filled with happiness. But this expression gave off a chilling vibe. He spoke softly. "Yes, killing you back then was still the right choice." The scene was such that even Akio Kurosawa couldn't help but feel a little disgusted when he looked at it. He nearly vomited right there. He'd had truly loved a corpse for such a long time. Akio Kurosawa, showing a look of disdain, said, "So it turns out he's a pervert. And he's also a schizophrenic pervert." Despite having the immortal power of a zombie, Yuan Hao's supernatural abilities are still limited. As the fight with Akio Kurosawa continued, Xia Lingling's body was shattered to pieces. After trying to piece it back together, it was shattered once again, to the point where her head was severed from her neck. Meanwhile, Zhu Feiyu had died in the mouth of the big snake. Deng Shen Tong, who had been observing from behind, could no longer hold back and said, "It won't be long now. They and Xia Yu's group are simply not on the same level. Continuing the fight is pointless. It's time for us to act." Zhu Jiang, having received Deng Shen Tong's request to join the battle, hesitated for a moment and said, "Only 5 members of Xia Yu have appeared so far. The other 8 are still hiding. It seems they know our plan and have prepared a backup strategy." Deng Shen Tong replied, "But we can't expect to have 100% certainty of information for every battle. A mission like this is just too boring." Zhu Jiang's gaze was fixed on the large screen, which displayed that the 2 combat lines in the west and north were on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Akio Kurosawa was grinning smugly as he spoke to Yuan Hao. "Let me kill you too, so you can go down there and reunite with your woman." Zhu Jiang understood that if Tian Shen team did not intervene, everyone on the battlefield would be doomed. He nodded. "All right, I give you permission to go into the field." A confident smile spread across Deng Shen Tong's lips as he glanced at his teammates. "It's our turn now. This time we must complete the mission perfectly." Akio Kurosawa stepped up to Yuan Hao, his blood-stained bat aimed at Yuan Hao's head. "Die, goodbye." Akio Kurosawa raised the metal bat high in his hand and swung it down violently, but suddenly he felt his arm go limp, as if all strength had been drained from his body. The metal bat dropped onto the snow-covered ground. He lowered his head to look at his chest, which had caved in deeply. A large spurt of blood shot from his mouth, and soon after, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his chest. In a different direction, Cheng Yang and Zhu Feiyu, despite being in a 2-on-1 situation, were still unable to defeat Big Snake Kamiagado. Both of them were killed and swallowed whole. He smugly exclaimed, "Your abilities aren't bad, but it's a pity you met me. All you can do is be slaughtered." However, the incident involving Akio Kurosawa made his pupils constrict, and his gaze showed a hint of worry as he said, "As expected, the Tian Shen team has arrived." Kamiagado reverted to his human form, understanding that the special forces of the Jiangnan region had truly appeared. Those people were the greatest threat to them. Kamiagado suddenly turned his head to look toward the distant fog, but before he could prepare his defense, a sharp pain struck his lower abdomen. It felt as though his internal organs had been thrown into a washing machine and were being violently churned, with many sharp steel nails mixed in. He lost all strength, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly spitting up red liquid. From the fog, a tall, muscular figure stepped out, a man with a mustache and a turned-up hat. He spoke calmly, "A pretty good ability. It's a shame, though, that you met me. Now all you can do is wait to die." The vice-captain of the Tian Shen team, Shen Wan, Liu Honglei, had appeared. With a single strike, he had defeated Kamiagado and Akio Kurosawa. Unlike the western battlefield, on the northern battlefield, only Liu Honglei had come. The people from Xia Yu had not all appeared yet, and the Tian Shen team could not deploy all of their forces. According to the calculations from the command center, Liu Honglei's abilities were deemed the most suitable for dealing with Kamiya Gaido and Aikyo Kurosawa. His powers were in the very rare space system, combined with his powerful 8 Extremes Fist, creating an extremely effective form of damage. The 100 Steps Divine Fist. Within 100 paces, his attacks could neutralize all physical defenses, even piercing through thick armor and flesh, directly targeting internal organs. Liu Honglei did not say another word, nor did he even glance at Yuan Hao, who was lying there. He stood firm, taking a stance and launched a punch directly at Kamiya Gaido, who was lying on the ground. In the mist, a pair of cold brown eyes slowly opened, and a chilling voice spoke. Finally, you show up. The Tianshin team, Kamiya Gaido and Aikyo Kurosawa, were all knocked to the ground, clutching their chests and stomachs. Despite the severe injuries, with blood pouring out continuously, they showed no fear, instead laughing maniacally. Aikyo Kurosawa said, "No wonder. My luck today is little better than usual." Kamiya Gaido also spoke, but it did not affect the outcome. Liu Honglei seemed to notice something and shouted loudly, "What?" As soon as Liu Honglei threw his punch, a thick fog surged violently. Suddenly, a gigantic 3-headed dog lunged forward, growling as it attacked him. This 3-headed dog was 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. Liu Honglei's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the enemy to have hidden forces. Liu Honglei threw a punch, aiming directly at the body of the 3-headed dog. However, the body of the 3-headed dog twisted in an odd way. Though its colors were somewhat faded, it still charged towards Liu Honglei with undiminished ferocity. Seeing this scene, Liu Honglei's expression turned serious. As mutants specialized in projection in the heart of the battlefield, Zhu Zhang and Tu Yun Lai frowned. This is troublesome, they thought. No one had expected the enemy to have such a trump card up their sleeve. Zhu Zhang had originally thought it was most appropriate for Liu Honglei to handle the enemy on the northern route. Who could have guessed the enemy seemed to have anticipated their strategy and had already arranged for someone to lie in wait there. Liu Honglei managed to avoid the attack from the 3-headed dog, but he saw several tall dark figures emerging from the mist. It was a man wearing glasses, accompanied by a group of mutated beasts. A 5-meter-tall giant ape, a 6-tailed fox entirely covered in silvery white fur, a green-throated bird, and a black crow hovering on his shoulder. Jinuji, a core member of the Shiyu organization. Jinuji shoved both hands into his pockets, his expression impatient as he looked at Liu Honglei. Your ability seems to be made to counter close combat fights, right? Then how about fighting me? Seeing Liu Honglei hesitate, he sneered. Why are you scared? Liu Honglei gritted his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Then let's see what you've got. While the battle on the western and northern fronts raged with fierce momentum, the situation on Zhang Yi's side was almost forgotten, eerily quiet. The command center here wasn't even sure what orders to give them. Zhu Zheng, observing that the special individuals from the other 2 battlefields had suffered heavy losses, was certain that the abilities of the members from the Shiyu organization were no less formidable than those of the Tianshin team. If Zhang Yi were to investigate further, it would be like sending him to his death. Thus, Zhu Zheng temporarily abandoned the idea of letting Zhang Yi continue his mission. After all, some of the special individuals outside the city had to be kept alive. Zhang Yi, puzzled in his heart, silently wondered what could be causing this situation. Could it be that the Shiyu people were afraid of him? It couldn't be that extreme. Though his strength was considerable, it was still only on par with that of an investigative team leader. The opponent's forces certainly had special individuals as powerful as those in his rank. Could it be that they hadn't noticed him? Although this ability is somewhat strange, he couldn't think of any other option at the moment. After learning that the mutants in the outskirts had been wiped out in both directions, with more than half of them dead in battle, he realized that he could no longer remain in hiding. The situation before him was not as favorable as he had imagined. Although I don't want to reveal my strength, if my avoidance of combat leads to this operation's failure, it would indeed cost us more than it would gain. Such consequences are certainly not something anyone would want to witness. With my abilities, even if I face a strong opponent, it doesn't matter. As long as I can get the fastest possible escape time, I can flee with Lian Yu and Hua Hua. Zhang Yi decided to take the initiative and attack. Thinking back to when Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Lai left earlier, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The two women had entered the mist first, which was just as well. They could help him scout the way. Zhang Yi stowed his weapons into the space and turned to hug Hua Hua beside him. Hua Hua, do you remember the scent of those two women earlier? Can you track them? Hua Hua let out a loud meow. It hadn't been long since they left, so Hua Hua should be able to follow their scent to find them. Zhang Yi nodded. Good, let's go after them. Liang Yu asked, have you changed your mind? Zhang Yi calmly said, on the battlefield, the situation is always changing. The enemy changes, and we must change as well. But why didn't you contact them beforehand? Zhang Yi smiled. The reason is quite simple. It's because they don't trust me. It's better to let them scout for us, reducing our risk factor. Meanwhile, the group of three led by John Nobunaga was also heading southeast. In Takeuchi Mayumi's predictions, there was no mention of detecting the enemy to the southeast, so on the way, Nanako appeared somewhat concerned. It was the first time they had encountered this situation. She hoped it was just an overreaction. Nobunaga shook his head and said, I don't think so. Nanako and Takafumi both gasped in surprise and looked at Nobunaga simultaneously. Nobunaga, indifferent, said, I've studied ancient nation HQ siege tactics, and the typical approach is to attack 3 and hold 1. They intentionally exposed a flaw to lure us into taking the wrong path to escape from here. In other words, the main force of the enemy is likely to be in this direction. Upon hearing this, Nanako's expression immediately turned serious. So, we are the most vulnerable. Nobunaga nodded. And if what was written in the military strategy book was correct, then it was indeed like that. Takafumi laughed again. Ha, if that's the case, wouldn't it mean we'll kill a lot of people? He wasn't worried about being killed at all. Takafumi confidently tilted his head back and said, the fortune-telling I asked Chaya do for me today says my luck is extremely good. Nobunaga looked at him without saying anything. Nanako also glanced at him and said, when are you going to grow up? Stop thinking that you can always rely on Mayumi's fortune-telling, will you? Takafumi scratched his head, but we've always done it this way. My fortune-telling from Chai has never been wrong. Nanako sighed helplessly. What you say is true. At that moment, the crow on top of the three of them suddenly opened its eyes. In their minds, they heard Nishi's voice. Nobunaga, Takafumi, Nanako, the enemy has appeared in your direction. There are 2 of them. Be cautious in your actions. They suddenly appeared nearby. I suspect they are individuals with special abilities from the Jiangnan district. Be careful. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 of them immediately became serious. Nobunaga's right hand also rested on the hilt of his long, narrow sword, the great Wanru Changwang. Even though he was a master of swordsmanship, Nobunaga still felt some unease upon hearing about people from the Jiangnan district. He thought to himself, so these are members of the special forces from the Jiangnan district. At this moment, the 2 of them were still unaware that they had been discovered. They were cautiously advancing step by step deeper into the mist. Who could it be? Of course, it was Chen Xiao and Peng Lai, the 2 sisters. Disgusted by the lazy and ineffective work of the team members, they decided to take matters into their own hands, aiming to earn as many points as possible in this mission. By then, not only will they receive the rewards from Baoisu City, but they could also take control of the land in Lamhai City. For Chen Xiao and Peng Lai, who were ambitious and longed to become strong women, this was incredibly appealing. However, they acted with great caution. They had already set their plan in motion, primarily taking on the roles of reconnaissance and experimentation. Once they discovered top-tier opponents, they would not hesitate to flee immediately. When the 2 girls saw the situation here, they were even more confused as 3 members from the Shiyu organization suddenly appeared. God, why did they show up now all times? If they had come earlier, at least Zhang Yi and Liang Yu Hua would have been here. With 5 against 3, they would have had a chance to buy some time, waiting for backup from the Tianshen team. But now, it was just the 2 of them. What could they possibly do against the opponents? Peng Lei's heart was pounding in her chest. She asked Chen Xiao, what should we do now? We can't fight them. Should we run? Chen Xiao decisively rejected her suggestion. No, stay calm. Chen Xiao glanced over at the opposing side, analyzing the situation. Takafumi was a mutant with long-range abilities using an electronic cannon. If they wanted to run, they still had a chance. However, Nanako had terrifying speed. There were not many recordings of Nobunaga, precisely because of his speed. He'd have killed an entire team of mutants in no time. Now if they tried to escape, it would only make their weaknesses more obvious to the enemy. In that case, there would be no chance of escaping at all. Stay calm, we've already located them. That's part of the mission completed. Chen Xiao immediately opened the communication channel. This is Chen Xiao and Peng Lai. We have found members of the Sheyu organization in the southeast direction, a total of 3 people. The headquarters has also detected this situation through the tracking device. Zhu Jiang's gaze immediately shifted in that direction. So they've finally shown up? That means there are only 4 more left who haven't revealed themselves. Zhu Jiang understood clearly that with the strength of Peng Lai and Chen Xiao, they definitely couldn't win against the 3 people from the opposing team, so he immediately opened a communication channel with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, Chen Xiao, and Peng Lai have encountered people from the Sheyu organization. They won't be able to hold out for long. You need to get there immediately to assist them. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already received the message from Chen Xiao. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and he casually replied, "Got it, I'm on my way." The opposing team only had 3 people, and Zhang Yi had already assessed their strength. He and Liang Yu, Hua could easily handle them. Zhang Yi calmly said to Liang Yu and Hua, "Let's go. Anyway, there's no rush. At the very least, we should let Chen Xiao and Peng Lai realize how arrogant they were and how their complacency will cost them. As for whether they live or die, what does that have to do with me? Even if they die, I can still complete the Southeast Route mission." At this moment, Chen Xiao and Peng Lai stood in place, maintaining a vigilant stance, but neither had the courage to take the initiative to attack or flee. They were extremely tense, just hoping that Chang Yi or the Tianxin team would come to their rescue. The people of the Sheyu organization had noticed something unusual. Nobunaga could hear the rapid heartbeat of the 2 people, and he thought to himself, if these 2 are really members of the special forces from the Jiangnan headquarters, they definitely wouldn't show such a reaction. Could it be Zhao Yu? I'll know for sure if I just test it a little. With that thought, both he and his sword surged forward like lightning. A loud clash echoed, and his long sword, resembling a white silk ribbon, cut through the sky with a dazzling glow. Chen Xiao and Peng Lai realized they had been exposed, and they carefully shouted. The 2 had already prepared for battle. In an instant, their abilities were activated. 2 beams of red light appeared from Peng Lai's hands, connecting to Chen Xiao's body. Her ability was that of a priest, capable of enhancing strength, speed, and agility, as well as quickly healing any wounds on Chen Xiao. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao stood in front of Peng Lai, her enhancement ability boosting her physical strength. She stomped her feet firmly on the ground and shouted, "Brazilian war dance, sword blade." A whirlwind of snow rapidly spread out from beneath her feet, quickly expanding in a circle around her. At the same time, a sharp metallic sound rang out from the white high heels she was wearing, as the long blade of her sword snapped into place. The blade clashed, and an immense force sent Chen Xiao flying outward, but she gently landed midair, quickly beginning to dance on the snow's surface. Nobunaga glanced down at his feet, noticing that the ground had frozen into a massive ice rink. She, however, was wearing ice skates, swiftly spinning around Nobunaga, searching for the right moment to strike. Nobunaga merely let out a calm "oh," not pursuing Chen Xiao, even closing his eyes before the 2 of them. He activated his innate ability, making himself the center of 50 square meter radius, the very range of his sword's tip. Chen Xiao moved across the ice, looking for Nobunaga's weak points. Yet during this process, she was startled to find that Nobunaga had assumed a sword-drawing stance, so perfect that it seemed without any openings. What added pressure were Nanako and Takafumi beside her, preventing Chen Xiao from focusing. The instant she lost concentration, Nobunaga seized on the hesitation in her movements. No one could clearly see how his right hand drew the sword. They only saw a streak of white silk flash across the sky. And when the sword passed through, Chen Xiao's dancing body was severed. Her waist was neatly cut, with the incision so smooth it was almost mirror-like. Chen Xiao exclaimed in horror, "How? How is this possible?" Her 2 severed halves flew apart, her pupils suddenly shrinking. This was the first time in her life that she felt such despair and helplessness. Peng Lai was so frightened that her face turned pale. Thankfully, the two beams of energy in her hands were still connected to Chen Xiao. She shouted loudly and hurriedly pulled the severed body of Chen Xiao back together. In midair, Peng Lai used the power of the priesthood to reconnect the two halves. Fortunately, Nobunaga's sword strike was so swift, and the cuts were so precise and clean. The process of rejoining them was also very quick. Chen Xiao stood on the ground, her face ashen, her steps unsteady. The sword strike had been so fast that she didn't even feel pain. Just moments ago, her entire body had been cold as ice. At her lower abdomen, the neat incision was still visible, a circular line of blood slowly trickling down, as if something had been forced together, making it seem like a mere nudge would cause her upper body to fall off. Peng Lai, anxious, said, "Don't move. Your injury is too severe. It will take time to heal you." But both of them knew they no longer had time. Right now, the inevitable conclusion was death. Nobunaga muttered in frustration. "What is it?" It turned out to be Zhao Yu. He was clearly disheartened and put his long sword away. He had thought he was facing a skilled opponent this time, but little did he know, they were so weak that he didn't even need to draw his sword. Nanako said, "Quickly deal with them." Nobunaga raised his head and looked into the distance. "Take it slow, don't rush. Maybe the real opponents have just appeared." The fog rolled, and a few figures stepped out. The man in the lead smiled wickedly. "Not bad, your sensory ability is quite sharp." He tilted his head and looked toward Nobunaga, especially at the samurai sword in his hand. "What era is this, and you're still playing the samurai game?" The leader also carried a large sword on his shoulder, heavy like a black wooden board. His face was tattooed with mysterious symbols, making him look eerie. Peng Lai and Chen Xiao, upon seeing them, looked like they had seen their saviors and excitedly shouted, "You finally arrived!" The three people who arrived were members of the Tianxian team. At this moment, Zhang Yi and the others had also arrived at the scene. Initially, Zhang Yi had planned to let Chen Xiao and Peng Lai lure Xiaoyu out, and then he would step in to deal with the situation. However, he didn't expect that the Tianxian team members would arrive first this time. Xiao Tian, a member of the Tianxian team, glanced at Zhang Yi and coldly said, "You've wasted too much time. The higher-ups have ordered us to take over this battlefield. Fortunately, you've already escorted these two useless women away, so you should leave immediately. The next battle is beyond the level of your mutants to interfere with." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu showed no expression, only glancing at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, "There are professionals here now. We don't need to stay any longer. Let's retreat." After speaking, he looked at Chen Xiao and Peng Lai, his gaze lingering on the terrible wound on Chen Xiao's waist. "Can you walk?" Chen Xiao had tried her best to hold on, but it would take a long time for her to recover. She bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed and not daring to look directly at Zhang Yi. She regretted her earlier reckless decision. Zhang Yi winked at Hua Hua. Hua Hua walked over to Chen Xiao, gently knelt down and lay down. Peng Lai quickly helped Chen Xiao onto Hua Hua's back, and with both hands, she continuously channeled energy to heal Chen Xiao's injuries. Zhang Yi was not here to interfere with the battle of the gods. He immediately led everyone away. After a while, he heard the faint voice of Chen Xiao beside him. "Zhang Yi, thank you." Zhang Yi glanced at her. "No need to thank me. I just did it casually." Chen Xiao's face flushed, partly from the injury and partly from embarrassment. Peng Lai sighed again. "We came here to carry out a mission, thinking we could achieve a great feat, but who would have thought we'd become a laughingstock instead?" The vast gap in strength made them realize the harsh truth. Back in their own neighborhood, they had been invincible, unstoppable. That one person had made them so arrogant about their own strength. Liang Yu leaned in close to Zhang Yi and asked, "Why didn't you make a move earlier? With your strength, dealing with those three wouldn't have been a big problem, right?" Zhang Yi looked at her and replied, "Do you understand the strength of the opponents?" Liang Yu paused for a moment and then said, "No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than you, right? You're the one who defeated Yuan Kong Yi." Zhang Yi answered, "That was because I had planned for a long time, gathered a lot of intelligence, and used many people as pawns. Only then did I manage to win with great difficulty. You must remember never to underestimate any opponent. Don't judge your enemy based on instinct and rush into a fight with blind confidence. Our purpose here is driven by the last remnants of righteousness in our hearts, not to show off or rack up mission points. Now that the Tian Shen team has stepped in, let them fight to the death. Liang Yu looked at Zhang Yi's determined yet somewhat lazy face, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I increasingly don't understand you anymore, Zhang Yi replied. No need to understand, just follow my lead. And when they left, the three of Nobunaga didn't pay any attention. In their eyes, these people were mere small fry. The real opponents were the members of the Heavenly Angel team in front of them. But just at that moment, the voice of Nisei rang out in their heads. Nobunaga, Nanako, Takafumi, are you all right? Respond if you hear this. The three of Nobunaga exchanged confused looks. The tone of Nisei's voice sounded so anxious, as if something terrible had happened. Nobunaga answered, "We're fine. What's going on?" After hearing Nobunaga's reply, Nisei breathed a sigh of relief. He looked over at Takeuchi Mayumi, who was holding her head in her hands, her face full of shock and fear, and slowly said to the three of them, "Just now, in Mayumi's divination, the three of you disappeared." In Takeuchi Mayumi's eyes, she was deeply immersed in intense self-doubt. The ability she was most proud of had suddenly stopped working. It felt as if something had erased her prophetic powers entirely. Hawuin immediately instructed Nisei to contact the three people from Nobunaga's side. Nisei informed Hawuin and Takeuchi Mayumi about their safety, confirming that they hadn't encountered any danger. Takeuchi Mayumi said, her voice filled with concern, "This is wrong. There's definitely something hiding my sight over there. It's preventing me from seeing anything at all. I really can't see anything." Upon hearing this, Hawuin withdrew the smile from her face. The biggest trump card of the Shiyu organization was not Hawuin, not Deku Yanin, or anyone else, but Priestess Takeuchi Mayumi, whose ability to foresee the future could help them avoid disaster. If her powers were compromised, the entire Shiyu organization would find it difficult to secure any ground in the nation HQ. Hawuin approached Nisei and asked them what had happened there earlier. Nisei relayed Hawuin's message. The three members of Nobunaga were facing off against three members of the Angel Squad. However, Nobunaga calmly recounted the entire incident to Nisei through his demon communication ability. Hawuin's eyes glinted with cold sharpness. "You disappeared from Mayumi's sight, just at the moment when those people appeared for a brief instant. The problem lies with those people, especially the two and the strange beast that showed up afterward. We need to find them and kill them." Hawuin understands that those people are the weaknesses of Mayui, whom I call troublesome. Once the enemy realizes this point, they will be in grave danger. Nobunaga nodded. His lifeless, dead fish eyes never left the three people in front of him for even a second. Then he softly spoke to Takafumi and Nanako. "I'll handle those three. You two go after the ones fleeing. Make sure you bring their heads back for the leader to see." Takafumi and Nanako also understood the importance of this task. "Got it. We'll leave this to you. But remember, don't die." With that, Nanako called to Takafumi, and they both took off. Nanako activated her power, grabbing Takafumi's hand and soaring into the sky, chasing the direction that Zhang Yi and the others had just gone. This scene immediately enraged the three people standing in front of Xiao Tian to chase after those mutants in the outskirts in front of them. It was as if they weren't even worth their attention. Just as they were about to stop them, a cold blade of light sliced through the air, passing between them and Takafumi and Nanako. The blade left a deep gash in the ground, stretching for dozens of meters. Nobunaga stared at them and spoke slowly. "What are you looking at? Your opponent is right here." Sing Tian glared at Nobunaga with cold eyes. The two teammates behind him asked Xiao Tian, "What should we do now? Should we chase them? Looking at the abilities of those people just now, if we don't make a move, they'll definitely be killed." But Xiao Tian coldly replied, "Let it be. If their lives can be used to stop those two from the Shiyu organization, it's worth it." He raised the huge sword in his hand, the tip of the blade pointing directly at Nobunaga's head. "Our mission is to kill the members of the Shiyu organization. 3 against 1, we'll definitely be able to kill him." At this moment, on the entire battlefield, the mutants from outside the city had officially withdrawn from the fight. Zhang Yi, leading the three girls, was preparing to leave the Jianglin Square, heading to an armed helicopter to rest and wait for the outcome of the battle. But just then, Huahua's sparkling eyes suddenly showed caution. It turned its head to look behind, alertly letting out a soft meow. Very quickly, without needing a reminder from it, Zhang Yi also sensed movement from behind. It was the sound of wind being torn by high-speed movement. Zhang Yi shouted loudly, "Someone is chasing us." Chen Xiao and Peng Li's faces were filled with tension. At this moment, they understood the true terror of the Shi organization's members. Now, they were almost incapable of fighting. If more members of the Shi organization appeared, they could only rely on the two of them, Zhang Lianyu and Hua to fight. But based on their relationship, Zhang Yi would definitely abandon them and run away on his own. This made Chen Xiao and Peng Li extremely nervous. After a while, Nanako dragged Takafumi from a distance and chased after them. Upon seeing Zhang Yi's group, Takafumi's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Hey, these bugs haven't gone far yet. As for a few people like Zhang Yi, they don't even pay attention to them. They've already figured out the strength of Chen Xiao and Peng Li. Based on the actions of the other side, they predicted that these people were those called outcasts from the outskirts, not the elite members of the Tianxian team." This only made Takafumi and Nanako even more certain of their weakness. They were merely a bunch of low-powered rookies, easy to kill with a casual swipe. The two quickly swept through the air, blocking Zhang Yi and the others' path. Takafumi smugly looked at Zhang Yi's group and said, "Weren't you all here to hunt us down? Why are you running?" While talking, his fingers managed to hold a few coins. Seeing two members of the Shi organization suddenly chase after them, Lian Yu quietly placed her hand on the hilt of a long Ming sword, but Zhang Yi held her back. Lian Yu looked at Zhang Yi, puzzled. Zhang Yi said, "Your abilities aren't suited to deal with them. Let me handle this. Besides, I'm not in the mood to waste time with these pests." Peng Li's face turned pale as she continued using her priest abilities to heal Chen Xiao's wounds. Chen Xiao seemed to be fine for now, but once the treatment stopped, she would die within 10 minutes. This was because her internal organs were all cracked, so neither of them could fight against them. Peng Li thought to herself, "Can Zhang Yi and the others handle this?" However, despair began to grow within her, and she started cursing the Shi group. "Damn it! Why are they chasing us? Where is the Tianxian team? Why aren't they stopping them?" Chen Xiao gritted her teeth and whispered to Peng Li, "If it really comes to it, I'll risk my life to hold them back." Peng Li replied, "Your ability is very useful, so go help Zhang Yi. Then try to escape with them." Peng Li had a sorrowful expression on her face. Although she wanted to refuse, the situation before her did not allow her to stay sick. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she had no choice but to nod in agreement to Chen Xiao's suggestion. At the command center, Zhu Jiang and Tu Yun Li kept their eyes fixed on the dozens of images displayed on the large screen. He assessed the situation with Zhang Yi on this side, but it seemed quite helpless. Although they were the only team of mutants outside the city that hadn't been wiped out and hadn't retreated from the battlefield, their opponents were two members of Shi. The defeat of the mutants outside the city would not affect the overall situation of the battlefield. Zhu Jiang merely glanced over briefly, then immediately shifted his attention elsewhere. He thought that Zhang Yi and the others had no chance of winning, and that any path they took would lead to death. Even if two of them miraculously managed to escape, it wouldn't have any impact on the overall battlefield situation. Not far away, Zhu Jiang and Bai Li King were both focused on Zhang Yi. Only he understood that once Zhang Yi used his full power, it would be hard for anyone on the entire battlefield to stop him. However, when that time came, how should he explain to Zhu Jiang and the leaders of Baoxu City that he had concealed intelligence? Bai Li King was very troubled. He could only silently pray that things wouldn't develop in the direction he feared. Nanako said, "Does he want to surrender?" Takafumi smiled and replied, "It's a pity that we only need his corpse." As soon as he finished speaking, Takafumi raised both hands, and a powerful storm of force gathered around him, eventually converging at the tip of his fingers. Olam Rogun. With the addition of a strong electromagnetic force, 6 coins instantly pierced through space, creating long silver streaks of light in the air as they flew toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had pressed Lian Yu's hand tightly, and he slowly stepped forward alone. This scene caught the attention of Chen Xiao and Peng Li. causing them to stare in shock. They almost thought Zhang Yi was about to betray and surrender. Takafumi and Nanako eagerly watched Zhang Yi, and Takafumi even smugly say aloud, "His body is like a hot knife cutting through butter." But the scene Takafumi had imagined did not happen. The powerful electromagnetic gun, which had immense destructive power, seemed to disappear completely when it was about 3 meters away, as if a bull had plunged into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Takafumi's pupils shrank sharply. What kind of ability is this? Why did my attack disappear? This sight left both Takafumi and Nanako with looks of astonishment. Zhang Yi quickly activated his spatial ability, sighing all the ability-enhancing coins into it. Takafumi, seeing his attack fail, had an angry expression on his face, and said, "What kind of ability is this? Why did my attack disappear?" Nanako lowered her arms that were crossed over her chest. She slightly frowned. Seems like this guy has some skill after all. Ken Xiao and Peng Lai also showed signs of surprise. Is this his spatial ability? Chen Xiao furrowed her brow and said, "But just defense alone won't be enough." Takafumi shoved his hands into his pockets, and all that could be heard was the sound of coins clinking. When he pulled them out, both of his hands were filled with handfuls of coins. His voice remained confident. "Let's see if you can block this attack." Takafumi laughed, then fired the coins at Zhang Yi. With the power of the electronic gun, each coin was many times stronger than a bullet. Moreover, the coins carried the power of electricity, making them incredibly potent, able to even pierce tank armor. The coins flew toward Zhang Yi like a barrage of machine gun fire. Zhang Yi stood still, unfazed as Takafumi launched his attack towards him. In the sky, countless electric arcs, like long silver snakes, shot from hundreds of meters away from Zhang Yi into the space of supernatural energy, only to disappear without a trace, leaving no ripple behind. As soon as he had fired all the coins, Takafumi was stunned. He couldn't understand why his most proud attack technique, which could even pierce through tanks, had no effect at all when facing that person. Nanako had already picked up on some clues. She said, "He absorbed all your attacks." She pointed to the ground in front of Zhang Yi. "Look, the coins have disappeared, which means they were absorbed somewhere else. This guy is a space-type ability user." Zhang Yi didn't wait for them to finish speaking before making his move. As soon as Takafumi's round of attacks ended, Zhang Yi took action. He took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, his entire figure disappeared into midair. Takafumi exclaimed in panic, "Is he even human?" When Zhang Yi reappeared, he was behind Takafumi and Nanako, leaving the two mutants truly terrified. Zhang Yi opened his right palm, aimed directly at the couple, and unleashed his spatial gate, dimensional ruling gate. The electric arcs screeched like 100 serpents, shooting straight into the backs of the two. Nanako was furious, cursing, "Damn it!" Nanako's ability was Kamitachi. She was extremely sensitive to air fluctuations. When she sensed the danger, she didn't have time to warn her partner, only hearing a swish before she disappeared from the spot. But Takafumi wasn't as quick. The electromagnetic cannon blasts hit him from behind, and he didn't even have time to turn around before his body was riddled with holes, blood splattering everywhere. The power of the electromagnetic cannon was indeed formidable. As it passed through his body, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In just 0.01 seconds, a man's body was shredded to pieces, the holes resembling a broken beehive. Yu organization member Takafumi was killed by Zhang Yi in just 1 second. The scene left Chen Xiao and Peng Lai staring in disbelief. He hadn't even been able to block a single move from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is that strong. So he's really that powerful. The two people stared at Zhang Yi, stunned to the point where their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. At this moment, their minds had come to a complete standstill, to the extent that they had lost the ability to think. However, Lian Yu and Hoa seemed completely unfazed. Nanako was quick on her feet, having already escaped the range of Zhang Yu's attack. Upon seeing her husband being killed, she screamed in anger, her voice filled with despair. "Your Excellency, I thought this would be just a simple hunt, but I never expected it would cost my husband his life." Nanako felt as if her heart were being torn apart, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Zhang Yi. "I want you dead." A few seconds later, her body vanished from sight, her form becoming indistinct and blurry. Suddenly, a violent storm erupted beside Zhang Yi. Nanako's figure was inside this storm. A strange melody emanated from all directions. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi could not hear a single note. The dual-layered gate was a perfect barrier, and it could be said that at this moment he was separated from the real world by a layer of otherworldly shield. Therefore, all sounds were isolated, and all the attacks hidden within the melody of the bamboo flute were completely absorbed by the anomaly in the space. Zhang Yi pulled out 2 large silver handguns, slowly raised them, and aimed straight into the empty air ahead. Nanako's speed was incredibly fast, so much so that an ordinary person would not be able to follow it with the naked eye. Zhang Yi's body also underwent some changes. He was trembling slightly with an odd speed, and then he spoke as if giving an order. Increase speed by 20 times. Bang bang, the gunshots were almost inaudible. But in the next moment, Nanako's body was thrown violently out of the gust of wind, like a torn sack tossed to the ground. Zhang Yi looked at Nanako's body, shot through and lying motionless on the ground. No longer conserving ammunition, Zhang Yi aimed directly at her chest and fired 2 more shots, confirming the bullets had passed through her heart, before shooting once more into her neck. The power of Bai Cao Xu was immense, especially under the boost of Zhang Yi's supernatural abilities. The first shot broke her neck, and her head rolled off. Only then did Zhang Yi feel completely at ease. A member of the Shiyu team, Takafumi's wife, had been killed by Zhang Yi. In the stunned silence of Chen Xiaoxiao and Pang Lei, Zhang Yi walked forward and collected the 2 corpses into his ability space. This was the battlefield. Zhang Yi wasn't in a hurry to absorb their supernatural powers. After all, absorbing their abilities would significantly increase his own strength. But this scene was observed by the personnel at the Operations Command Center. There were too many warriors, and Zhu Jiang and Tu Yun Lai couldn't monitor all of them, so he assigned multiple personnel to track the warriors currently fighting on the battlefield in real time and report back promptly. After witnessing Zhang Yi kill 2 members of Shiyu, the monitoring personnel turned around, their eyes slightly stunned, and reported to Zhu Jiang. "Commander, there's an unusual situation on Zhang Yi's side." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiang immediately turned his gaze toward the staff member. He sighed lightly and asked, "Did Zhang Yi and the others perish?" "No, Zhang Yi has killed 2 members of Shiyu." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene immediately changed. Zhu Jiang, Lan Jincheng, Tu Yun Lai, and Bad Le Chang King all looked toward the screen. Since the battle had started, no battlefield had yielded any effective results. Although the Tianshan team had been deployed, the situation was still at a stalemate. They could hardly believe that an outsider like Zhang Yi had managed to kill 2 members of Shiyu. Zhu Jiang immediately ordered the images from that location to be displayed. The staff immediately controlled the display of Zhang Yi's battle scene on a large screen. However, by this time, the battle had ended, and only Zhang Yi was seen cleaning the battlefield, collecting the corpses. The bodies of Takafumi and Nanako lay on the ground, and the truth was painfully clear. Zhu Jiang's face showed astonishment. How did these 2 get killed by him? And in less than 30 seconds? Could it be that the 2 members of Shiyu are so weak? They didn't even put up any resistance. They were killed so cleanly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiang and Tu Yun Lai immediately changed their perspective on Zhang Yi. They had no doubt about the strength of Takafumi and Nanako. After all, in the first battle, these 2 had easily wiped out an entire team of mutants, so they were certainly not weak. They might not have been as strong as Daiku Yanin and Nobunaga, but they were far from being weaklings. While Zhu Jiang was analyzing, Bad Lechon King looked at Zhang Yi's image on the screen, his eyes flickering with a smile. This guy always knows how to surprise people. Oh, could it be that he's not actually as cautious as he seems, and is just pretending to be less formidable? At that moment, the command center suddenly blared with alarms from multiple locations. A panicked staff member rushed to report to Zhu Jiang. "Commander, the situation at the northern front is unstable, and there are also issues at the western front. Liu Honglei, he's in trouble." Zhu Jiang's pupils suddenly contracted. "How did this happen?" Zhu Jiang asked. "Where is Deng Shentong?" Tu Yun Lai replied. "He set out alone, intending to launch a surprise attack on their headquarters first. I don't see any problem with that. If we can eliminate their leader, Shiyu would just become a group of worthless people." Zhu Jiang's face was filled with worry. "Even if the mission is successful, if Tianshan team suffers heavy losses, we cannot accept that. Zhu Zhang thought for a moment. The black-clad investigation team had suffered significant losses in the battle at Tianhai City previously and had yet to recover. Other investigation teams were still carrying out missions outside and hadn't returned. He was forced to send Tianxian team to the front lines. As Zhu Zhang was thinking this, his gaze suddenly shifted to Zhang Yi on the screen. Isn't he the best reinforcement? He thought. Zhu Zhang immediately contacted Zhang Yi, giving him an order. Zhang Yi, you are not to retreat for now. Immediately head to the nearest point on the northern front to provide reinforcement. The others can return first. Zhang Yi said in lie, yes. Through the communication channel, he knew that the situation on the other two fronts was not looking good. Now that the main force of the Tianxian team had already engaged in battle, it was only logical for him to go and help as well. While he wouldn't actively ask to participate, as long as the mission wasn't too dangerous, he was willing to go if the higher-ups arranged it. Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu, you take them back first, I need to go to the northern front. Liang Yu understood. After Zhang Yi revealed his strength, he had caught the attention of the higher-ups. There's no choice, he said. If you have the ability, you have to do more work. Let me come with you. They can manage on their own. Zhang Yi shook his head. Her strength wasn't sufficient yet, and he had already made plans for the future. Liang Yu's combat ability was very high, but when it came to her special abilities, she was far behind. Although she was a Delta-level mutant, she had absorbed very little of the mutant's origin. She could still handle ordinary force leaders in battle, but against ruthless and depraved beings like Xiaoyu, she would not stand a chance. In the future, he would have to figure out a way to help her rapidly increase her strength. Only then could she become a powerful ally, someone who could at least assist him in battle. Zhang Yu's attitude made Liang Yu somewhat upset. She bit her lip tightly and said, "Are you looking down on me? As a master of martial arts, the one thing she cannot tolerate is being called weak by others." Seeing this, Zhang Yi said, "All right, this is not the time for jokes. Can you just listen to me?" His voice made Liang Yu's face redden. "I'll listen to you, all right? Why speak so gently? You're giving me goosebumps." She pretended to be indifferent, but quietly clenched her fist. Zhang Yi headed toward the northern front marked on the Xingyun map. "I'll go ahead. You all can just go back directly." "All right, I know. Stay safe," Liang Yu said as she watched his back. Reluctantly, she had to leave, leading Hoa Hoa, Shen Xiao Xiao, and Peng Lai to the center of the Jianglin City Square. When Takafumi and Nanako died, the communications manager immediately sensed it. He looked up in a daze, his eyes filled with ripples, full of disbelief. Han Yuan asked, "Nissi, what happened?" Nissa looked up at Han Yuan, stammering. "Takafumi and his wife, Nanako, they died in battle." Han Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and even Takeuchi Mayumi, who was kneeling on the ground, divining fate for everyone, let out a piercing scream. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible." She collapsed to the ground. The piece of paper she had manifested with her materialization ability twisted and deformed by her hand. Her eyes were vacant. "My divination can't possibly be wrong. Both of their fortunes today are extremely favorable. How could this happen?" Nissi said, "It couldn't be because of the mutant on Nobunaga's side." This remark made both Hao Yuan and Mayumi gasp. Not long ago, a mutant had appeared there, causing problems with Takeuchi Mayumi's divination. Hao Yuan said with doubt, "Could it be that someone is blocking Mayumi's divination ability?" Nai calmed down and carefully analyzed. Nanako and Takafumi both died there. In other words, that person's existence might be distorting Takeuchi's divination. Wouldn't that be a distortion of the law of causality? Takeuchi Mayumi's ability could predict people's fates and determine whether they would encounter good or bad luck. Since the Xiaoyu group was formed, her prophecies had never been wrong. This kind of ability to foresee the future was also called a weapon of the law of causality. It could be said that its existence was one of the Xiaoyu group's greatest trump cards. And now, Takeuchi's prophecy had been distorted. Is it any wonder the entire group was trembling with fear? Takeuchi Mayumi held her head in her hands, speaking in anguish. "There are people beyond destiny. I can't see their future, nor can I predict everything related to them." Ha Guin walked over to her, slowly embracing her, smiling softly as he comforted her in a gentle voice. "It's okay, Mayumi, you've done very well. As for that guy, just kill him. I will definitely kill him for you." Takeuchi Mayumi slowly lifted her head, looking at Ha Yuan with weak, worried eyes. But if that's the case, some of our comrades might die too. Because the prophecy about them is no longer valid, I can no longer see their future either. Ha Yuan smiled. This is war. Whatever happens, any unexpected events are our choices. Moreover, up until now, everything is still under our control. He gently stroked Takeuchi Mayumi's head. Sometimes you shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself. I'm here with you. Indeed, they had become too reliant on Mayui Takeuchi's abilities. But before they had Mayui Taki, they were also incredibly powerful mutants. Ha Yuan's eyes flashed. If we can't see through the fate, then killing them is the solution. Perhaps the path to this point has been too smooth, making me a little bored. But this time, the situation is finally taking a different turn. Ha Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't it exciting?" Takeuchi Mayui thought of something, and quickly said to Nissi, "Call Hanachio back immediately." Because the divination book for today indicated that nearest Hanachio's fate was ominous. When Takeuchi Mayui got this result, Ha Yuan decided not to send Hanachio on a mission, but instead left her nearby, assigned to watch for any threats. By common sense, if the enemy doesn't break through the outer team's ranks, it's impossible for them to reach the vicinity of the headquarters. Nissi closed her eyes, preparing to contact nearest Hanachio. At that moment, a voice rang out from the distance. "Are you looking for her?" The three members of Sha Yu were all unexpectedly startled by the sudden voice. This person wasn't too far from them, and yet they hadn't noticed. Moreover, why hadn't Neris Hanachio alerted Teen Leader Ha Yuan? A tall man slowly stepped out from the mist, holding the half-dead woman, her condition pitiful. He smiled and said, "Hello." Takeuchi Mayui couldn't help but shout when she saw her teammate in a half-dead state at the hands of Deng Shentong. Hanachio. Holland's gaze hardened, and she thought to herself. The strength of Neris Hancho, in all of Sha Yu, wasn't considered top tier. But she was a ninja. Her investigative skills and ability to escape were impressive. Yet now, she hadn't even had the chance to sound an alarm before being killed by the man in front of her. This indicated that the opponent's power must be immense. Grinding her teeth, Ha Yuan asked, Captain Tian Shen of the Deng Shentong team. When Deng Shentong heard his name being called, he smiled. "Oh, even wandering strays like you have heard of my reputation? Looks like you're not so bad after all. Much stronger than some fool from a small coastal city." At the Tactical Operations Center, all attention shifted here. Zhu Zheng issued a stern order. "Zoom in on Deng Shentong's image for me. Zoom it all the way in." The battle between Deng Shentong and Ha Yuan was the key focus of this fight. As long as they could eliminate the enemy's general, the battle would officially be over. If Deng Shentong lost, Baoxu City would also fall. If Haoan lost, Sha Yu would disband, and the outcome of this battle would impact others across the battlefield. The death of a general was the main factor that influenced all other mutants. Through the observation screen, Deng Shentong smiled. "Looks like I'm quite lucky, huh? I never expected there would be 10 Sha Yu here. If I kill all of you, then this play should end, right? But who among you is the leader here?" Deng Shentong's gaze swept over the three Ha Yuan, and finally he waved his hand as if he couldn't care less. "Fine, whatever. In any case, I have to kill all of you, so I might as well just finish it." Ha Yuan lowered his head, his body suddenly trembling violently. Deng Shentong looked at him in astonishment. "You're that scared?" Ha Yuan's body trembled more intensely, and suddenly he lifted his head and burst into a loud laugh. There was a look of wild excitement in his eyes. "The captain of the Tian Shen team, that means the highest level of power in the Jiangman district, right? If I kill you here, those fools in the Jiangman district will never dare to bother me again." Ha Yumin stared at Deng Shentong, his voice full of confidence. "You're definitely going to die here today." Nissi stopped using her demon-possessing powers. No need for Hao Ani. He quickly ran over and supported Mayui, urging her to get up. They were not individuals with combat abilities, and they were not qualified to participate in such a high-level battle. Nissi whispered to Mayui, "I insist, with the strength of these two, just a moment of carelessness could get us killed in the blink of an eye." Mayumi nodded and replied, "All right, the battle between the two generals is about to begin." This news was quickly communicated by the command center and Nissi to all the combat members of both teams. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yi couldn't help but look toward the center of Jianglin Square. He squinted, seemingly sensing two terrifying forces slowly rising from that area, forces that were not inferior to his own. A thought suddenly crossed Zhang Yu's mind. Should he go assist Deng Shentong? But as soon as this thought appeared, he quickly dismissed it. He didn't fully understand Deng Shentong's abilities and was unaware of Xia Yu's trump cards. If their powers couldn't complement each other and even counteracted one another, then 1 + 1 might not necessarily be greater than 2. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that Xia Yu didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. The headquarters had a perfect plan in place to ensure that mutants from the outskirts like them would create favorable conditions for the Tian Shen team to fight. He believed Deng Shentong was capable of handling the situation there. Zhang Yi said nonchalantly, even in the worst-case scenario, it would still be within what we can accept. In the past, the headquarters used the mutants from the outskirts as bait to force Xia Yu to reveal his full strength. This time, I'll turn it around and use the members of the minor Tian Shen team as bait to draw out Xia Yu's trump card. He no longer cared about the battle in the center of Jianglin Square. Following the orders from headquarters, he quickly moved toward the northern defensive line, several kilometers away. The western battlefield was in the midst of intense combat. On this side of the defense line, Bai Chuanwu, Lai Taichong, and Lu Tianchong were facing off against Deku Yanin, Sakuraba, and Akira. Upon seeing the deputy captain of the minor Tian Shen team join the battle, Sakuraba and Akira could no longer stay on the sidelines. The two of them stood up and silently walked behind Deku Yanin, maintaining a distance of about 10 steps from him. When Deku Yanin fought, he couldn't distinguish between allies and enemies, and due to his overwhelming power, he couldn't control himself. The number of people who had died alongside him before had already reached nearly double digits. Bai Chuanwu's expression was cold to the point of being terrifying. Let's begin. Fight quickly. We don't have much time to waste here. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly became ethereal, and then, quite abruptly, his body began to disintegrate. It did not dissolve into foam, but instead transformed into countless white snowflakes. This was the supernatural ability of snow falling on Earth. Bai Chuanwu's transformation caused the temperature of the surrounding air to seem to drop by several degrees, completely extinguishing any remaining warmth left from the recent disaster. The snowflakes falling in the air grew denser, covering the entire battlefield. Deku Yanin narrowed his eyes, carefully observing his surroundings. Has he disappeared? No, where is he? With a whoosh, the snow in the air increased in volume, and the dense, six-petaled snowflakes were so thick that they obscured vision. From 3 directions, large snowstorms surged toward Deku Yanin. Deku Yanin gripped the Star Pavilion iron tightly in his hand, swinging it horizontally to slash around, his voice laced with mockery. Is that all you've got? However, this attack had absolutely no effect on the millions of snowflakes. In the very next moment, the large snowstorms had reached him, engulfing him completely. The snowflakes, which were originally soft and pure, had now turned into sharp blades. Countless 6-petaled blades mercilessly sliced into Deku Yanin's entire body. Tiny tears appeared all over his body, with drops of red fluid oozing out. The sensation was no different than thousands of daggers stabbing into him. Even a body as tough as steel could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. Deku Yanin's face contorted in agony. Get lost. He furiously swung the Star Pavilion iron forward. However, no matter how strong he was, or how sharp his weapon, he could not cut through the thousands of snowflakes. Bai Chuanwu's ability was specifically designed to counter beings like him, who relied solely on brute strength. Deku Yanin heard Bai Chuanwu's cold voice echoing around him. No matter how strong you are, can you cut through all these snowflakes? Despite the snowflakes cutting into his flesh, Deku Yanin's voice remained defiant. So what? You still can't kill me right now, can you? Don't be so sure. What? Deku Yanin roared, his powerful aura bursting from his body. He shattered the thick layer of snow in the sky, but in the surrounding space, the snow only increased, even forming a massive skyward circle above his head. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the snow wall in front of Deku Yanin. Lu Tianchong, holding the large anchor in his hand, charged forward, aiming the anchor directly at his head and struck down. Boom! With a loud sound, Deku Yanin hastily blocked with his Star Pavilion iron. The deafening collision echoed as the two weapons clashed against each other. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered due to the battle between the two top-tier enhancers. Lu Tianxiang's eyes grew serious. He had used Bai Chuanwu's Snow Wanderer technique as a support cover to launch an unexpected attack, but his opponent stopped it with just one hand. Deku Yanin laughed maniacally as he saw the fear in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. Not bad, huh? This is interesting. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxiang responded with two arrogant words. He gripped the anchor with both hands to launch a powerful attack, while Bai Chuanwu's assault did not falter, continuously bombarding Deku Yanin's body with countless snowflake petals. However, Deku Yanin was not fighting alone. When this scene unfolded, Sakuraba and Akira, who were behind, immediately stepped in to assist. Sakuraba spread his 5 fingers wide, pointing them at Deku Yanin. An invisible shockwave was instantly released. Sakuraba, the 13th member of the Seiyu organization, possessed the ability of gravity manipulation, capable of intensifying gravity within a fixed area without any distinction. As he prepared to continue his assault, Bai Chuanwu suddenly felt his body grow heavier, his movements slowing down. Lu Tianxiang also felt his limbs becoming more sluggish. They immediately understood what the opponent's ability was. This is gravity. The gravity had a significant effect on Bai Chuanwu. Since the snow-like figures of his were transformed into countless floating snowflakes, they were heavily affected by the gravity. But for a powerful person like Deku Yanin, the gravity field had little impact. Sakuraba's gravity field had significantly reduced the pressure on Deku Yanin. This wasn't their first time coordinating in battle. Deku Yanin could adapt to this type of gravity acceleration. However, Bai Chuanwu and Lu Tianxiang were unable to adjust. Deku Yanin flashed a smug smile. "Let me see if you have any way of using your snowflakes." Lu Tianxiang trembled all over, yet his movement speed was not slow. He created some distance to fight, adjusting to the gravitational conditions. Grating his teeth, he said to Deku Yanin, "Your opponent is me." Deku Yanin swung the Star Pavilion iron in his hand, aiming straight for Lu Tianxiang's forehead. Coming from a Yokozuna background, he was unfamiliar with any weapon techniques. His fighting style was simple, relying purely on strength. One force to break all methods. Lu Tianxiang narrowed his eyes at this, and chose to retreat, creating distance. Deku Yanin's strike missed him, instead cleaving straight into the icy surface. Lu Tianxiang gripped a chain more than 10 meters long in his hand and hurled it toward Deku Yanin. Each hook at the end of the chain aimed directly at Deku Yanin's chest. There was no need to target weak points. Just hitting the body would deal damage. This crude weapon had the potential to incapacitate the opponent immediately. Deku Yanin, although arrogant, did not dare to take risks. With this distance in the attack, Lu Tianxiang used one hand to strike the Star Pavilion iron. Lu Tianxiang wore heavy armor, but his movement speed was not slow at all. He created distance to fight, adapting to the gravitational conditions. Quickly, he mastered the method of attacking in this gravitational state and began to fight proficiently against Deku Yanin. He had once been a top martial arts performer at the nation's HQ. After gaining his special ability, it compensated for his physical shortcomings, turning him into a powerful mutant. Lu Tianxiang confidently declared, "In terms of technique and method, I am number 1. Deku Yanin, not to be outdone, responded, "In terms of strength, I am also number 1. He believed in himself and trusted in the support of his teammates. Bai Chuanwu's attack stance was affected, and the Snowfall Fairy had encountered the gravitational field, making it very difficult for her to take off. Lu Tianxiang, while attacking, spoke to Lu Tianxiang. "Help me take down the one controlling the gravity first." Lu Tianxiang responded, "Understood." He gently pressed both feet to the ground, and his whole body suddenly soared into the air. In mid-air, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back, and his body transformed into a giant bird. "Lu Tianxiang, you possess the rare Snow Mountain Thunder Beastman power." Lu Tianxiang quickly ascended to a height of several hundred meters. Even from such a great distance, he could still clearly see everything on the ground. This ability came from his hawk-like vision, allowing him to track the movements of anything on ground. He locked onto Sakuraba's position, opened his mouth, and shot out a bolt of white lightning, which was like a sharp sword descending. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, but Lu Tianxiang's transformation took place right before everyone's eyes. Therefore, they were prepared. As the lightning bolt descended, Sakuraba's body suddenly leaped backward. He had retreated dozens of meters. Sakuraba's body was light as if it had no weight. The gravitational field, in addition to being able to release externally, could also be applied to himself, making him feel as if he were walking on a planet with only half the mass of the moon. His speed and strength were greatly enhanced. Lu Tianxiang let out a cry, his two hands gathering lightning, with bolts of lightning continuously striking down onto the ground. The three members of the Xiaoyu team were all within the range of his attack. He was flying high in the sky, like a monarch surveying the entire world. From this far distance, nearly no one could reach him with an attack. This was the type of kite fight that he loved the most. But at that moment, Akira threw his coat off with one hand, revealing his right arm and the massive black assault rifle he was holding. His voice was filled with excitement. It's hunting time. Akira raised his arm, aiming the rifle straight at Lu Tianxiang, who was hovering in midair. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A streak of golden light shot from the barrel, streaking toward the sky, transforming into a brilliant beam that in the blink of an eye rushed toward Lu Tianxiang. However, in an instant, Lu Tianxiang spun around, dodging Akira's attack right in midair. As the ruler of the skies, his speed was extraordinary, and such a bulky weapon could never hit him. Meanwhile, Bai Chun-Wu, seeing this, was about to transform into a flurry of snowflakes to fly over and assist when suddenly he heard a cry for help from behind. "Deputy Captain, come save me." In a short period of time, Deku Yanin and Lu Tianxiang had fought hundreds of times. Deku Yanin's attacks were incredibly simple and brutal. He charged straight at Lu Tianxiang, using his immense strength to push him back, forcing Lu Tianxiang to match its strength. The Star Pavilion iron, heavy and sharp, continuously chopped down in his hands. Clearly a sharp weapon, but he wielded it like a crude instrument. Deku Yanin was not particularly skilled with weapons, but his strength was terrifying. Lu Tianxiang also grew furious. Gripping the anchor with both hands, he chose to confront Deku Yanin head-on. However, after engaging in combat, he realized the situation was not in his favor. In terms of pure strength, he was no match for Deku Yanin. The form of the tiger, now 3 meters tall after transforming, made Deku Yanin, already a wrestler, virtually unbeatable in terms of power. Boom! 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 The Star Pavilion iron crashed against the anchor. After only a few dozen clashes, Lu Tianxiang felt as if his hands were losing all sensation. His spine turned cold. After 100 rounds, his legs finally gave way, and with a loud thud, he knelt to the ground. But Deku Yanin had no intention of stopping. Seeing the man in heavy armor trying to hold his ground in front of him, the brutality inside him surged. Finally, Lu Tianxiang's arm could no longer withstand the pressure. Even though he was wearing the specially crafted battle armor made by the Dang Corporation for him, the strength difference between the two was still too vast. The situation was dire, and he cried out for help. "Vice Captain, save me." Bai Chun-Wu was not particularly surprised to see that Lu Tianxiang was no match for Deku Yanin. After all, the latter was the second in command of the Xiaoyu organization, so it was unrealistic to expect Lu Tianxiang to defeat him. Although Lu Tianxiang was shouting for help, his body moved swiftly across the ground. The long iron chain in his hand was swung out and wrapped around Deku Yanin's leg, trying to restrain him. When the chain had secured Deku Yanin's leg, Lu Tianxiang dashed forward at an astonishing speed, dragging the man across the snow-covered ground. Seeing this, Bai Chun-Wu spoke into the communication device, saying to Lu Tianxiang, "You handle the two behind, and I'll go help you kill the big guy first." Lu Tianxiang replied, "Got it, leave them to me." Lu Tianxiang plunged down from hundreds of meters, his hands releasing dozens of lightning bolts, shooting toward Akira and Sakuraba. The two of them were forced to continuously retreat with the aid of gravity, making their escape relatively easy. For Lu Tianxiang, this was extremely disadvantageous. As Lu Tianxiang launched his lightning bolts, he glided through the sky at an incredible speed, so fast that even Akira's cannon couldn't lock onto him. Lu Tianxiang couldn't directly confront Deku Yanin, so he had to use tactics to stall for time. He then shouted loudly, "Bai Chun-Wu, assist me." Bai Chun-Wu turned around and coordinated with him to attack Deku Yanin. Snow and ice descended from the sky, spreading across a vast area, At that moment, Bad Chun Wu transformed into countless snowflakes. Due to the shape-shifting abilities of the Beastman system, Deku Yanin could not wear armor, leaving his skin exposed. Constantly attacked by Bad Chun Wu, it was as though his flesh was being sliced by a dull knife. However, this time, Deku Yanin did not feel panicked by Bad Chun Wu's assault. Many people mistakenly believed that those with bulky bodies, weighing hundreds of kilograms, were nothing more than strong in limbs but lacking brains. Deku Yanin had always looked down on this kind of thinking. If he were that simple, he wouldn't have been able to survive to this day after the apocalypse. Then, amidst the relentless snowstorm, he did not dodge the snow arrows that struck like flying daggers. Instead, he raised both hands high, tightly gripping the over 3-meter-long Star Pavilion iron. He spun at an incredibly fast speed. In no time, the Star Pavilion iron began to spin, forming a massive vortex of wind around him. The snowflakes that were the countless incarnations of Bad Chun Wu were sucked into the whirlwind, and remarkably, lost their ability to function. This guy, Bad Chun Wu, was startled inside, not expecting this kid, to quickly come up with a way to counter his power. If he weren't in his transformed state and was at close range right now, Dine Hand would certainly have strangled him to death on the spot. Nevertheless, Bad Chun Wu was still very confident. "Don't even think about using this trick to trap me." Bad Chun Wu shouted loudly, and the ice and snow in the sky began to scatter. But Deku Yanin's movements grew even faster. With the naked eye, one could see the wind vortex, centered around him, taking shape. The strong wind pressure created an absolute pressure difference, pulling Bad Chun Wu, who was trying to escape, closer to him. No matter how Bad Chun Wu's incarnations tried to flee, they were unintentionally pulled back. Bad Chun Wu finally began to panic, exclaiming, "Damn it, damn it!" The snowflakes fluttering around were all gathered together by the whirlwind created by Deku Yanin. Bad Chun Wu turned into a solid ice pillar around Deku Yanin's body, pressed tightly together by the wind's force. Deku Yanin jumped high, then struck fiercely at the giant spiraling ice pillar, pushing it down onto the snowy ground. After that, his right foot stomped forcefully, causing the ground to tremble violently. In this way, Bad Chun Wu was choked and pressed into the snow by Deku Yanin. Although this wouldn't kill Bad Chun Wu, for half a moment, Bad Chun Wu had no way to escape. Deku Yanin grinned triumphantly and said, "Next, it's your turn." Seeing this scene, Lu Tiancheng and Li Taicheng were both somewhat alarmed. Bad Chun Wu was the key force among the three of them, and now that Bad Chun Wu was sealed, the combat power of the two of them had clearly been greatly diminished. Lu Tiancheng knew he had no choice but to change his attack target. "No, I must rescue Vice Captain Bai, or else Li Taicheng won't be able to stop that monster." He quickly spun mid-air, then charged towards Deku Yanin, launching sharp bolts of lightning from his hands and mouth, aiming directly at Deku Yanin. Deku Yanin's speed wasn't his strength, and he couldn't avoid this kind of lightning attack. A series of bolts first struck him from the air, and the electric light surrounded him. Crack, crack. But the lightning running through his body didn't cause much damage. Deku Yanin sneered, "This level of attack still can't harm me." Lu Tiancheng's ability was lightning, but it was just bioelectricity transformed by his power, not actual thunder. Lu Tiancheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he had a bad feeling, even a strong urge to flee. He had underestimated the target of this mission. Lu Tiancheng clenched his teeth. He knew there was no choice now. This battle was being observed by high-ranking members of the headquarters. He absolutely could not retreat. With that thought, he increased his assault, creating an opportunity for Bad Chun Wu to break free from the restraint. But just as he was accumulating energy, Deku Yanin suddenly took on a strange posture. He raised the Star Pavilion iron, slightly crouched, and his strong body bent like a large bow. "This is bad." Lu Tiancheng immediately realized what the man was about to do. "I need to avoid this right now." He flapped his wings, trying to fly up, but the Star Pavilion iron pierced through the space first. Deku Yanin's speed wasn't fast, but with his peak physical strength, the Star Pavilion iron created a deafening sound as it shot through the air, an attack moving several times faster than the speed of sound. Lu Tiancheng could not avoid this attack. His body was sliced in half mid-air, and the enormous Star Pavilion iron even pierced through his body, carrying blood as it continued to fly upwards for a short distance. In that moment, Lu Tianqiang felt the strength in his body drain away, and immediately, his head dropped, plummeting from a height of several hundred meters. Mr. Lu. Lu Tianqiang's eyes were about to burst with anger as he looked on, his emotions a mix of fury and intense fear. Bai Chu and Wu had been sealed, Lu Tianqiang had been pierced through the body, and his life or death was uncertain. Now he was left alone. How could he possibly face the three people in front of him? Lu Tianqiang could not help but feel terror at the impending battle, but reality gave him no time to think. He let out a roar, pulling on the chains, grabbing the anchor, and then charging into battle. Although he had lost the Star Pavilion iron, the arrogant Iron Jin looked at him, his gaze burning like a wild beast spotting its prey. Come on, let's see how long you can hold out. It had been too long since he had encountered a mutant of this enhanced level. The enemies from before could be crushed with just a light touch. Only Lu Tianqiang could hold his ground against him for a while. Deku Yanin had defeated Bai Chu and Wu with a single move, and with one strike, he had pierced through Lu Tianqiang. Two of Tianshan team's three powerful fighters had already been sent to hell by him. The scene was observed by the Combat Operations Command Center. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth. The Tianshan team was not unbeatable, but to be defeated so quickly, completely crushed, it was something he couldn't accept. Not only him, even Tu Yun Lai and the others did not expect such an outcome. On the battlefield, only Lu Tianqiang remained, struggling to hold on, but even he couldn't last much longer. Exhausted, Lu Tianqiang was drenched in sweat, but at this moment, fighting to the death was his only choice. He gritted his teeth, and immediately from the armor on his arm, he pressed a small button. A needle jabbed into his skin. The biodrug, Snowstorm Agent Number 2, quickly spread through his bloodstream, allowing him to unleash an overwhelming power in a short period of time. However, this drug was still in the experimental stage, with severe side effects. The operations center had provided it to the investigation team to use in desperate situations, but there was a high chance they would die shortly after. But he no longer cared about such things. The secondary agent swiftly entered his blood, flowing through his veins. A burning sensation surged violently from Lu Tianqiang's body. He felt like he was about to explode, the power coursing through him like it would incinerate him. He needed to find somewhere to release this power. Deku Yanin saw his transformation and, even more excited, shouted loudly, "No one come here, I want to fight him one-on-one." Lu Tianqiang let out a roar and charged towards Deku Yanin. The battlefield was filled with red blood splattering, terrifying explosions, and the clashing sounds of weapons echoed throughout the air. Just a few minutes later, the area once again fell silent. At the command center, Zhu Zheng's face darkened, becoming frightening. His voice slightly changed. How could this happen? A complete defeat, and yet it's a complete defeat. Lan Jincheng, seeing Zhu Zheng in this state, tried to comfort him. After all, the enemy is Sha Yu's top-tier force. Now we've confirmed that Sha Yu's strength is no less than the investigation team's. As long as the other battlefields can win, especially if Deng Shentong over there can successfully decapitate their leader, we would still be the victors. Zhu Zheng's gaze was as dark as ink, making others feel terrified. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on several other battlefronts. Lu Tianqiang's skull was held in Sakuraba's hand. Bai Chuanwu's fate was uncertain, and Lu Tianqiang had completely vanished without a trace. The use of compound number 2, continuously breaking through his own limits in such high-intensity combat, had caused his limbs to rapidly deteriorate. At this moment, the Northern Front had been thoroughly defeated. Deku Yanin was a bit disappointed. Is that all? What a pity, it has been so long since I felt so refreshed like this. The artilleryman behind him, Akira, spoke softly. The result of this battle has already been decided, right? My predictions have never been wrong. At the same time, in the north, Zhang Yi received information through the communicator. Deng Shentong has infiltrated the Sha Yu headquarters. The Western Front has been completely wiped out, and the Northern Front must hold, giving Deng Shentong enough time to kill Sha Yu's team leader. Hearing this, Zhang Yi thought, two powerful forces are clashing with each other. Perhaps it stems from the confrontation between Deng Shentong and Sha Yu's team leader. Should I participate and provide support? But quickly, he decided, forget it. If there are people in Sha Yu's headquarters with abilities that counter mine, participating would cause more harm than good. It's better to let Deng Shen Tong serve as bait to test their team leader's strength. On another northern front, the second-in-command of Sha Yu's group, the diviner of yin and yang, Jinujue Siro, had joined the battle. He led 5 spirit creatures: a golden monkey, a 6-tailed fox, a bird, a 3-headed dog, and a gray crow. Lu Honglai saw Jinujue Siro appear, and his face reveal a fierce fighting spirit. Diviner of yin and yang Nai Hong. How interesting. Stolen from the evil nation's HQ, and now brought out to deal with me. Do you really think you can defeat me? Jinujue Siro let out a sneer. I remember there was an old saying at the nation HQ. A student doesn't necessarily have to be worse than the teacher, and the teacher doesn't necessarily have to be better than the student. It seems you have forgotten this saying, which proves that we have enlightened ourselves to something superior. Lu Honglai was as quick as lightning, bending down and using all his strength to charge at Jinujue Siro. Then show me. But Jinujue Siro simply waved his right hand, and the jewel beside him blocked the path, intercepting Liu Honglai and launching an attack. At the same time, the 3-headed demon dog and King Kong also burst into flames. The hellfire from another direction launched an attack on Liu Honglai. Liu Honglai calmly observed everything around him. It seemed the 3-headed dog and King Kong were close combat spirits, but beside him there was also a fox, a bird, and a gray crow. Liu Honglai thought to himself, that gray crow has been seen on every member of Sha Yu, but it hasn't shown any combat abilities. It must be a support type. Liu Honglai had basically made his judgment in his mind. He reacted quickly and threw a powerful punch at the King Kong in front of him. The power of the bitch Bo Divine Fist transmitted through the air, creating ripples of vibration. Moments later, that power descended upon the body of King Kong. Inside the giant form of King Kong, an invisible wave appeared, first tearing a large gash in its belly. But immediately, a red light appeared on the wound, healing King Kong perfectly back to its original state. King Kong roared and charged toward Liu Honglai. Both fists raised high, it struck down at his head, like Mount Tai crashing down. Liu Honglai skillfully dodged King Kong's attack, but right the spot where he had just stood, with a loud explosion, the ground shattered. The power of the blow was immense, certainly comparable to that of a black-enhanced mutant. This King Kong was not a living being. Otherwise, within a radius of several hundred steps, almost no creature would be able to withstand one of its punches without injury. The only explanation was that it was something condensed from a supernatural power. Liu Honglai's expression grew serious. Yin-yang technique spirit. But without a physical entity, how can it be killed? This was the first time he had faced such an enemy. He didn't know how to destroy it. But Jinujue Siro would not give him any time to think. King Kong roared and charged forward, its 3 enormous heads spewing lava, first melting the ground around Liu Honglai. Liu Honglai glanced at Jinujue Siro from afar. He already had a plan in mind. If I don't know how to destroy the spirit quickly, I just need to defeat the diviner of yin and yang. This sounded easy, but in practice, it was incredibly difficult. Around him were many beasts attacking, not to mention Jinujue Siro also had creatures lurking in the shadows. Liu Honglai was frustrated. Damn it, I can't even get close to him. But just as Liu Honglai hesitated, the voice of the operations center echoed in his earpiece. Liu Honglai, the spirit of the yin and yang technique, needs to be stabilized with talismans. As long as you can destroy the talisman inside, you can defeat the spirit. Liu Honglai received the reminder, but couldn't feel happy. Thanks, but how am I supposed to find it? Fine, I'll take a chance. Even if I die, I'll risk it. Because these giant beasts in front of me are so massive, and the talisman of the diviner of yin and yang is only as big as a palm. How am I supposed to find the so-called core and destroy it? He muttered. At this point, I have no choice but to try. Liu Honglai gritted his teeth, his stance firm, and his right fist aimed directly at King Kong's head, delivering a powerful punch. The head of King Kong immediately deformed, but it didn't explode. King Kong represented the strength within the 5 spirits of Jinujue Siro. Its power and defense were the strongest, and in an instant, its head returned to normal. It let out a deafening roar, this time as if provoked, and its speed in chasing Liu Honglai increased significantly. Liu Honglei realized the talisman wasn't in its head. Jinyuji Siro, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Some people actually think the weak points are located at the heart or head. But they know this, and Jinyuji Siro definitely knows it too. Go, Jinguji Siro ordered, commanding the giant six-tailed fox to attack Liu Honglei. Jinyuji Siro swung its right hand, and the six-tailed white fox beside it took a few steps forward, raising its head. Then, the fox's mouth opened. A round ball surrounded by a faint white light began to condense above its head, slowly growing to the size of a human head. The giant glowing orb transformed into a blinding white beam and shot toward Liu Honglei. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost impossible for the naked eye to track. Liu Honglei had to endure the attacks of King Kong and the Scarlet Circle, while also facing the assault of curses, inevitably causing him to feel a little flustered. However, luckily, he could not overlook the movements on this side from the very beginning. His fist struck as well. The 100 Steps Divine Fist collided with the charm in midair, and the two powerful energy forces created a tremendous shockwave. He extended his hand to retrieve a grenade from his waist, pulled the pin with his right thumb, and threw it toward the two spirits. A spherical black light exploded, enveloping both spirits. Jinyuji Siro glanced over. Ordinary firepower had little to no effect on the spirits. Clearly, this grenade was a specialized product for mutants. Very quickly, King Kong and King Kong emerged unscathed from the explosion, continuing to chase Liu Honglei. Liu Honglei was not in a rush, skillfully using his movement techniques to evade. The two spirits could not land a hit on him. Even without considering his mutant powers, Liu Honglei was already a master of the extreme fist, well-versed in combat techniques and agile maneuvers. Moreover, with his combat suit and weapons equipped, crafted by the Deng family, his close-quarters combat abilities were greatly enhanced. The two ferocious spirits rampaged across the ground, their bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent as they stared at Liu Honglei. The furious spirit had no capacity for thought, and once they received an order, they would execute it with relentless determination. He took the initiative to move towards King Kong. King Kong enveloped its entire body in the golden light of yin-yang magic. This type of light could make it more ferocious and powerful. King Kong's fist struck the air, but was dodged by Liu Honglei with agility. Immediately after, Liu Honglei actually slipped into the gap between King Kong's massive body, wrapping his arms tightly around its lower back. The 100-step divine fist ruthlessly struck inside King Kong's body. In close combat, his 100-step divine fist was even stronger, capable of piercing through any defense and shattering internal organs. When King Kong's body endured such a blow, it immediately started to contort and break apart. Liu Honglei began to exert more force, his body leaning backward as he actually flipped the giant ape, which was over 3 meters tall. After a struggle, King Kong fell to the ground like a tree being planted. Liu Honglei quickly stood up, aimed for the area between King Kong's legs, and delivered a powerful punch downward. It seemed as if a pitiful scream echoed from deep within the earth. Soon after, the golden light around King Kong rapidly dissipated, and a broken talisman fell to the ground. Liu Honglei was also surprised that King Kong's talisman had actually been hidden in this location. He secretly smirked. The place you hid it was quite good, but unfortunately. However, he didn't care much. He thought, even if I don't know the hiding spot of the talisman, as long as I can find it, isn't that enough? Liu Honglei quickly killed the King Kong. This caused everyone in the Tactical Command Center to feel a sense of encouragement. The fighting power of the diviner of yin and yang comes from spirit and incantations. As long as all the spirits are dealt with, Jinguji Sero would become a lamb ready to be slaughtered. However, Jinguji Ezero nonchalantly wore his gold-rimmed glasses. He then casually took out a talisman depicting a monkey from his pocket and gave an order. Jinguji I-Zero muttered a spell, then threw the talisman into the air. A red light covered the talisman. Shortly after, it quickly formed a gem identical to the one before. His voice was confident. Not a big deal, I have plenty of these kinds of things. This scene made Liu Honglei's pupils suddenly contract, and even in the Tactical Command Center, smiles abruptly froze. Killing one spirit, and yet the enemy easily summons another. Tu Yun Lai said to Liu Honglei, "It's not that simple." Tu Yun Lai continued, "The talisman is the core of the spirit. Destroying the talisman can indeed kill the spirit, but if the enemy has enough talismans prepared, you can't kill all the spirits in one go. However, his supernatural ability is definitely being consumed. As long as you keep killing his spirits, he will soon be unable to sustain the consumption of this abnormal power. Maintaining the power of 5 spirits at the same time requires considerable energy. Liu Honglei nodded, his expression somewhat heavy. I understand this, but this depletion is not good for me. It seems I must end this quickly. Liu Honglei quickly drew a handgun, aiming it at Jinuzhuisiro. Black Genesis bullets shot out rapidly from the barrel. The Genesis bullet was his nemesis. Jinuzhuisiro furrowed his brow, and the bird-like creature standing guard beside him suddenly flapped its wings, whipping up a powerful whirlwind that surrounded his front. The Genesis bullet could eliminate demons, but such a powerful gust still caused the trajectory of the bullets to shift. Jinuzhuisiro's eyes showed caution as he thought to himself. It seems this is the Genesis bullet that can kill me, a black-level mutant. I really must end this quickly. Genesis bullet? He had heard someone mention this item before. If one wasn't careful, they could easily be killed instantly. Even if he were a Delta-level mutant, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jinuzhuisiro raised his right hand, beginning to activate his spirit power, preparing to continue the assault and kill him. King Kong in Scarlet Circle once again charged at Liu Honglei. Liu Honglei remained expressionless, attempting to use the Genesis bullet to attack the 2 spirits. It was indeed effective, but it couldn't destroy their cores. At most, it only wore down their supernatural energy. Moreover, there was the bird lurking nearby, suddenly shooting a burst of energy can that left no time for reaction. If the battle continued like this, Liu Honglei would only be at a disadvantage. In his mind, he began calculating the distance between himself and Jinuzhuisiro, approximately 350 meters. If I want to approach and kill him, I need 3 seconds. But first, I need to deal with these 2 spirits. Second, the wine-controlling spirit beside him is quite troublesome. Liu Honglei quickly formed a battle plan. He holstered his pistol while his left hand swung up, releasing over a dozen bombs scattered across the battlefield. Jinuzhuisiro narrowed his eyes as the bird created a strong gust of wind to prevent the bombs from getting close. But the bombs immediately activated as they hit the ground. Jinuzhuisiro had expected them to not cause a chain reaction, but instead, they exploded into dazzling beams of light, so bright that it nearly brought tears to his eyes. These were high-intensity white bombs. The entire battlefield was illuminated, so bright that nothing could be seen. Jinuzhuisiro could not see Liu Honglei's position. Liu Honglei was wearing tactical glasses, the latest technology developed by Deng Thai, which allowed him to see objects in the dark, while also preventing vision loss in brightly lit environments. As soon as the flashbang went off, Liu Honglei moved. In just 3 seconds, he could be in front of Jinuzhuisiro. Jinuzhuisiro sensed the danger and realized what Liu Honglei intended to do. "You bastard!" he cursed, then turned and ran deeper into the Jianglin Square. But what could a diviner of yin and yang do against the speed of enhancement type? Very quickly, Liu Honglei appeared in front of him, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Your life is over." But at that moment, the fear on Jinuzhuisiro's face vanished. He looked at Liu Honglei and grinned a strange smile. In the end, it's still not clear who will die. Liu Honglei felt a chill run down his spine, and he suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. He didn't have time to escape, as Jinuzhuisiro had firmly grasped his arm. Jinuzhuisiro's body also began to crack. In the blink of an eye, he lost his human form. His body was covered in cracks, from which a blinding white light emanated, sending a chill through the air. A scream rang out, followed by a blinding white light. Jinuzhuisiro immediately became dazzling. The intense explosion roared, reverberating across the battlefield, and even other fronts could hear it clearly. The command center, due to the light, was unaware of what had happened. But the powerful energy reaction from this side still caught everyone's attention. Everyone tensed, staring at the area of light. The scene before them caused Zhu Zhen's pupils to contract. Liu Honglei's body lay on the ground, torn apart, covered in blood. His most durable combat suit had been shredded beyond recognition. Jinuzhuisiro's figure had completely disappeared. Zhu Zheng exclaimed, "Where is Jinuzhuisiro?" Then King Kong and King Kong howled, charging at Liu Honglei, tearing into him viciously. The horrifying scene made the faces of everyone working in the command center twist in horror. The one who was killed by the spirit's bite was the deputy leader of the little Tianxian team, something they could hardly accept. In the mist, Jinuju Isiro quietly lit a cigarette for himself. He murmured, "Who told you that the diviner of yin and yang would casually appear on the front lines?" The figure that appeared within Liu Honglei's sight was not the real Jinguji Siro, but rather a robot crafted by him, using a large amount of explosives and enhancement techniques. This was the trap he had set for Liu Honglei. He sighed lightly. It's really thanks to that person's intelligence. Otherwise, facing a powerhouse like Liu Honglei head-on, the chances of dying would be very high. At the operational command center, the atmosphere was silent, not even a single sound. Everyone was so cautious that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. They stealthily observed Zhu Zheng's expressions. Both fronts had failed, and 2 deputy commanders of the Tianxian team had been eliminated in the battle. Such a disastrous situation had been rare since the establishment of the Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng's face remained expressionless, but in his eyes, turbulent waves were swirling. If it weren't for the many subordinates around, he might have already erupted in fury. Tu Yunlai spoke. Now we can only rely on the outcome of the battle on Deng Shentong's side. As long as he wins, we will still be victorious. There was another potential disaster, but Tu Yunlai didn't dare to voice it. If Deng Shentong were to lose again, the consequences would be catastrophic for the Jiangnan region, severely damaging its reputation. The bodyguard of Zhu Zheng, Sun Lu Quan, looked up respectfully as he observed the images on the surveillance screen. A slight doubt arose in his heart. The Tianxian team had lost on several fronts, which was somewhat unusual, and he didn't know who the internal mole might be. They had now lost all hope in the other defensive lines, and were only hoping that Deng Shentong could carry out a spectacular decapitation operation. Zhang Yi had not been a major concern for them. Jinuji Sero slowly stepped out from the fog. Kemi of Gido and Aki Kurosawa had nearly lost all their fighting ability. Their internal organs had been shattered by Liu Honglei. Yuji Sero sighed and said, "It really looks tragic." Saying that, he walked over, took out a healing potion from his belongings, and injected each of them with a dose. The corner of Kemi of Gido's mouth was still bleeding, and he frowned in displeasure. "Are you mocking us?" Jinuji Sero shook his head. "That's not it. I was just thinking. If it weren't for that person's help, relying on our own strength, it would be too difficult to fight against the entire Jiangnan region." Ekyu Kurosawa sneered and said, "No matter how powerful they are, didn't they still fall under our hands?" Jinuji Sero glanced at him. "Don't forget, the potential of the Jiangnan region is not only limited to the Tianxian team. If we encounter another investigation team next time, it might not be as smooth as this." Ekyu Kurosawa scoffed. "But right now, we've achieved a great victory, haven't we?" As expected, my lady's prophecy was right. Today, I had a bit of luck. Even though I got injured a little, I can still live well. As soon as he finished speaking, Kemi Guido beside him suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Jin Guji Azuro's eyes narrowed, but he still summoned his spirit to protect himself. Akyu Kurosawa also sensed a dangerous presence approaching, but his body was in such a weakened state that even movement was difficult. Although he sensed the danger, he was completely unable to avoid the incoming attack. With a soft thud, a silver bullet shot through his forehead, then exited through the back of his head. Akyu Kurosawa died. Seeing Akyu Kurosawa die, Kami of Gedo screamed, "It's an ambush!" As he screamed, he rolled to the ground, but this move couldn't save his life. Even though he lowered his head, the silver bullet, symbolizing death, still pierced through his skull, shooting into his brain from the top of his head. This was the skill of a precise sniper from the spatial system. For Zhang Yi now, even if he closed his eyes and shot, the bullet would not deviate by even a fraction of an inch, let alone the fact that his targets were just 2 Shiyu organization members who were gravely injured. Kami Guido was out of the game. When Zhang Yi reached the Western Front, Liu Honglei had already died under the scheme of Jinuju Siro. However, the keen-eyed Zhang Yi noticed that there were still 2 severely injured members of Shiyu on the battlefield, on the verge of death. Of course, he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by and decisively shot to kill them both. Without hesitation, Jinuju Siro decisively chose to have his spirit protect him and retreat into the mist. Zhang Yi had activated the double gate from the beginning, holding 2 white blades in his hands. His sharp eyes swept across the battlefield. He laughed and said, "You're running away so quickly." Although shrouded in fog as a space-type mutant, he was extremely sensitive to air fluctuations. As long as any living creature existed within a 500-meter radius, even the sound of their breath would be detected by him. It didn't take long for him to identify the figures hiding within the mist, along with other existing entities. A giant golden-scaled beast and a hellhound with its body ablaze charged out of the fog, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Zhang Yi. The King Kong raised its fist and roared before slamming it down. It opened its mouth and spat out molten lava. The three gigantic heads emitted savage dog barks as a large mouthful of lava shot directly toward Zhang Yi's head. However, the lava did not get anywhere near Zhang Yi, instead disappearing mid-air, absorbed by Zhang Yi into his spatial ability. But the King Kong's fist came directly at Zhang Yi's face. Its strength was overwhelming, and after the punch landed, its entire body was drawn into the spatial ability, leaving no trace, no ripple. Although the King Kong's speed was a bit slower, it was only delayed for a split second. The massive body was also pulled into the spatial ability by Zhang Yi. To be precise, they ran into it themselves. Jinuju Siro was so terrified that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he still didn't know who Zhang Yi was or what his abilities were, he had already deployed two spirits, only to have them easily taken back by the opponent. It was clear that the opponent's abilities could counter him. Zhang Yi looked at Jinujo Siro, calculating. The distance between them was about 400 meters, just enough for a single strike to take a life. In his right eye, a distorted white light gradually began to appear, and the terrifying power of space quickly converged. Jinuju Siro sensed the imminent danger of death. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and ran off into the distance. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, not expecting the opponent to remain so calm. The activation time for divine power was about 1 second, and in a direct deployment like this, if the opponent had any preparation, it would indeed be hard to land a hit. Zhang Yi suddenly looked in the direction where Jinuju Siro was fleeing, sensing an unusual disturbance. There must be someone in that direction. However, the fog was too thick, and he knew too little about the battlefield's intelligence. If he openly pursued, he might very well fall into Shy Yu's encirclement. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yi did not delve deeper into the fog to pursue, but instead decided to collect the spoils first. After shooting through their heads, the primal energy of these creatures would dissipate quickly. However, if placed into the space of his supernatural ability, there would be no such issue. Zhang Yi carefully gathered their bodies, his eyes filled with some confusion as he glanced in the direction where Jinuju Siro had left. He couldn't understand why, after he made his move, Jinuju Siro chose not to continue fighting him, but instead decided to flee. He muttered to himself, "No, maybe it's a strategic retreat. Could it be because of something else?" Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly. It's impossible. How could he know my strength? After thinking it over carefully, Zhang Yi was certain this was even more unlikely. Even in the Jiangnan region, very few people understood the extent of his power. But Zhang Yi did not know that his opponent was just as cautious as he was, perhaps even more pessimistic. Meanwhile, at the Operations Command Center, reports of the battle situation in this area were also being sent to Zhujiang. Two Yun Lai stood in shock. They never expected that, in the end, the one to claim the credit would not be the Tianshen team, but the mutant from the outskirts, Zhang Yi. Zhujiang muttered, "I didn't expect this Zhang Yi to be so strong. If I had known, I shouldn't have reallocated the missions." But Lan Jincheng replied, "He's just picking up the spoils of war." Hearing this, Zhujiang shot him a glance. But Lan Jincheng had already scared off Jin Guji, and before that, he had killed the couple Shay Yu, entirely relying on his own strength. I even feel that this guy's strength could be on par with that of a deputy captain. Lan Jincheng was stunned. If he truly has that much power, why hide it and not reveal it? If he had gone to support the other front lines earlier, perhaps the situation of the war would be completely different by now. He looked at Zhu Jiang. Zhu Shuai, I still feel that this person is not entirely loyal to Baoxu City. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with a mocking laugh from Bai Lichong King. Lan Jincheng glared at Bai Lichong King. Bai Lichong King, what are you laughing at? Bai Lichong King shrugged, nothing. I just feel that it's unreasonable to measure an outsider like Zhang Yi by the standards of Baoxu City, don't you think? Besides, among the outsiders this time, Zhang Yi has performed the best. This point is something Lan Jincheng truly cannot refute. He can only say that he has the ability to help his teammates, but deliberately holds back his full strength. Such a thing, our elite from Baoxu City absolutely cannot do. Zhu Jiang interrupted Lan Jincheng's unreasonable words. All right now, he's not in the mood to listen to Lan Jincheng and Bai Lechon King arguing. The immediate issue at hand is what he is most concerned about. Lan Jincheng quickly shut his mouth and no longer brought up the matter. However, it didn't take long for him to come up with an idea. He suggested, now that we know Zhang Yi has some strength, why not let him continue fighting Xia Yu? This way, he can also assist the other members of the Tian Chen team who are present. That battle is the decisive one for this operation. Zhu Jiang looked at Zhang Yi on the screen, thought for a moment, then spoke through the comms. Zhang Yi, your mission is complete. Withdraw now. At this moment, Zhang Yi had indeed completed the mission very well, and it could be said that he had far surpassed the expectations of Zhu Jiang. Zhu Jiang hoped to keep this promising individual, thinking that if he could have him join Baoxu City, he could possibly become a captain-level force in the future. Hearing this, Lan Jincheng's face changed dramatically. The master, Zhu Jiang, paid no attention to Lan Jincheng's words, silently ending the communication with Zhang Yi. He had his own plans. Deng Shentong had already attacked Xia Yu's main base, and no matter how powerful Zhang Yi was, he was merely at the level of a deputy. Letting him go assist carelessly might even hinder Deng Shentong, so it was better to simply call him back. Too many lives had already been lost in this battle. Next was the duel between Deng Shentong and Hao Yuan. He would not disappoint me. Zhang Yi had thought that Zhu Jiang would let him continue charging into the battlefield to offer support, but unexpectedly he was called back. Zhang Yi did not refuse. This time, he hadn't exerted much effort, and besides, he could still pick up some rewards by collecting corpses. Zhang Yi left Jianglin Square, and just as he had walked a short distance, medical soldiers rushed over to greet him. Zhang Yi only gave them a faint smile. I'm fine. Several of the medical soldiers, witnessing this scene, looked at him with wide eyes, filled with astonishment and respect. In this battle, over half of the ability users from the outskirts had been wounded or killed, with not a single one left unscathed, yet Zhang Yi had been the last person to walk out of the battlefield. Zhang Yi made his way back along the road toward the just-landed armed aircraft, seeing that the area above had been converted into a temporary intensive care unit. Most of the surviving mutants from outside Lianyu and Peng Lei, except for them, had been seriously injured. Yuan Hao was lying on a stretcher, his face pale and weak, feeling as though death was imminent. Meanwhile, Xia Ling stood by the bed, her gaze dazed and silent, as if she were already dead. Zhang Yi saw the horrific wounds on her body and the flesh torn open, which didn't resemble that of a living person, and only then did he understand why Xia Ling had not been included in the previous count of mutants from outside the city. Zhang Yi paid no attention to them and walked directly over to Lianyu. Thanks to Peng Lei's treatment, Tran Ttu had recovered quite well with the use of medicine by the medical team. Though she couldn't fight in the short term, her life was no longer in any major danger. She looked at Zhang Yi, a hint of fear now in her eyes. Chen Xiao cautiously asked, Zhang Yi, have you completed the mission? Zhang Yi nodded. You could say that. As soon as these words were spoken, the mutants from outside the city couldn't help but be shaken, and even the medical staff beside them couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Mo Zhongning stared at Zhang Yi in surprise. Don't tell me you've already taken down a member of Xia Yu. He lowered his head and muttered, those people are as strong as monsters. Lai Weihai shook his head. That's impossible. Only people from the Tianxin team can go up against them. As for us, the mutants from the outskirts, we're just cannon fodder. Zhang Yi originally didn't want to pay any attention to these people, but upon hearing their desperate tone, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Are the people from Xia Yu really that strong? Why don't I see it? Could it be that you're just too weak? Mo Zhongning, angered, replied, Zhang Yi, have you really encountered members of Xia Yu? Do you know how strong they are? Lai Weihai joined in. I've heard that there were no members of Sha Yu on your side at all. Perhaps that's what's causing your misunderstanding. And about you claiming to have assisted the Northern Front, perhaps all you did was show up to provide support and fire a few shots. Zhang Yi sighed, his body reclining against the helicopter seat. He said, maybe you're right, I misunderstood. I just happened to run into 4 weak members of Sha Yu and killed them. That's all. His words suddenly changed the atmosphere inside the helicopter. Even Yuan Hao, who was weakly lying on the hospital bed, sat up, staring at Zhang Yi in disbelief. You what? You really killed members of Sha Yu, and 4 of them? Chen Xiao and Peng Lai were also stunned as they looked at Zhang Yi, thinking to themselves, has he killed 2 more members of the Sha Yu organization? If so, Zhang Yi has single-handedly wiped out a third of the Sha Yu force? Even if he only took down 1 person, it would be incredibly hard to believe. Clearly, everyone here is a mutant from the outskirts, all leaders of their own factions, and their strengths should be on par. How could he be this powerful? Zhang Yi was too lazy to explain. He sat in his chair, looking out the window toward the center of Jianglin Square. What he needed to do now was wait for the outcome of the battle between Deng Shentong and the leader of the Sha Yu organization at the Central Command Post. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the battle screen showing Deng Shentong's fight. Deng Shentong was now their last hope. In his heart, Zhu Jiang felt more at ease than anyone else, because he believed in Deng Shentong's strength. In the very center of Jianglin Square, the clash between the 2 team leader-level mutants had finally begun. When the 2 teammates left, Hao Yuan smiled and stared at Deng Shentong. Beneath his newsboy cap, 2 fierce gleams of light flashed in his eyes as his confident voice rang out. As long as I'm here, I can take you down. I think the old fools in the Jiangnan district should have woken up by now. Deng Shentong smiled with narrowed eyes and waved his fingers at him. You can try and see. Hao Yuan wiped the smile off his face. A mark quickly appeared between his eyebrows, then spread along both sides of his cheeks, slowly forming bright fiery red stripes across his face. It was a 5-colored red with shimmering star-like spots, as though streams of red galaxies were flowing through his skin. The blood-red streaks gradually spread down to his wrists, the backs of his hands, and then enveloped his entire body. A powerful, suffocating aura emerged around him. Team leader Hao Yuan, with a special matter-based ability, named Phoenix, had red energy swirling around him. The temperature of the surrounding space rapidly increased. Large patches of ice and snow began to melt. He didn't rush to attack, but instead looked at his opponent. Deng Shentong, come here and let me see your strength. Deng Shentong laughed. All right. As Deng Shentong's voice rang out, his hands spread wide like the wings of Tianxian, creating a magnificent burst of light that emanated outward from him. In Hao Yuan's pupils, all color suddenly vanished. Even his once black pupils turned white. Captain of the Tianxian team, Deng Shentong, with a special matter-based ability named Light of Purity. His power was light itself. He could bestow light upon others, or strip it away from them. Anyone other than him, under the guise of this void world, will lose their sight. Nothing can be seen except for a blinding white. Hao Yuan was close to him, but could no longer see him. Deng Shentong smirked, stepping forward with his right foot. In the next instant, he was standing right in front of Hao Yuan. He confidently thought to himself, you can't see anything right now. If I'm even half a second faster than you, victory is mine. Deng Shentong threw a powerful punch at Hao Yuan's head. Although Hao Yuan had lost his sight, his battle instincts remained sharp, and his keen sense of danger allowed him to realize that Deng Shentong was closing in. As the skill swept through, he quickly used his arm to block the attack. However, even though Hao Yuan couldn't see anything, he was still able to accurately block Deng Shentong's strike. This left Deng Shentong somewhat surprised. Hao Yuan, with the strength of a phoenix, exchanged blows with Deng Shentong. The blood-colored patterns that flowed across his body increased his strength and speed exponentially. The smile on Deng Shentong's lips grew even more excited. Interesting, huh? But what can you do with just this?